Hey everybody, quick shot here looking back at Europe's match history. Any standout games that shaped what the LEC is today.
And a deep breath as we reset from the tension and excitement of the previous game and look ahead towards this one. Eyes on the picks and bans. Now, last week's Caps had a bit of a struggle in the mid lane up against Perks, and it was a counter matchup, so that can happen. But want to see what level he's playing at today, because he's going against Vito, who has felt like the rock for Misfits thus far this season.
Yeah, I think Vito has definitely been a highlight player from the side of Misfits, not only just in terms of what he brings to the team from his lane priority, but also in terms of his mechanics and skills. We saw the Ezreal predict he had on the Silas as well, catching off that arcane shift as well. Impressively done. And it's some of these plays that's keeping Misfit at this scoreline, because they have been an inconsistent team despite what the scoreline is looking like.
Absolutely. Have to see if they can find that today. On the opposite side for G2, we saw in some of their wins a lot of the same creativity we knew from G2 rosters in the past. Scrappy, wild engages, a quirky top lane. See if we're going to find more of that today. Well, no, because they're going to ban the TF and the quirky, denying some of that insanity for now, at least. Also, the Lee Sin being taken away. Let's see if a jungle ban wants to follow this up. Still obviously have the J-Force, still obviously have the Xin Zhao, but also in this patch, we've seen a lot of other junglers showing their face. The meta feels like it's pretty much expanding.
Yeah, and I was going to say, it's G2, it's a new patch. They were already a bit creative with their drafts before. I think they're going to be even more creative now. They start off with the center here. Now, obviously, this can still be fasting. It could be the one attacking. There's so many options with Tahm Kench also being reverted. And with the Thresh ban as well, Jarvan would be a nice champion to pair it up with. On the other side of Misfits, though, they want to get a priority jungler on the Xin Zhao, something Jankos had been fond of in the past too.
Now, debating what the option is here. Can respond with an 80 carry, takeaway, can respond with a priority champion of their own. I would be very excited by that pick, but I can't imagine that that is real. We're not supposed to talk about the hoverovers, and that's exactly why, because it's Jhin.
We did just see the Gwen hover before that worked out with Vitality. Look, yeah, so I will give you the benefit of the doubt.
There's a lot of new champions today. You know, I'm adjusting, I'm adapting. Senna, of course, one of them, and I'm excited to see what G2 pair it with. Now, I feel like everybody has a half of the new G2 bot lane that they're more excited about, whether it's Targamas or Flakked. I think that this is a champion that you should probably be more excited about what Targamas is doing. Because Senna does Senna things, and I'm going to be honest, it's not very interesting, but the supports that she enables by fasting, or just by being kind of a reliable 80 carry, or a reliable supportive carry, can be super cool. So maybe we see something more creative from Targamas. In the meantime, however, the Jarvan locked in, super powerful against an immobile champion like the Jhin.
That's the thing, especially when Thresh is off the table, there's no one to play him out of the flak and drag. Yes, you can go for other champions like Leona, like the Nautilus, but it becomes more difficult. And then once again, blind pick Renekton coming through. Now, would G2 ever put this in bot lane? I don't know. I'm just going to assume it's up towards the top side, but...
Gilbert, I like it. You cast one set with me, and you're already just like, anything can pair with Senna.
Anything is possible. I wouldn't be surprised.
I would still be surprised.
Okay,
we would both be very surprised, but it is possible, and that's what matters here. Vitia, let's see who he's calling, what's he's going to go for, because the Gwen on the opposite side. Now, in the previous game, we saw this exact same matchup, Wonder versus Ottawamni. Now it's Broken Blade versus Hirit, and the Gwen, it feels like, outmatched in a lot of these fights, while even though Wonder maybe had some of the early push as the Renekton, and I want to see what Hirit can do here, because outside of that first game for Hirit, it has been a rough path so far this season. He was super good last season in playoffs against Ottawamni in their best of 5 versus Rogue. If it wasn't for that Viego, he could have moved further. But this season it has been difficult for him, so want to see what he's going to do in that pretty close top lane matchup.
I don't want to call him an emotional player, but he's definitely momentum driven. If he gets ahead in the early game, he gets the resources. That's why we start seeing him shine, and that's why we start seeing him take over the side lanes. But when he's put behind, that's why he suddenly becomes very anonymous for the team, and we just don't see the same player come out. Now, moving on towards the bans, Misfits, they're forced to go out off some of these, you know, more unique bans as well, because they have the center, and anything can possibly happen. So taking away the Tahm Kench, that was also recently buffed, is probably a must from the Misfits side. You can try and take away some of the other engage support, but right now they just want to take away some of the strong control mages off the Victor.
Yeah, and certainly Tahm Kench could shut down a lot of the pick potential here, deny that Xin from being able to get backline access to Jhin with the ultimate can also limit some of that as well. See what the rest of the G2 esports composition is going to look like. You've got Senna who can just stand back, empower people with the fog there. You've got 2 champions who want to dive in, and you've already got 1 champion on the Misfits Gaming who would be very vulnerable to that dive. That said, This would be odd. Good tool to disrupt any potential engages.
Stop talking about the hover strikers.
I just need to throw it out there in case it does happen. Wow, you're right. You know what? It's crazy. I felt like I'm supposed to come in here like the veteran, and you're like, bro, don't forget the basics, which is fair. Because that would have been the Intis Nami pick I've ever seen in my life. Like, what, you're going to like EWQ to proc all 3 of the E stacks from the Nami?
And against the Jarvan as well, there's probably going to be some engage supports to go through. Yeah, you need some engage as well on the sides of Misfits, something to follow it up. They go with the Leona instead. Nautilus could have been an option. And right now, from the side of G2 Esports, they have some decent engage. I still feel like they need one more engage tool in the support pool, but going off with the Rise in the mid lane would not be bad. He's stable. It allows you to take control of the roaming towards the left and towards the right. I mean, top and bot. And no, Dragons, we're not going to do it.
But I want to talk
about it. We're not going to do it.
Dude, okay. Rise now locked in. I like this composition. Relatively short range outside of the Senna, but a lot of tools to kick fights off. Very, very exciting. On the opposite side, a little bit more stock standard. The mid laner for Misfits is going to decide so much of how this composition comes together. That is got to be one of the most boring options. Targmas, I respect it because it's good and you're a good engaged player, but there was
honestly,
a Xerath, there was a Singed.
It's a bit of an interesting pickup as well into the Leona, because there's a lot of the CC from Leona that can disrupt the mobility you get from your kid on the side of Rakan here. So once again, you paired it up, moving into a teamfight scenario where you're going up against Insao that can just disengage everyone right now from the side of G2 Esports.
Oh.
It just make it a bit more finicky to pilot these teamfights, and that means that you need to be in a flank position where you're not spotted out on vision, where you come in, where you are not disrupted, because there's a lot of tools right now to disrupt, and now Casio being the last locking as well with the Miasma could make it more difficult.
Rise vs Casio, old school matchup, but have to say the Rise side always looks a little bit easier to me. Casio generally considered one of the most difficult champions to play in pro play. You have to position flawlessly as essentially a short range AD carry where if you miss a Q, half of your damage goes out the window. Ton of pressure on Video in this 1v1 matchup. Ready to see who comes out on top, but it feels like we got a death ball on one side and is that just a death ball on the other side? Are we just, it's just kinda, 2 balls.
It's kind of high risk, high reward as well, because with the Cassiopeia into the champions of G2 Esports, top side, Renekton, Rise, fairly low range. The same goes for Jarvan and Rakan, obviously. So if you're able to dodge out on the CC and just kite them back, you should be able to just win these team fights, especially when you have the Jhin to follow up, facilitating you from the backline. But the problem is, if you do get caught by the CC, that's where we start worrying from the side of Misfits. So execution, it's definitely going to be the name of the game.
And I love it when that's the name of the game, because that's when we get the wacky fights. That's when we get the weird stuff. Take a moment here to load in the game, because it's time! G2 versus Misfits! Might have come in a little hot there at the end.
I liked it. It was good momentum.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're a bit sleepy, you're definitely no longer on.
Yeah, apologies to headphone users. Just thrilled, ready. We've had 2 pretty exciting games today, not going to lie, on the back half of the day. The start of the day also pretty interesting with the Baron steals and not quite Baron steal. Thanks, Baron Tentacle. Poor El Yoya.
XL Baron.
But now, deep breath. Again, the reset, taking a look across the board. And we talked earlier today. Well, that thought level 1 potentially coming in. Mersa getting frisky here.
Zenith Blade? No, not going to come out. Just some early warding here, trying to get the tracking off towards the Jarvan. That is important, especially when you have a melee bot lane, or not melee bot lane, but in a mobile bot lane with the Jhin as well.
Yeah, the melee bot lane would be really wild. We're not quite there yet in terms of the Senna pairings. That said, we were talking earlier today about Senna. New builds, new changes. We've seen a couple different keystones today. Talk to me a little bit about Senna, Goldberg.
I mean, Senna definitely seems a bit more... It seems like she finally got back what she lacked in her kit now. With the Q finally slowing with the 20%, gave you the... Oh, I'm just going to stop that. I like that they picked up that ward here, because that means that Caps will get level 2 on the first wave. Now, back to the Senna. Now, having this actually just helps you stack up your stacks on the passive way easier, and it actually gives you some more room to play around with in teamfights. We've seen them go for the Eclipse as well, which just pairs off nicely with the fact that I slow enemies with my Q, but I also get movement speed out of proccing Eclipse, and it lets you reposition easily and more in fight, which has kind of brought her back into the meta, and we've seen pretty much all the AD carries in our league spam her in solo queue.
Yep, and I hate her as an AD carry. I used to love it when she fasted because she enabled wild stuff, but we'll see what Flakked can do here. Both of these AD carries, a lot more about the utility they provide. will certainly both do a lot of damage as well. But interesting, we've seen a couple different keystone options this time around.
The mid lane
is the fleet footwork, and VTO, how's he going to do this one? The Ghost forward, looking to lock him up. The E already landed. The leap forward should be clean fall-ups. You see they're waiting. They lock him down. Now Schlatten now stepping forward, but only level 2, so he can't actually follow up. Clean first blood for G2 Esports.
Yeah, flash for flash on both sides in the jungle and the mid lane, but first blood, as you say, going over to the side of Caps. TP is up from VTO. He does have a wave pushing into him, but all in all, that's a big G2 victory.
Massive. And again, when we look at the
humongous.
Well, okay, we're just going to go up with
I
that
thought we were doing a little
gigantic. We're going back and forth.
I'm second native English speaker here, so I lose out on this one.
That's, well, I wasn't, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to challenge you to a vocabulary competition.
That's okay, I'm not going to challenge a rap god, but this is brilliant from Jankers. He flagged and dragged over the Fog of War. Then Cavs just hitting the E with the Ghost here, flashing forward afterwards to connect it. It's just beautiful done by G2 once again, and Jankers showing off with his intelligent pathing yet again.
And here in the English vocabulary school, the optimum word there is dead. He dead.
I'll be sure to remember it.
Yeah, sorry. I'll bring a thesaurus next time so we can actually like expand the vocabulary. But this is really big because, again, when you look at Misfits, they're a team that's had up and down performances, no doubt, but the rock for this team has been VTO. Even with an overall like 3-2 scoreline, still 4.4 KDA, third overall, good kill participation, good gold per minute. He's been doing really well for himself. Some solid Silas plays, even in losing games, some great ones in winning games. So shutting him down early, especially on a champ like the Casio, is a big deal.
Exactly, and that KP just is not only just VTO being around playing for his team, it's the fact that his team fights comfort around him. It's around VTO that they often look for these fights, which is why his KP is as high as it really is here. But with Flash's burned and the Jarvan still around, I mean, they can definitely look to equalize on this one. You can take a look at the bot lane right now. The Senna has been pushed in, but Tarkamas, he's moving up towards the mid lane here. So if they can keep VTO at bay here, making sure he's pushed up on the tower and trying to look for dives, they can most certainly find their leads, but they're just going to be clearing out the river. Some good vision control from the side of Misfits to make sure nothing like that happens.
Blade going in, waiting for the mist to fall away. You got a lot of members coming to the top side, but it's 3 committed for G2, 4 committed for G2. They're ready to go all in. Schlatten in the area, but I think here it's just going to try to delete the wave and then hold on. G2 looking to up the pace of this game, looking to get aggressive here. Are they going to commit for the dive? Targamas on the way, and Schlatten getting aggressive anyway. That's going to be him going down. Broken Blade ignited, but he will not fall. Triumph coming through for the heal, and now the knockup goes in as well. Here it locked into the tower again. It looks like another kill. Here it Miracle, can he make it work? Immune now, Yanko's in trouble. Ends up being that 1-for-1, 2-for-1 overall in the favor of G2.
Yeah, and the fact is here it loses this big wave as well. He's going to be forced to TP back up as well. Broken Blade can retain his own teleport. He can even move into the mid lane to pick up the wave. VTO is pushing in. All in all, great pickup from the side of G2, but what can they get out of it down towards the bottom side? You can see Mercer, he's in an attacking position with Flacket pushing forward in the bot lane.
Flacket, flash, and cleanse. This is going to be really tough for them to get anything done. It looks like they're just going to have to back away. And I think, again, we have to go back to that first gank because Misfits are still suffering from that level 2 play. VTO being forced to TP back to lane is what allows a TP-less Caps to walk up to the top side and really push this advantage even more.
Yeah, and I think Schlatten thought that they were already going to commit on to hear it here, so he just wants to dash in, try to see if he can catch them up on the tower, but he doesn't even get the 3-punch strike down to get the knock-up in, and after that, it's just Tarkamas tanking here. Halot Mist will come out to make the situation a little bit dicey, but still, trading 2-for-1 there, definitely worth it for G2, and then off the resets, down towards the bottom side, individual Drake getting picked off.
Yeah, and this is a pace for G2 Esports. 3 kills, 6 minutes into the game, 700 gold in their favor, gonna finish off the Infernal Drake as well. Definitely feels like a very, very strong start, and G2 looking to fight their way out of that middle of the pack. Both these teams sitting at 3-2, and keep in mind, if Excel are able to ramp up, which we saw a little maybe bits and hints of, there's not enough room in playoffs for everybody. You got Mad Lions, you got G2, you have the relative sure thing of Vitality. We'll hold our breath on that one.
You got Astralis.
You got I will send you back to Denmark, so help me God. You have Fnatic and Rogue. You're out of control. No.
Completely lost it now.
Anyway, League of Legends is still happening, sir. We'll save your Astralis. Trevor's giving you a talking to, man. I'm just saying. That's all I'm saying.
That's okay. I will take it.
Regardless, I think important, again, as much as G2 feel like they're in total control, you can see Mercer finally starting to leave the lane. And it's time kind of for us to look at some of the avenues that Misfits can use to balance out some of this early gold discrepancy, because it's definitely not insurmountable yet. It's just a dragon, 600 gold. Some of these matchups are definitely difficult, but it's not impossible because you can see VTO individually making good use of his time in lane, building up some CS in his favor. And
this is Tarkamas as we know him from the ERLs as well, just way, way off that bot lane. He needs to be out of the map. Shadowing caps while Jankus is just clearing the jungle camps. Once you get that blue buff, then you can start getting the priority as G2. When you have that priority in the mid lane, then you start being the aggressor. League of Legends is kind of a turn-based game. It may not look like it, but that's definitely how it stands.
If you take extra turns, usually you die. That's,
that's
how
actually
it works.
true.
Caps, no vision on that ward on the top side brush, so has to be a little bit careful. With Yanko's covering him on the top side, he doesn't have to be concerned. Now gets to clear out that control ward for free, and we check in again on the bot lane briefly. Never mind. Top side, we could see some action. Yanko spotted. Great ward by Herit to know this is coming. Clearing the wave means he should be just fine, but as mentioned previously, Targamas spending so much time out of lane that he is behind Mursa in terms of overall experience. Level 6 still very important for Rakan.
But it's also great, so great from the side of G2 because you take away an offensive tool from Herit. He was forced to use the ultimate just to clear off the waves. Because of this, you can just start off Rift Hell. You know that the enemy is not going to be contested. So now Caps, with his mid lane priority, can try and move down towards the bot side to shadow his own bot lane to make sure the Misfit do not get a counter attack on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, definitely a good look. Game still relatively neck and neck. We'll keep our eyes on the scaling as we move further. I think as we have a brief moment here, we kind of mentioned a little bit about Herit in the draft. But you know that Herit's a guy who I think was really starting to make a name for himself last summer. But here in Spring, it has definitely been a struggle. And part of that, as you highlighted, when you give him resources, he does good stuff. You see some of that in the jungle proximity stats difference. But he has been dying more, getting less done.
Oh, no.
And now G2 are bullying him, making the graphic come true. TP coming topside, though. G2, are they going to pull the trigger anyway? Very risky against a post-level 6 Cassio. They are just going to back up, but that's a free TP. And remember, Caps has Ghost, so every time they get that TP away, he just has a summoner advantage in any fight to come.
Right now, G2s are being puppeteers. They're not necessarily getting any plays done, but they're making sure that they're rotating Misfits around like chess pieces right now. They're not getting a kill, but they're getting these small things all the time. Before it was a Gwen ultimate, now it's a TP from VTO as well. And Caps, he's going to continue to get this mid lane priority. After this, he can try and look for bot. He can go back up to top side. Remember, they still have that Herald, who's not even timed out halfway through in the cooldown just yet, so there's lots of room to play around with for G2. So it's just about taking it chill, not going for any over boundaries here, especially Broken Blade now with Slattern up towards the top side. But a ward out, pushing in the lane, he should be able to just get it back out.
G2, topside pressure, get that advantage, force VTO's TP. VTO recalls, he's a little bit behind the clock. G2 immediately move to the bottom side. You called them puppeteers. I think it's a perfect comparison here, Goldberg, because there's nothing they can do. Even Flacket, the man who's just been sitting here on an island, is now finally getting that support. All those advantages in other lanes paying dividends as the duo of Caps and Yankos is really taking over the map.
And it's become difficult from the side of Misfits because they have to play damage mitigation all the time. They're finding it difficult to find an exact entrance of attack for themselves, but it doesn't mean necessarily that Misfits is out of this game, because remember, this Cassio is still very much a scaling champion, but it's definitely making matters worse because they are not in charge of the objective control. And remember, objective control would be so important against members like a Rakan, like a Jarvan coming out from the fog of war.
Yeah, a terrifying thought to be certain. And that Herald, the big thing that we have to watch, because for now it's almost 1,000 gold built without it. It will only grow. And if they break open mid lane tower, that's where things start to get really difficult. Because again, VTO, incredible scaling champion, needs a lane to sit comfortably in.
15 seconds on Drake. You can see reset timers are coming through from the side of Misfits. Not finishing off any mythics, no one has just yet. But with Drake spawning now, with Rift Hell being up and available to just take any sort of control if you'd like to, you would imagine this second Drake would go over to the side of G2, and yeah, it doesn't even look like they want to contest it from Misfits' sides. You can see Mercer moving up towards the mid lane, just beelining it there, and Yankos should be able to solo it up.
And the thing is, there's no jungle camps on their side of the map. Just now, it looks like Raptors are going to respawn. Slotten's going to be able to get something. So G2, after they take this, they recall. Yes, they're behind maybe for a brief moment, but no, they're just going to keep going. They're just so far ahead in terms of map plays. There's nothing for Misfits to get in response. They don't have a wave topside, and if G2 want to commit bottom side, they might be able to extend this lead even more. Instead, they're just going to be happy taking that small advantage at no cost.
Yeah, that's the thing as well. Rift Hell spawning up in just a moment as well, or running out of the inventory of Yankos. He can use it down the mid lane, and yeah, with the bot lane priority, you can see Tarkamas moving up for that mid lane. Caps just waiting around, getting ready to clear the waves, and it seems like it's just going to be some gold funneled into the Danish mid laner.
And right now, it feels like Misfits are fishing. They got a
They're
lot of
doing even
resources.
better. They're taking all their members up towards the top side. They keep rotating faster than they can on Misfits.
The Puppeteer comparison just keeps being more and more relevant. Here and now in trouble. This man cannot catch a break. Leave here.
5 members was part of that kill. That was literally 5 members around here. And now with this Rift Herald being popped off, you can see the members of Misfits. They're trying to take control of the mid lane, but even then, Flackett, he had
What are
priority
you
bot lane.
doing?
Going up to bot. You're right. What is happening
This is
here?
very, very risky. Goes back, throws it in, but they just leap in. They're just going to kill him. Jankos is going to walk away. That was not good. G2 breaking top lane tower, grabbing a kill as expected, getting an extra one for free, courtesy of Zlatan.
I'm baffled.
This is a slaughter.
Desperation already 12 minutes into the game, because there's no way you're going for that play logically from the side of Zlatan. He just wanted to somehow make that Rift Herald stop with the charge, stopping them from taking down the turret, and they even get the second charge, which is that little HP on the Herald. This is disaster from Misfits and G2. It's brilliant early game.
Yeah, big lead, and we can take a look at this play one more time. Looking ahead a little bit earlier, Broken Blade, I like it. Forcing the engage really early, getting that crucial W cooldown out of here, and he has no option, no counterplay once that Rise ult comes through.
All in all, just brilliant stuff there. And then I think he just doesn't know Caps is around, but even then committing to the play, it's... Yeah, Caps barely doing any damage with the ultimate there, so it's just... I don't know how to justify that one.
Sometimes you see your montage moment in your head and you go for it. And if Caps isn't there, the power of that Zen ultimate, knocking someone back, being immune from any damage from the outside, while not super contextually relevant against a Renekton and a J4,
I was gonna say,
maybe it's enough to turn it around, to punish them. Instead,
pass over the copium. It's my turn now.
Look, man. I'm trying to find the silver lining on the cloud. There's not. There's just a big cloud, Goldberg, right now. It's a 2k gold deficit. It's 5 kills to 1. It's 2 dragons. Maybe they can fish for Targamas, but the miasma will not come down, and that means he can just leap right out to safety.
Vito almost getting caught off guard there. Now, with top lane being opened up, you can see the lane assignments has also changed now from G2. They moved their bot lane into the mid lane. Mercer spotted out on Vision. Does have flash.
Yep.
Surely will be forced to use it.
No aftershock, though, means he's not that tanky. Easy kill pickup for G2.
Misfits is kind of just collapsing here. There is no priority in the bot lane, no priority in the mid lane. Mercer had no way where he could, realistically speaking, go in and get some wards there. And now with a member down, G2 can continue their siege on the mid lane. They can even move down towards the bot lane now, where Broken Blade is just crashing a wave. There's everywhere on the map right now. It's just G2 favored.
And I think when it comes to this success, even G2, though they've lost these 2 games, even though the game against Vitality was really rough, I think we do have to celebrate one of their players, and that's Jankos. Because this man has felt so incredibly consistent. Look at that kill participation in 14 minutes. Goal deficit, yeah, it's not massive, but this man has been everywhere, and certainly in this game, he's been the defining factor in the early game. Enables Caps to snowball. Him and Caps moving across the map. And when you saw the 2 strong core members that remain from G2, this is what you expected to see. It has not always shown through this season, but it certainly is in this game.
Yeah, and his tracking in general in the jungle has been absolutely phenomenal. Not only just this game, but when he has lanes to play around, that's where Jankos fully shines is what I'm trying to say.
Man, I'm just gonna be. If I tried to cast in German, it would be like 1,000,000 times worse than you. So I'm impressed.
Well, I'm not German.
No, I know, but that's my equivalent language as my second language.
Yeah. That's fair.
I know you're not.
Do you know
Goldberg? You think I'm such a bully sometimes, man.
It's not that I think you're a bully, Dracos. It's just, you know, yeah.
You're easing into it, dude. I respect it. Regardless, a little oopsie. Zlatan had one of those topside, man. It happens.
Yeah, for sure.
It's a rough one, and it does not get easier for Misfits, sadly, because, again, while you can look at this Cassiopeia and think maybe they can get something done, outside of standing in a bush, outside of grouping up like this and forcing a man advantage on the side of Misfits, it's so hard for them to find an avenue back into this game.
It feels like they just want to try and force a little bit, but even then, G2 still have all the correct tools. Rift Herald popped up in the mid lane, should get the priority down towards the bot side. Broken Lane Blade pushing in that lane. All the verbal priority, just like that, moved over to the side of G2.
That said, Sorry, I was never seen a Rift Herald killed instantly like that before the charge. Good use of the Smite Punch, Zlatan. Does knock it away. Now the engage ticking off. They're trying to get something done. Misfits forcing a fight. It's a good call, but G2, are they too far ahead? Now Alti coming across. VTO buying a bit more time, but he's going to get burned down before the fight kicks it off. And now Broken Blade comes into the backline. Misfits had a man advantage for a brief moment, but it will not matter. Absolute slaughter. Devastation in the river.
I mean, they doubled their kills on that one, so that was pretty good from the side of Misfits, but outside of that, it's still G2 showing up once again. I don't know if the TP is necessary from the side of Broken Blade, but although it works out in the end, it did still create a window from the side of Misfits. You can see Broken Blade TPing down behind him, allowing this to be a 5 versus 4 situation, which is making the situation a little bit disjointed. Zlatan with a decent ultimate as well to scatter up the members, but once Broken Blade arrives to the team fight, the gold lead is just still too big from G2, and there's nothing they can do. Great kiting away from Flakkit in this instance, utilizing this low on the centers, and they pick up the team fight, they pick up the Drake, and they put themselves on soul point.
And it's so hard because you don't have that Janna. You don't have a Gragas. You don't have any tools to get that Jarvan to get everyone out of your face. So you can see in those fights from VTO, he can be powerful if he gets to play League of Legends. Sadly, he just has not been able to. Hold on to that thought. He's going to find the lockup. Cap's playing a little bit longer, but he's basically out of mana. The bar can look tiny, but it is a rise, so he's still strong enough to kill Mursa. Maybe burning him, ticking. He's going to fall. Yes, 1 for 1 there. Shutdown for VTO is massive, however.
Brilliant for Cavs trading out 1 for 1, but as you're saying, shutdown is the big part here, and VTO getting it is the even more greater from inside of Misfits here. Now backing off, can he finish off a second item? I'm not too sure about it just yet. But it's keeping your hope up for Misfit. It is still a 6k gold lead from the side of G2 right now, which obviously does not make matters better.
And an Ocean Soul, just 4 minutes away. Misfits certainly on a timer. It feels like hard game to play for Misfits at this point. With a Jarvan that's this far ahead, with a Rise and a Renekton who can follow up, they need to find a way to protect that backline, but it's difficult. Neon going to be in trouble here. Mursa coming in. Yanko's happy with a small advantage, but here comes Hirit fishing for the punish. He knows Yankos has no flag and drag. That's 1 kill picked up. Flakkit, no way out of this one. 2 fast kills for Misfits. Big shutdown to the back pocket of Hirit. Nothing on the map for them to take, but more money back for them.
Yeah, big mistake from the side of G2. Caps died. They were at a member's disadvantage, and they forced down the mid lane with people collapsing on them from the side of Misfits. So there's no objectives right now to be taking. This is the last moment where you get to create an in-play like that from the side of G2, because once we reach past 20 minutes, that's where Baron all of a sudden can cost you the game if you make mistakes like that.
Reminder, if you haven't seen a Cassio in a while, she eats Baron alive. The Jhin not going to be a problem. You got a Gwen there too. They will shred through that objective, no doubt in my mind. But they would have to find an opportunity to do it, and Zlatan is taking a big risk here for this red buff. Blast Cone in the area, he should be okay, but if he gets spotted, he could be in trouble. He's not. He's going to get it. He's going to make it out. Mission impossible. He's achieved it. He's stolen the red buff.
Risky business, but
Little
it works
wins.
out in the end.
Little wins, Goldberg.
He take the small dubs, especially for Zlatan, who has needed some, created a little momentum for you in this game. Might be the win that's changing your journey in this game so far. But I will say the last 2 plays has worked out in favor of Misfits. They picked up the shutdown on Caps. They picked up 2 kills in the mid lane. It's not created an even state of the game for them just yet, but it's most certainly giving them a bit more hope to play for in this game, and they need more plays like that.
Yeah. Gonna be hard though for Neon. Burn that flash in the last play, which makes the follow-up easy. Targamas now coming over the wall looking, but there's Zlatan in the midst of the team. Maybe he can get something done. Maybe he can fire back. Yankos goes golden under the tower. Flag and drag. Where is it? He gets locked up. The CC comes in. Yankos will now fall. Baron's up, but it's not a big enough advantage for Misfits to force. Again, small wins, 1 for 1. Neon for Yankos.
Once again, if you can just keep picking up these 1 for 1, you live for that as Misfits. The more you can stall out this game, the more you can pick up these items, the greater. But you are still on a timer. Broken Blade committing to a play on Hirit, and Caps is also about to collapse from the top side. But the rest of the members of Misfits...
Are they going to try 3-man?
Might just flip this one out. I think they smell it on the side of G2. You can see they're already moving back up, but it's creating a solo kill moment for the side of Hirit.
Broken Blade, huge advantage. But he looks like he's baiting. Caps is already heading down. He has the Realm Warp up and available. Ooh, that said... Oh, he is. Broken Blade, expert baiter here. Caps. Oh, it's too late now. He's going to have to dash away. Ghost coming out. That's going to make it so hard. Here it knows that he has to turn and fight. With the Ghost up, he cannot outrun the opposition. He's just going to drop. Does not want to burn any major cooldowns.
And a play that was almost a winning play from the side of Misfits. But the great reef from G2 was turning into a victory for them. And still Cavs showing up once again on this rise. Really maneuvering well in the fog of war. Just to create some tension on Misfits' side.
And if you give Caps the lead, we know he can carry. Here you see the play. Yankos knowing there's no flash build for Neon makes the start of this fight very easy.
There it is. Knockout coming into it. It's still a bit too ambitious going forward for this one. Neon almost lives that exchange, and then Zlatan able with the ultimate to pick up this one undamaged. Now, it is still 30 seconds until this soul now for G2, so this is where Misfits really has to stand and show that they can come up and contest. Right now, the vision control is an advantage for G2. They have the river watered up. They have the lane watered up. They have found themselves pockets of vision, which is a necessity for this Jarvan and Rakan to come in with a great engage.
Classic setups here. Objective bounties up for Misfits so they can win a fight. Maybe they can start to shift the gold back in their favor, but G2 have some waves that they need to respond to. They can just brute force this, however. They don't really have to be worried too much about forcing for creep, so it will just be a 5v5. G2 on the bottom side, Misfits on the top.
Broken Blade does have TP as well, and there's a flank ward. No, it just got timed out as well, so it's going to be difficult for him to join around it. There he comes, another one was placed around, and there it is.
Curtain call, TP coming in. They're going to get the early ult coming out from Neon. They've isolated Broken Blade off to the side, but the Dragon is what matters. Keep your eyes on that Gen 4 shot, buying a bit of space. It is going to get cut down. That's Ocean Soul. What will it cost G2? For now, absolutely nothing. Broken Blade makes it out. Yankos goes in. That's a big start to the fight. VTO, can he turn it back? No! There's just too much CC. They don't get to play League of Legends. Caps on a killing spree. Absolute domination. Misfits look like they might get a fight. Yes, they lost the Ocean Soul, but maybe they can get something back. But in the end, G2 take that away too.
G2 could look for the Baron here, but they're pushing down the mid lane. I think they realize they can't actually end the game, but they will pick up the Baron buff. And what a great setup from Yankos once again, allowing Tarkamas to enter the fight with a 3-man knockup with the quickness grand entrance. Beautiful from G2.
Picked apart in this exchange.
And for better or worse, this TP does split up the members of Misfit. 3 of them wants to turn on the Renekton. The other one wants to try and come in and steal the Drake. But Tarkam is zoning out the Sinsao. Cap's actually picking up the Drake. Broken Blade on the other side of the map, trying to run away from Hero. But this is the big moment from Yankos. Flashes into Cataclysm, Flax and drags out to safety, setting up the rest of his team members. It's absolutely beautiful for G2.
Caps flashing in, getting the spells out before the stun can come through. Maybe VTO gets a little something back there, but it will not happen. Now, G2, Baron, Ocean Soul, big ol' gold lead. And it feels like this is going to be a Baron power play sponsored by Red Bull finish here in just a moment, as Misfits are running out of options, and G2 is certainly strong enough to start forcing some of these objectives.
Yeah, and they get so many tools in their draft as well to just move around with this Baron buff. You have the Rise ultimate, you can teleport the minions as well, so you can take care of this bot tower, you can move your members in towards the mid lane tower afterwards. It's so easy for G2 to just rotate around the map, and that's just what they've been doing the entire game. From the first minute mark, they started with the first roaming. They've rotated the members of Misfits like the Puppeteers.
Yeah, I love that Puppeteer comparison. Misfits sadly just behind in so many areas, not able to match the pace. Again, it starts with little things, little ganks, little summoner spell advantages, and it grows so rapidly. And well played by G2, using the setup CC from someone like the Renekton, the reliable follow-up from someone like a Jarvan, the Rise as well. G2 with CC in their lanes are a terrifying team to play against, no doubt in my mind. Seeing now as they siege on 2 lanes, taking their time just protecting the cannon hard. Again, Neon, VTO, not super long-range champions. Have a hard time stepping forward here. They don't have any super reliable wave clear. It's not an Orianna, it's not a Victor, it's a Cassio. Broken Blade now pushing in as well. Frees up G2 to be a little bit more aggressive here, getting that tier 2 for free. Here it can step forward to contest, but can't overextend.
Just like this, mid lane wave or bot lane wave pushing in here with the range on the center here. They should be able to just pick it up. You can see Jankos positioning in this fight, keeping the members of Misfits out of Black and Drag range, so just the thought of him going in is making them back off.
Yep. Broken Blade just looking for a little bit of positive trade there, but G2, they're not forcing anything because they don't need to. They're pushing in with their minions. They're taking this slowly. They know if Misfits overextend, overpush, overforce, they will win the fight.
But Misfits as well, at some point, they have to find a way. They have to look for something. They have to go for Hail Mary.
Your poke does not matter. You are playing against Ocean. It's go in and force a fight or just be bled out.
That's a reality you have to get accustomed to as Misfits, but it seems like they're still waiting around. They don't want to go for it, and who can blame them? They're so far ahead on G2. Here it goes.
Trying to turn it back, trying to get a kill, back down. He's going to find the shutdown. That's going to be massive here. Finding a brief moment, finding an advantage. Broken Blade a little overconfident there, but it's still just a 1-for-1. Broken Blade traded for Herit.
But the Baron buff off the members of G2, and it's slowing down the siege. Blackhead in the mid lane trying to put it up.
Mersa getting frisky. That's the lockup, the follow-up CC as well. Caps now locked up. Perfect ult coming in from Vito, but enough CC to stop him from getting anything else. Caps goes golden. Jankos in the area. Misfits, they turned the fight. They found the miracle. They found the shutdown. Out come the curtains. And now G2 on the run. What else can they get? Flackett and Targamas walking away, the bot lane duo. New boys on the squad, Jankos running, locked into Miasma for a brief moment. Flag and drag out to safety, Targamas over the wall. Flackett now finding a kill, G2 holding on, firing back. It's a back and forth exchange. G2 gets so much off that Baron, but they will not end the game.
No, they will not, but that's great from the side of Misfit. You take care of the Baron buff. Elder Drake spawning in 1 minute and 30 seconds, so getting all the gold you can in your inventory right now is absolutely pivotal. You need to be able to take care of your base, and the fact that G2 was only able to take away 1 inhibitor from that siege, that's brilliant for Misfits.
Bot side inhibitor, they'll have to match that pressure though if they want to contest the Elder. It does not stop for Misfits. They do not get a 5-minute break. 2 minutes till the Baron, 1 minute and 10 seconds now till the Elder. They're gonna have to be ready to fight for those.
And it becomes so difficult as well because Caps with the Realm Warp can just say, all right, screw this Elder, let's move up towards the base instead. And just go for base race instead. We've seen it happen so many times before. 50 seconds for this Elder Drake. You can see G2, they're getting priority on the top side of the map. Broken Blade, he does have that teleport. Caps picking up blue buff right now to make sure he's at his best capabilities as a machine gun Rice.
Level 16 for Caps, only 15 for VTO. Neon just now finishing the IE. 3-item Jin maybe can get some work done in these fights, but he's gonna have to find the space to work with again. The Renekton, the Rise, the J4 leaping into your backline. Have to see how they can stop that from happening because the Senna slows are getting stronger. Flackett's starting to hit hard as well too, so feels like a slow, inevitable push in for G2. Misfits still gonna have to fish for a moment or an opportunity because if they give up a major objective, if Zlatan gets caught out and they're able to suddenly take Elder or Baron for free, you know this game is over.
I like how G2 are spending that downtime as well. They're not around gathering control at the Elder Drake. They're gathering control of the enemy jungle instead, so it becomes so much more difficult from the side of Misfits to face check because they have no vision right now. G2 could have started up the Elder Drake. They wouldn't know. Now they know there's a sweeper coming in.
TP now coming in as well. They've locked up. They're looking to pick off a single member for the fight. He kicks off. It's big from VTO, but the CC immediately from G2 to stop any fall from the potential carry. Broken Blade.
Look at
Neon. 3 items. Big damage coming in. Broken Blade looking to isolate him, looking to finish him off. VTO, how long can he stay forward? Yanko's leaping in. VTO trying to survive, and they're going to do it. Broken Blade, the last man standing. Can he make a miracle happen? Because Misfits have found one for themselves, holding on in this game.
Broken Blade, he is spotted on vision on this exchange here, but with these members, they should be able to pick this one on. VVO, if he can get the recall off, then he does have to teleport. They should be able to start this one up. Here, all he has to do is defend him.
Broken Blade walking away. TP now coming in. VTO moving into the area. This is their Elder. Gold does not matter in the face of that Elder buff. If they ever get low, they will fall. For a brief window, Misfits can match G2 in power.
And not just this, but Baron buff just respawned as well. So if you can push out your bot side with the Elder Drake, you can start setting up for another fight. And initially, this is a fight that G2 is engaging in, but you called it out. VPO in this exchange, flashing forward, the Miasma, creating such a big choke point here where it's so difficult for the members of G2 to fight it. And then Neon becoming a flanking Jin, he's usually in the back facilitating. Taking his best learning steps from Huan Feng there as well. Does go down in the end, but in the grand scheme of things, Misfits definitely came out on top of that one.
Incredible, again, pulling that fight out even at a deficit. Cassio, an incredible scaling champion. Jin, very powerful in those auto attacks. Might struggle burning through some of the tankier champions, but you saw there taking half of Flackett's health in a single auto attack. Those crits are only going to hurt more as he picks up another Zeal. Game suddenly a lot closer. G2 still have Prio, they still have Ocean. In a full-on 5v5, it's close, but G2 still have a lot of tools to split this map up, especially with the Rise Realm Warp. TP for VTO very far away. Similar story for Herit. So for now, the global, or in this case, semi-global advantage in favor of G2.
But surely you just have to forfeit most of the map right now. As you can see, G2, they're not looking for a fight here because they know if they fight up against the Elder Drake here, they will lose it out. So all they're trying to do here is just keep some vision up to make sure that Misfits won't just slip a Baron out of nowhere. Look at Caps on the minimap as well. Found his route up towards the bottom lane.
And you talked about it, Goldberg. This is the thing you have to be scared of with the Rise. They're forcing the recall out of Herit, but Herit does not have TP. He will not be able to come to this fight. Neither does Caps, however, which is massive. Is it going to be worth it in the end? Cap's not in the area. Broken Blade, Targamas, Flackett, Jankos. Can they make it work? Over the wall, eyes on the potential steal. They're going to 50-50 it, but no! The objective bounding to the side of Misfits, and suddenly they're turning it around. They have the Elder, they have the Baron, the ball. For the first time in this this game is in the court of Misfits.
Yeah, Slatan, he was caught lacking in the early game. This time around, he's determined. They opt for the 50-50, and he secures the smite fight against Yankus. And just like that, they're dealing well with the pressure. Even though G2 has the Ocean Soul, they have the Elder Drake, they have the Baron buff, and they're starting to take control of this game.
And they were so far behind that it's Bounty from the Baron. Bounty coming in from this objective as well. They've got tier 1s left to break. There is so much standing gold. G2's massive advantage is going to disappear from this buff. Both of these buffs are temporary, however. The Ocean will remain in the favor of G2, and that is massive. But look at the bounties rolling in.
It's coming in. Cash money, baby.
The Balance team crying a single tear. It's beautiful. It's everything they wanted. The comeback potential for Misfits is real, backed up by the power of these bounties and the incredible plays and these team fights from the Misfits lineup. Here it coming in on the side. G2 need to find wins in the fights. They are no longer so far ahead that they can just push all their buttons and win. Here at buying a bit more time. Caps can't afford to overextend. He does have the Fimbulwinter. He's a very tanky boy, but they're leaping back. They're not overstaying their welcome, and powered recalls are going to take Misfits home.
Yeah, it's just going to take the ride home to defend the inhibitor here, and there's nothing on the map right now to collect. Yes, you can go for Misfits jungle, but that's all you can go for right now. So no matter what, this game has going to come down to one big team fight that's going to end it all. At least that's only what we can assume at this point. G2 started out so nicely with great macro, but it ended up becoming a niche of team fights instead. And this is not the first time Misfits has operated like this. We've seen them just be able to stay even, finding one team fight to all of a sudden flip the coin and get the gold lead for themselves.
Goldberg, but they weren't even. They were incredibly far behind.
True.
They were dead to rights. It might have.
That just makes it even more impressive.
The final nail of the coffin is coming in. They burst out.
It's even more impressive than that's all it does to it, and it's Misfits once again just finding that late game, fighting these team fights, and they still have a composition nicely drafted out of 5 items on the Castro, 4 items on the Jhin. These are scary members. TP's coming in.
Is still everything. TP burned. They're kicking the fight off. Slatan, Yanko's going toe-to-toe. TP now coming back. Eyes on VTO. Curtain call slowing Caps. Making it out to the side, out of the range. Again, if you overstay, you might go down, but now Targamas finding multiple members, but no, VTO finds a clutch ult. Misfits barreling forward. Their front line cannot be stopped. G2 running for the hills. Neon, the Gale Force in the absolute gall, the absolute confidence. This man is unleashed, and G2 are running for the hills.
I absolutely cannot believe Misfits has managed to turn this game around. They got the Elder, they got the Baron, now they're pushing down the mid lane as well. Inhibitor has just been taken. 3 members of G2 left to defend, but I don't think they stand a chance in this instance. Misfits, they're looking to put the finishing touches on this game, Drakers.
And if any team could pull a rabbit out of the hat, it might as well be Misfits. Moving in, breaking the base, but no! Here it's still standing. Can he do it? The X-Pac He's resurrecting! And just like that, it's a quadra for Flacken!
There's no way that just happened. Misfits might just have dropped the ball. 30-second death time is 10 onto 17 onto Mercer. Caps has to round warp. He just spawned. There's ways for you to make this work. You can ignore the minions wave. 20 onto Neon. I cannot believe it. G2, they might be going for the ending now. Misfits, they might just have thrown the comeback at the last stages of the game.
A brief pause. Keep your eyes on the right side of the screen. And on the minion wave in front of you, the thing that matters most are these death timers. That realm warp. Mercer will not be enough to stop them. Neon will not be enough to stop them. They're going to need everybody if they want to win this fight. G2 are barreling down. Mercer, there's just no way. It's not a rabbit out of the hat, it's a goddamn miracle. They can make this one work. G2 pushing in, Neon still standing. He does big damage, but they don't have to fight PvE. They PvE their way into the base. They're looking to break it. They just want to finish the game, and they're going to do it. G2, it's a miracle win. They were in control. They lost everything, but they managed to find a way back.
What has just happened? That should not have gone like that.
Thank you all for tuning in, and let us know if you enjoyed the game or have a specific match that you want to see by tweeting @LEC. Match History, we'll see you next time.
They are out there, waiting to be discovered. Some of them are big, and some of them are small. But that's the thing with ideas. They don't just come to you. To find them, you have to move. Kia, movement that inspires.
The systems are overloading. We can't risk another game.
We need to take a break and regroup.
We're starting to lose our mind. Captain, we cannot go back to Elo Hell. Last time it took us months to get out of it.
Initiate break protocol.
Hurry up!
Yes! Yes! I did it! We did it! We did it!
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Said I couldn't love someone, 'cause I might break. If you're gonna die, not by mistake. So where did you go? I should know, but it's cold and I don't wanna be lonely. So tell me you'll come home, even if it's just a lie.
안녕하세요. 저는 젠지 롤팀에서 원딜을 맡고 있는 룰러 박지혁이라고 합니다. 적어도 그냥 최소 10시간 이상은 매일 하는 것 같아요. 울트라 기어가 화질도 되게 좋고 나노 IPS 1ms/s이라서 이제 시야각이 좀 넓은 것 같아서 게임하기 좀 더 편한 것 같아요. CM보다는 좀 IPS가 더 색 표현이 되게 정확하잖아요. 그래서 약간 화질과 속도? 이런 두 마리 토끼를 둘 다 잡을 수 있는 것 같아요.
Told you not to worry, but maybe that's a lie. Honey, what's your hurry? Won't you stay inside? Remember not to get too close to stars. They're never gonna give you love like ours. Where did you go? I should know, but it's cold and I don't wanna be lonely. So show me the way home. I can't lose another life. The world's a little blurry, or maybe it's my eyes. The friends I've had to bury, they keep me up at night. Said I couldn't love someone, 'cause I might break. If you're gonna die, not by mistake. So where did you go? I should know, but it's cold and I don't wanna be lonely. So tell me you'll come home, even if it's just a lie. Try not to upset you and let you rescue me the day I met you. I just wanted to protect you, but now I'll never get to.
the fire as we search for the light in the dead of the night. Feel that rush, feel the tide. Can you feel this newfound change? Only yourselves are here again. Feel the rush, feel the tide. 'Cause here begins a newfound strength. Find yourselves out here. We won't be the same again. If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eye? Could you walk away this time? Do you realize, do you recognize it's never over? 'Cause we all face the fire as we search for the light on the edge of the night. Feel that rush, feel the tide. Can you feel this newfound change? Only yourselves are here again.
Welcome back to Berlin, Germany, home of the LEC, to Week 3, Day 2 of the 2022 spring season, where we sting like butterflies and float like bees. Yesterday, we saw Fnatic fall to Rogue in the battle of the undefeated, and today, they have another tough task ahead of them, facing their old rivals, G2 Esports, in our match of the week. My name is Quickshot, and I'm joined by Kadril and Dagda One Sport.
Once again, running it back.
I mean, it's good to be here again. I mean, two of the best folks in the LEC welcome me in. It's lovely.
I love
you know?
two of the best to the best. Let's start by recapping the top of the table clash from yesterday. It was Rogue versus Fnatic, and the game was phenomenal. Rogue started their season 6-0 for the first time ever, and they won 6 consecutive games. Kadril, I mean, Malrang and Larson stole the show.
Oh yeah, they definitely did. I love how they did it, because they realized lanes are getting pushed in. Let's just choose one. Let's go mid. Get mid ahead, get Larson out of lane, and then instead of Malrang having to kind of go to all these lanes, let's do it together. Let's do it as a pair. And then obviously once they've unlocked bot lane, now Trimby can join in. So it's just a case of unlocking the map, and Malrang did so perfectly.
And I love that we're seeing the adaptation come through from Rogue, right? The first 4 days that we saw them play was very much about get comp ahead, then start to snowball through team fights. Now instead we're looking at them going with the pick comp with Trimby. We're going with this style where they're looking to play off the TF and playing off through side lanes, and it was one of the things that Fnatic struggled with, and we saw Rogue execute so well on this comp.
Yeah, from start to finish, just complete domination from Rogue, and I think surprise to everyone that this team is arguably the best in the league right now.
I mean, did they win the offseason? Did Rogue come in with Malrang and comp, surprise everyone? They're the best statistically in the LEC. They took down Fnatic relatively cleanly.
Yeah, we've said it a few times, so Rogue in this offseason looked like damage mitigation, right? Inspired and Hans, top players in their role, are leaving. How does Rogue really find their form, find success, find such strong regular seasons? as they have done for the past 3 seasons, with a new roster lineup, with a new jungler, with a new AD carry.
Yeah.
They bring in Comp, who played 4 weeks of LEC last year and then got subbed out for Crown Shot. We didn't see him, he just completely disappeared. And Malrang, who's been in a hyperbolic time chamber under Damwon, watching them scrim from when they were world champions, and now he's come into the LEC and he's just dominating.
100x gravity takes Malrang to the next level. Let's look at some of the other results. G2, they look pretty convincing, at least until the Soul against Misfits. They then started to throw in classic G2 versus Misfits fashion. I mean, Dagda, you and I actually thought Misfits should have won that game.
Yeah, we were kind of just looking backstage going, all right, you know, G2 have this in the bag. They're playing through topside. It all looks well and good. And then you get to these super late game fights where Misfits are starting to turn it around. The MC Hammer comp is doing what it needs to do, but it's just not enough. They end up getting to the Nexus and you think, right, maybe they can close it out. Maybe they can clinch it, but indecision, miscommunication, nobody's on the same page. And it means that G2 pull off a absolute stormer of a comeback with Flakkid getting that quadra kill in the center.
Yeah, it all came down to this fight where I believe Misfits got the dragon, then they slowly took control of the game, and then they got Nash, they walked into the base, and the second I saw them going towards the Nexus with a numbers advantage, I thought it was over. And I think that the players are killing themselves looking back at that saying, damn it, that was a game that we should have won, even though we shouldn't have won. If you watch Neon here, going way too deep, maybe if he played a little bit more front to back instead of diving in and dying on the Jhin as he does at Gale Force forwards, I believe, you know, all these minute things add up to the point where you're thinking, wow, if I don't flash forwards there, I could just hit the Nexus.
Yeah, if they'd focused on the Nexus, they could have won it, but they did not. So G2 pick up the win. And of course, yesterday we were on 12.2. A couple of champions we wanted to highlight. We did see that Glacial Augment Janna. Trimby was popping off on the pick, and I know, Dagda, you were quite impressed by his performance.
Yeah, I really was. I was kind of shouting, hey, look, I want to see a Leona here. I think you need some sort of engage to play off of in the early stages. I didn't realize that Janna was just an engage champ in Trimby's hands. He played so damn clean on this. And as you can see on your screen, setting up a ton of picks. And then when we got to the late game, Janna was perfect for the dives that wanted to come in on the opposite side.
Yeah, you're completely right. I mean, when you're playing Renekton Diana, the only way is forwards, and you're never going backwards, never getting out the second you commit. Janna, perfect. Disengage with the buffs. The Q speed is a little bit faster to set up those picks, and the ult increases the healing, increases the shields with the E and things like this on the knockback. Fantastic pick overall.
Yeah, really worked out extremely well. Only $2.95 an hour, according to Trimby. Finally, I do want to talk a little bit about Nukeduck. He played the Veigar in the mid lane. I thought it was pretty impressive, and I think Nukeduck is a player that has been discussed extensively, but his Veigar performance yesterday definitely needs to be considered.
Yeah, it was consistent, it was clean. I mean, he didn't make too many mistakes. The only problem is in the late game team fights, he didn't really have any peel. When you look at their draft, the only peel XL had was the Galli ultimate to come down on top of him while the Akali was trying to assassinate him. And that's all good and dandy until the Akali is tanky enough to withstand that CC lock and then kill the Veigar, which is what happened in the last fight.
I hope we can see more of Veigar today. We'll find out what else the teams will be playing before we get to the games. And looking at yesterday's results, I wanted to play yet another game with my analyst as well as the fans at home. Now, this is where I'm going to ask you to invest in your cryptocurrency, buy those NFTs, and refer to me as Crypto Bro, because will teams' values rise or fall?
Oh my.
That's right, ladies, gentlemen, and everybody else. You can buy your stonks right now at discord.lec.gg. I need you to vote rise or fall. And as your resident crypto bro, I'm going to open the LEC stock market. It's pretty similar. I want my analysts to evaluate these teams and these stocks. Our very first stock up for grabs is Team BDS. They secured their second win of the season yesterday. They have beaten 2 out of the other bottom 4 teams. And they only need to take down 1 of the top teams if they want to make playoffs. So, Kadril, is their value increasing or decreasing?
You know, I think I'm not seeing this this coin or this crypto booming. I'm not seeing it dropping too hot either. I mean, beating the bottom 4 teams, 2 of them, not too bad. I think this will stay about where it is for the remainder of the season, I would say. Gotta say, love the game shows you're coming up with, Trev.
I'm very glad to hear that. Dagger, what's your take? Where is this value going?
I don't know. I don't see it going skyrocket anytime soon. I think the moon is well and gone from this team.
Do you know what I think? You know what I think could skyrocket this? Maybe a change of the board.
Oh, I like that indeed.
We might see that next week if BDS seem to struggle because their academy team is looking hot.
Interesting. So the struggling bot lane for this team right now.
We need a fork.
If you get a fork, fans at home are saying fall significantly.
Jesus.
That is an 80% prediction that the value of BDS will be tanking. So do not invest. This is also not financial advice, and you cannot hold us accountable. Next up, we have XL. Their stock may have gone up after acquiring former G2 support Mickey. That was until they lost yesterday to the Mad Lions. Kadril, I'm going to come to you first.
As an early investor.
As an early investor Monster. Also, I believe you lost a lot of money on some of those
Lost
initial
miles, lost
investments. Where is their stock going?
I'm glad the LEC picked me up because that's where my stock started to go back up. Yeah, my stocks in XL are all in the ground, but I have faith in them this time around. The Mickey X pickup is a sell for me. I would buy that stock. I think it'll go on the rise. And when I say on the rise, it'll get into playoffs, but I think as soon as it gets into playoffs...
Hang on. Yeah, as soon as they get to playoffs. They've never done that before.
And if they do,
will
I
play
think it's gonna
shots
fall.
today. Dad, can you please take off those rose-tinted glasses that Cadril had? They play Rogue and Fnatic next week. Where is this stock going?
Those rose-tinted glasses straight back on because I'm kind of in the same boat as Cadril here. I honestly think that Mickey, when he came in yesterday, didn't work out in the early stages for them, but definitely their mid-game map play was better. This could be something that pushes them sky high.
I think you're all investing way too early. Fans at home thinking that XL's value is going to rise, but what do I know? Now, let's take a look at everybody who's bought their Vitality stock. They went 0-3 in Super Week, only to bounce back on a 3-game winning streak. Early investors would have panicked, maybe sold early, but now they're looking strong. On paper, they're looking to challenge the top teams. They might even be a title contender.
Diamond Hands, baby! You gotta hold it on week one. Paper Hands bails out on week one. Diamond Hands stays strong. Yeah, I think this stock's rising.
I didn't have the Diamond Hands. I gotta go dumpster diving for my USB because I gotta go find where I've had these old coins because Vitality look absolutely insane. I'm so excited to see them today.
Take a look at the percentage vote behind you, gentlemen.
Oh my God.
95% of fans at home
6% Paper Hands.
think this Vitality is going to the moon. Thank you all for participating. I hope you wisely invested in the correct stocks. Once again, this is not financial advice. Now, Dagda has joined us all weekend long. I thought I would like to take a look at his home region, not Ireland, the LPL. This is, of course, the reigning MSI and world champions. What is going on over there? I know it is the Lunar New Year, and maybe you can briefly explain what the LPL is for people who may not know.
Yeah, the LPL well, is the Chinese League of Legends Pro League over there. So absolutely going on to the break for the moment, but 17 teams battle it out. It's a lot of teams to try and keep in check with. But yeah, it looks really good. We've just finished week 3. We will be starting back up next Thursday. Following Thursday. And yeah, I'm super excited to see everything. And yeah, I mean, for LPL, a lot of question marks about where those teams are going to end up starting.
No, I don't care about the teams right now. I just have one question. When does Uzi play?
After Chinese New Year. It's the same every year, and I have not read Twitch chat where it's not just, where's Uzi? Even if BLG aren't playing.
Yeah, but the step in for Uzi has been Doggo, and this guy has been playing so well, carrying to so many wins on Aphelios, Gale forcing forwards, incredibly big team fights.
Yeah, Doggo's been absolutely insane, and honestly, he's already talked about how he's been learning a lot from Uzi behind the scenes and get himself set up, and honestly, you can see the results when he's on the Rift.
Well, let's talk about some of the other teams that have impressed both of my analysts from the LPL.
V5, Rookie, and Karsa. The lineup is stacked from just mid-jungle alone. This team is currently sitting at 3-1, and every single game I see this team play, they are popping off, they're smurfing, they're playing so good. And Rookie, to me, I can't wait for the rise of Rookie this year, which I feel like is going to happen again. Every game, so good.
Yeah, if you watched Rookie back in 2021 for Invictus Gaming, he looked sad, he looked lost, he looked like his heart was broken, but coming on to V5, he looks revitalized. I'm so excited to see what he can do, especially that strong mid-jungle, setting up for Photic and PP God in the bot lane. It just looks so damn good for this team.
Now, of course, the photos you're seeing on your screen, they are old. You might remember them from 2018 when Karsa won MSI and Rookie won Worlds.
Yeah.
So look, these are some really big names. Talking about winning Worlds, the current world champions, EDG, they are undefeated, and that is a shock.
They are terrifying. EDG look like, not that they're coming out of Worlds, that they're just going in, getting ready for Worlds. They have all these new picks that they're bringing out, like the Predator Annie as an answer to Jace in the top lane. We're seeing them even innovate on the way that TP's been using the LPL with solo laners TP into lanes and looking for lane ganks off it. It has been so damn clean, and honestly, I thought these guys were going to come in looking weak. I've never seen them looking stronger.
Yeah, they look fantastic. There's 2 teams undefeated in the LPL right now. One of them is the reigning world champions EDG, and one of them has a special player everyone will know, Doinby. He's now on LNG. He's moved from FPX, winning Worlds in 2019, bombing out in 2021 in group stage, onto LNG now, who did make it out. I think that they have such a fantastic roster with Ale in the top lane, Tarzan in jungle, the bot lane with Light, 3i1D, and then Doinby coming in for Icon is just going to upgrade this roster so much. They're undefeated, they look great. Some of their games have been a little bit happy, we'll say, but they're still undefeated.
Happy games, I like that.
Lumao has been an interesting pickup. I know himself and Doomby are really good friends, and they're trying to get that synergy down, but Lumao likes to just kind of wing it sometimes and full send it, so he's got to kind of rail that back in a little bit.
I've been watching so much LPL this year, and one player I've had my eye on, Trevor, is a player called Hang. Now, he's on FPX, he's their support, he's kind of like debuting now. He was on RA, I believe, last year, but now he just looks so good. I call him Hilly Hung because he's so crazy. He'll walk up to you in lane level 1, flash hook you, miss, and then just walk away.
So 2021 Hilly is what you're saying?
2021 Hilly. He sucked all of the int out of Hilly, and now he's just doing it in the LPL, but with style.
Yeah, Flash is just a basic ability to this dude. It is nuts.
Dagda, LNG versus EDG. Who do you think will win when they eventually
EDG
face?
hands down.
Well, there we go.
EDG hands down.
Listen, you've already picked out like incorrect predictions on my show, so I don't know if I can trust you on yours. Let's move on for some legendary players in the LPL to a legendary player in the LEC. Formerly LEC. For the first time since 2013, Reckless is not part of the league as he joined Common Core in the LFL prior to the season. Law is standing by to tell us more about his journey so far in this special edition of Recce Check.
Biggest news we had during the off-season in France. And with Carmine Corp being the unstoppable force they were last year, the expectations were high both for the fans but also for the teams who now had even more fuel and extra motivation to take them down and fight. At the beginning of the year, I got the opportunity to interview Reckless about his new journey, and he clearly expressed that joining this team inspired him to come back stronger, as it gave him vibes from his early days with Fnatic, which he had been missing for so long. Now, Casey and Reckless started out the year with the W, taking down Summer Champions Misfits Premier in the opening match of the LFL, and with this convincing win, we thought that all lights were blue for K-Corp in 2022, but things got a bit more complicated after that. Following week 3, Casey is now 8th team in the standings with a 2-4 record and a 3-game losing streak. With Targa joining G2 and BDS for K-Corp, Casey had to rebuild around younger players with the likes of Centrez and Antera, and this mix of players is kind of struggling to find an identity, which is what we can see through their games right now. Casey have good early games, but they have a hard time translating it into mid-game pressure and well-rounded team fights, which is a symptom of new teams learning how to play together. But we can only assume that experienced players like Cabo, Sakan, and especially Reckless himself will find a way to click together and climb up the standings in the most stacked IRL right now. When we look at Reckless in particular, he is still the stable player we knew from the LEC, and with a better synergy and more time with the rest of the squad, we can certainly give him the ability to be the difference maker we expect him to be with K-Corp and in the LFL. Now, the real question is, should we be worried for Reckless and the Blue Wall? Fans remain hopeful and players as well, and next week they will play offline in Nice, and they will have an important challenge versus Vitality B, one of the strongest teams we have right now in the LFL. This is the moment to turn things around and start making a comeback in LFL Spring 2022. Later tonight, Reckless's former team in the LEC and long-standing rivals Fnatic and G2 Esports will clash in our LG Ultra Gear Match of the Week.
Historically, G2 have had the edge in this rivalry. But with Fnatic's undefeated start to the split, G2 come in as the underdogs. The former champions are starting their season strong, but the other former champions have something to say about it.
The reason that Fnatic G2 will be a relevant matchup always is just like, I guess, the historic achievements from both teams. I think it's just natural that the matches between those two teams carry so much weight.
Fnatic topple G2, and now your Spring!
G2, they take it! G2 are your champion! Will join Man and Rogue at Worlds!
These organizations have been responsible for some of the greatest moments in European League history. And watching them face each other feels like you're watching a battle for the soul of the LEC.
Even if there's only Hylissang left from my time in Fnatic, I can still feel the rivalry going around with us. I will always have that with Fnatic. There will always be this feeling of proving that it was the right decision to move away, even if it's so many years ago at this point.
This is the beginning of a new chapter for both of these teams. It is a chance for these players to stamp their mark on a clash that has lasted years.
With Wunder coming to us now, I think the rivalry got another layer to it because finally Fnatic got a player from G2 and not the other way around.
It doesn't mean that new wounds cannot be formed by old allies.
When it comes to Wunder, I know him and I know how good he can be.
Oh my god, the footwork! Oh! Are they gonna get him? No! Wunder! You god amongst men!
But I also know that he's not always in his top peak.
I mean, if he plays all the mechanically hard champs, I might probably just laugh at him when he ganks my lane, but I think if he can go back to like Zac or Sejuani, I think he'll perform pretty well, yeah.
Jankos are forced to try and take this tower, but it's Jankos from behind!
And new rivalries are born.
I'm really excited to actually face G2 because of my Spanish boy Flacket. I really want to beat him up.
It feels kind of weird to be suddenly a part of it because I've been watching those teams play against each other for years now, and now this year I'm gonna be part of those games, so it's definitely very exciting.
Such a big fan. Ooh, Bones Keeper comes out just in time. Aurelia now throwing out the ult. That's the lockdown. Target is incredibly squishy, but G2 have the damage.
There's the flame chompers. There's Advienne flashing away, but the flash chase is there. Exhaust not enough to keep Advienne alive.
Broken Blade, he's doing a lot of damage.
Ignite is ticking. Jadox is trying to survive, but Broken Blade, oh! This man is prehistoric. He's like, nah. Razork with a great flash kick will just deliver Certus to upset.
Both of these teams have a point to prove. Not just to themselves, but to the fans. Players old and new will have a chance to stamp their mark on the greatest rivalry in the LEC.
Thank you very much, Ferdius. The greatest rivalry in the LEC, G2 versus Fnatic. It is obviously a little bit different this time, as so many players have moved away from the squads, and it feels like a historical organizational battle. The two most successful teams Europe has ever seen, and this time around, it is Wunder facing down his old team.
Yeah, it doesn't really feel like the G2 versus Fnatic of old, but the most important thing here is Fnatic finally took a player away from G2. Instead of G2 always taking Fnatic's players, Fnatic gets one back, they get Wunder. Now it's Wunder versus Caps and Jankos.
It is a new chapter in the rivalry as Fnatic can get their own players back. Dagda, when you look ahead to this game, it feels to me like G2 Esports are the underdogs against Fnatic. But the thing I can't put my finger on right now is just how much.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to not be an underdog going up against Fnatic, right? Only lost to Rogue yesterday, but it did show that they could bleed. And I think the big thing when we look at G2 is the style of game that they play is very much about opening up the map, creating that chaos. And it feels like if G2 can find these side lane plays and look for these picks like we saw from Rogue yesterday, they could take this. So definitely underdogs, but not completely out of it.
Kadril, when I take a look at the players that have come into these rosters that will be wearing the jerseys for the first time, you heard Razork talking about Flacket. You think about the matchup, Flacket versus Upset. You think about Jankos versus Razork. Where do you give the edge on these new players versus the experienced?
I think Caps is going to play a pivotal part in this entire game, right? We saw it yesterday when he's actually out of lane and able to roam around the map and impact the map. This is when G2 starts to shine. You think of their 2019 run against Damwon in the quarterfinals when he's playing Yasuo, roaming top, diving Nuguri at level 5 under his tier 2 with Yasuo and things like this. G2 really looks confident when Caps is confident, and I think mid lane is going to be the pivotal matchup.
Mid lane, a pivotal matchup. That will, of course, be the fifth and final game today. We have an incredibly stacked schedule. The top 6 teams will be clashing in our final 3 games of the day. But I think just as crucially, the bottom 4 teams will be competing in our opening matches. I mean, Dagda, you've just had such a lucky weekend of games, but also this is really where we're going to start to put some differences between 1st and 6th, as well as 7th through 10th.
Yeah, I mean, it's been an insane weekend, and as we look like teams like Astralis, right, you end up potentially going 0-7 here. Not exactly the best of starts if you're trying to put yourselves in towards playoff contention.
Not the best.
Yeah, look, you brought me along for the analysis. Here's that hard-hitting analysis.
That is top-tier analysis.
Can you argue with this? Can you argue with this?
Let's get back to the match ahead. I can't. He's
sometimes good, sometimes not good.
Laura was joined by one of the shining lights for BDS, Syncroft.
Thank you very much, guys. And Syncroft, thank you so much for joining me ahead of your game. As we just said, you're one of the shining lights in the LEC right now, and especially for BDS. Even though you guys had mixed results, how do you reflect on your performance so far?
Hi, nice to meet you again. Yeah, I mean, so far, I think it's been going great, I would say, outside of my Lee Sin game, I think. I don't know, maybe it's just pure luck. Maybe I improved. Honestly, I think I learned a lot from Grubs and Duffy. So maybe that's why I worked on some early game, some tempo in games. So yeah, maybe that's why, and I'm really happy that I could show that in the game.
Yeah, and hopefully you can keep on showing more in the LEC. Could you maybe give me a deeper look and more insights on what Grabs and Duffman have been teaching you so far?
I mean, so basically, like Grabs is just flaming me, like he's just saying that it's just another Polish jungler that sucks and cannot play Nidalee. So yeah, like I feel bad about it, but yeah, I mean, like I can't go more into details. Yeah, like I said, like we are just working on some early game. I think I knew already a lot about like pathings and how should I not fall behind when there are like bad lane states, for example. But yeah, like we are just trying to push that even harder, and hopefully we can also work on my mid game, because I think I used to struggle a lot in mid game and to find myself in the fight. And yeah, I mean, it's just like I said, the learning process for me. I know I'm not 17 years old, but I think I'm open-minded, and yeah, like there's still a lot to learn, and yeah. I cannot give you like more details, about what we work, because like there's a match today, and the enemies, they are just waiting for it.
Sure, keep your secrets, don't want to spill the beans before the day. Well, give me more about the match then, because you'll be facing off against SK Gaming, which are not in a good position also right now. So more maybe about the matchup coming, and also facing Gilius in the jungle.
Well, to me, it looks similar to yesterday game versus Australis. I feel like Gilius is also this kind of player who likes to cheese a lot, so I just need to be really mindful about his pathings and the early game, because like this guy is just not playing according to like standard. Like he can just do something really crazy that can like work or not work, as you could see in the previous games. So yeah, I would just say that this guy is just like high risk, high reward, the jungler. And yeah, like to me, there's like, this team is nothing special. They are probably on our level or a bit lower, I would say. So yeah, it's just about the early game to me. So I just need to make sure I can keep the Gilius. I hope he won't be the god Gilius, versus us today. And yeah, like that's my job, and I hope I can succeed on it. Yeah.
You have your enemy all figured out, it seems, Syncroft, and I can only wish you the best of luck on the Rift today. Thank you so much for the interview. Good luck against SK. And for more on Syncroft's early pathing, back to Dagda.
Thank you, Laura. You just heard from the man himself, and I wanted to quickly run through why I'm so excited for Syncroft. We're going to be looking at the Australis game from yesterday, and there's a couple things that I want to set up just as we get into this, right? So you've got, at least from the get-go, Olaf pushing in on this top side. If I can get this to work. Come on, buddy. I don't know why they let me play with expensive equipment, but you've got the push coming in from Olaf on the top side of the map. This bot wave has also just crashed. So this is going to reset and move back into mid lane. So there's an opportunity here to try and set up for some sort of invade on towards this bot half of the map if you want. There's a big issue though, is that Dayor, as you can see on your screen in the middle here, has just come back off of reset and will have this fast push coming through in the mid lane for level 6. So he'll have access to the Twisted Fate ultimate that he can steal away and look for plays on the map. This is where we start to look at the positioning for Zanzara. Zanzara is massively far behind at this point in the game, and he has two options available to him right now. He can, as we maybe make this a little bit cleaner, we can move him up over to the top half of the map. This is still a level 1 Krug though, which means that if he actually goes for this, it's a pretty big win for Syncroft. You're wasting time, Syncroft can look for that bot side invade, and it's going to look a hell of a lot cleaner for him. Or what he can do is, and what we'll actually see him do, is move back down into this bot side. Instead of going for the actual camps, he can look to get kills and experience that way and try and get himself back into the game. Play off of the fact that Dayor is going to have that level 6 and set himself up for success. But what we're going to see is Syncroft make a really, really good decision. So as we play this out, this is what Syncroft realizes, is that Zanzara is going to go for a play on the bottom side. So he resets, uses the fact that he has this pushing in the bot side, and actually sets himself up. So you'll see, just in a second, the ultimate come through from Dayor. They're trying to set up for a play on the bottom side, but because you already have Syncroft on the bottom half of the map, he's here to shut that down. Now you've got this pushing lane that has already been set up by the bot side of the map for BDS, and it's so simple. All they do is they walk directly in. Zanzara has already put himself in the bottom half of the map, and now Zanzara has got to peace out because there's going to be a whole bunch of BDS players moving into his jungle, and he's forced to go back to that top half of the map and pick up that level 1 Krug. And this is why when we look into the pathing from Syncroft, it plays such a vital part of BDS in setting up their early game and shutting down what so many of their oppositions want to do.
And that's just how the snowball effect works, right? He was level 6 to level 4, but yes, you can keep that lead, but you can snowball it further, press it further. You know you're stronger, and some teams, when they are stronger, they hesitate. They say, well, I could go for this risk, but if I die, I give up my lead, so I'll keep my lead until the dragon instead of just hammering it home.
I mean, I really, really like the fact that we've been talking a lot about Syncroft over the last couple of weeks, and Dagda, when you were preparing for the LEC, you came in with some strong opinions about the impact that this player can have with the team. Now, the question that I have for both of you is, how does the rest of the team get onto the same page? Because one of the themes that we've talked about for the bottom of the table squads is looking for this cohesion, looking for synergy, looking for making the right plays at the right time. Syncroft as an individual is shining, but as a team, BDS are faltering somewhat.
Yeah, and it seems to be a lot of the time coming in towards those team fights, right? Like, you can start to see, at least from the early game, Syncroft is getting these leads. When we get into the actual fights, it's not quite working out for them. Even as well, just the decision-making around how to use teleports for solo laners oftentimes means that you end up not setting up for objectives correctly. They're not really able to cross-map as well as they should like, and they start to fumble come that mid-game.
Yeah, and SK need to match them in those team fights. It's all about dragons right now. That's how the game works. Early Heralds at minute 8, that's why Corki's so strong, and dragon fights. So SK need to make sure that if they're working on anything, it's team fights, because against this kind of team, I don't think they'll struggle too much in lane phase. I think they'll be able to match them. Be careful of Syncroft, though, most certainly, and Adam's kind of counterpicks. But when I look at SK, I don't look at individual standouts. I look at their bot lane as a very strong bot lane, because obviously last year in spring, they made playoffs. They were very flashy, very good engages, very good comeback. But this team to me looks like a locker room diff team. It looks like outside the game with Swiffer, with Treats, with Gilius, they can really get some positive energy into the team and good vibes.
I'm really, really glad you bring that up, because yesterday on PGL, Treats was actually talking quite extensively around how, as a team, they understood the difficulty of their first 6 games that they had to play, the competition against them. But when we look at SK's strength of schedule, BDS today, Astralis, and Misfits next week, SK do have a shot at picking up a collection of wins.
But they need to start winning now. These bottom tier teams, when you're 0-7, 1-4, 2-4, whatever it may be, every win against these bottom teams puts you one step ahead of them, but you don't want to get dragged down by them if you want to make playoffs.
We are nearly at picks and bans. One word answer, SK or BDS?
SK. I like Syncroft, but not of.
Can you count? No. SK or BDS?
I'll go for BDS.
Well, you can count 0-7, but not more than that. Thank you very much. It's time to get into drop for the opening match of the day. Team BDS versus SK Gaming with Gulborg and Dracos. That was so rude. I'm sorry. Like, I was just like so blunt.
I'm a guest.
Oh my word.
Thank you very much. 3 letters an acceptable 1-word answer, 5 words not. We're learning a little bit day by day with this analyst desk. Absolutely love it. Thank you, Dagda, Quickshot, and Cadril for bringing us the start of today's show. And now we get to get into our first game, which I'm excited about, because you don't know this about me, Goldberg, but I love bottom teams versus bottom teams. It's my jam.
Okay.
Some people are like, man, I would love to cast Damwon Kia versus G2. And I'm like, tried it. Me, I live for the teams at the bottom, because they got a lot to fight for, and they'll do weird stuff. And I love it! And it's unclear if we're supposed to speak here, so I'll leave you on that.
Do we make it live? I'm down by number 2, judges. Sorry for that.
As we get into picks and bans.
I'm stopping now. But yeah, I do completely agree, and the fact is, this game is actually a lot more important than it looks like on paper. The next 2 games we'll be having coming up here, Team BDS, SK Gaming, Astralis later versus XL. It's the bottom teams, top 4 right now. And right now it might not seem like a lot, but once we come towards playoffs, once we start looking back at the games, who was close, is tiebreakers implemented, these are the games you're looking back at. These are the games you need to win. So these games actually between these 2 teams are super high stakes.
Absolutely. And sadly for both these teams, their seasons have started so difficultly that it feels like they have to start getting wins on the board. Now, admittedly, Team BDS is just a little bit ahead of SK Gaming in terms of overall standings, but let's take a look in now at the draft. Seeing Caitlyn, the LeBlanc, Lee Sin, pretty stock standard. TF Renekton on the opposite side. Nothing super personal, nothing super targeted, but gonna leave some picks open. Corki LCK fans hate him. So do some LEC fans, and he is going to be banned away at this time.
Yeah, yesterday we did see Syncroft on towards the likes of the Diana. This time around, they go for a power move, blind picking the Ryze. It is a champion that we've recently started seeing a lot more of, and he does obviously bring you some great pressure on towards the mid game. Once you got the Realm Warp rotating around, once you got 2 points into that ultimate, it obviously works out for you a little bit better, but that does leave open a lot of power picks. You got the Jinx available for SK. You can pair it up with the Thresh if that's something you would like to. Historically though, SK Gaming usually pairs this AD cup with a AD carry up with a jungler here onto for Gilius, and that's a lot of power picks open and available as well.
Okay, all I'm going to say is, just a quick note, we have seen Kalista J4 come back, and I'm a tiny bit sad that the iconic Kalista J4 bot lane from SK Gaming is not going to come out in the hands of Jesu and Treats. Now, I think the Jinx is good, however. I like this because yesterday, didn't love the composition that SK Gaming put together. Jesu trying his hands on the Xayah. You can certainly see how that would be a powerful pick, but I like these scaling options, especially against two teams that have been a little bit up and down. Scaling feels like a surefire way for some safety in the mid to late game.
Especially for SK, because now you got reliable carries to play for in the late game, and something SK has been lacking so far has been an easy way to the mid to late game. But once you can be stable with these champions you have now drafted for yourself, it does become a little bit easier. Though the adaptation on the side of BDS is that they want to be playing around with ground too, so locking in this Jace up towards the top side with a minimal amount of counter picks available to you, unless you want to neutralize it with a Malphite, is a good power pick, or power response rather, for BDS.
GenX, of course, a man who loves to have counterpick on the top side of the map. We'll see what he wants to go for, if he wants to fight fire with fire and something a little bit squishier, or go for one of those safer counterpicks, the Malphite, as you highlighted. Certainly taking their time here, SK Gaming. The Graves coming through. Expecting that to be the Graves top lane for Gen X, so see how that matchup works out. And obviously Jace, a little bit of range advantage there early on, but Smokescreen going to be huge value as we move into team fights, especially against a short-range champion like Ryze.
Yeah, currently with SK Gaming draft, though, they do lack Engage, even though Thresh would be very nice pairing with the Jinx here just to save them with the Dark Passage. Not having any way for you to start up a team fight can become quite difficult, although you already have the scaling aspect. So it wouldn't surprise me to see BDS try and take away some of these engaging supports as well. Granted, BDS haven't picked the support themselves, so you are hurting your own champion pool at the same time.
Sure.
But that is just the price you have to pay when you prioritize the top side here. I'm expecting a facilitating bot side, at least from Team BDS, because it looks like they want to play for the top side, right?
And interesting that the J4 is going to be the ban away here. I think just targeting Gilius a little bit. You heard Synkrov not too concerned, unless Gilius can pull, can go Super Saiyan, can pull out the God mode, or does something a little bit crazy. Neither of those things have come true so far this season, but we'll see if he wants to mix it up in any way. J4 definitely cover pick, taking that off the board. But the Thresh, wide open and available. Yuumi being banned away, interestingly enough. I guess really not wanting to let Limit get attached to Synkrov, Nuclear, and Adam, one of these major damage sources.
So it seems like what SK Gaming is just going to be looking for is picking that jungler here on 4th, revealing the flex and the Graves. I mean, either that or you 4th pick obviously your support here instead. But I feel like for SK Gaming, it'd be very nice if they could just get the counter pick for the support, have Gen X and Treats to play for. It's something we've really been lacking, seeing them take control of the bot side. So what I would really like for SK Gaming is just say, all right, let's play with our hand open. We're going to reveal the flex, or just pick 2 champions that can be flexed into both lanes here. So both Wraith and Olaf right now can go top and jungle. So SK Gaming keeping that flex alive in the top jungle side, and then saving the support counter pick for potential bot lane to play for here. I like it from SK.
I like saving that support counter pick, especially when Treats has been such a huge clutch factor for this SK Gaming organization in the past. Would love to see him on something very engaged focused, but in this meta, you never know. A lot of viable range supports, and I love the lock-ins here from Team BDS. X-Matty now set up to live on an island. Just chill against the Jinx. Limit can play to bully out that lane with the Karma, or he can roam to set up some of these other more aggressive champions in the Jace and the Ryze.
Yeah, this is great. Gives you so much mobility to play around with as well, with the Mantra E from the Karma. Obviously going in with the Ryze, you're very low range, but if you get that extra movement speed to play around with, all of a sudden you can become a lot more dangerous. Locking in the Lulu here would be so pivotal though, because you're not getting contested in the lane. Ezreal and Karma is not the kind of lane that can just pile on towards the Jinx, and even if they do, there's Polymorph, there's shielding, you can even go exhaust. So this should be free scaling from the SK bot lane, which is great. It's something we've been lacking away from them to safely get to the late game. Now on your bot side, you should have an availability for it. But where they need to be careful is BDS strength. It is the top side of the map. It's playing around with getting priority for the Ryze, moving it up towards the top side, and get Adam going on this Jace.
definitely something we have to keep our eye on, especially crucial now for Syncroft to step up. Yesterday, he was a huge piece in BDS's performance, and I think in general, BDS has been a team that's been heavily reliant. When they've looked good, Syncroft has looked good. It almost feels like the two are unintertwinable, undetwinable. Weird.
Inseparable?
English Harald, inseparable. Thank you, Goldberg. Very good.
Thank you. You're welcome. It's not often I can come in like this.
I'm going to pretend that was a vocabulary test. It wasn't. I'm just bad at words right now. But maybe that doesn't matter. We are moments away from Team BDS versus SK Gaming, two very explosive compositions. Scaling on the bottom side for SK Gaming, safety on the bottom side for BDS, explosive power on the BDS top side. Well, a bit of explosive power and scaling on the side of SK Gaming. So we're just going to have to keep our eyes on both sides, see who comes out on top. Junglers in the early game going to be pivotal in this matchup. Two teams fighting it out at the bottom of the standings, looking to claw their way back up into a playoffs contention.
But I do completely agree. Junglers here in the early game will be so pivotal, especially Gillies here in the Olaf. I feel for SK a lot. The fact that they haven't been able to get themselves going in the early game has been due to the fact that, yes, there are some synergy issues between Gilius and the rest of the team sometimes, but it's also just some unfortunate situations. Yesterday's game, they had a good skirmish up towards the top side. They forced a flash in the early game on Alfari against Vitality, but even then, they got choked down in the mid lane. They couldn't get the priority to move to, so that's where it became a little bit difficult.
There's a lot of almost great plays.
That's what I mean, and that's the thing why I said it's a bit unfortunate, right? Because I do believe that SK yesterday had a good idea on how to play the early game. This time around with an Olaf 2, you need to make the early game work for you. You need to find a way of getting that pressure to play for.
Yep, need to see a little bit more follow through there. Good ideas are great, but if it costs giving the enemy Corki double buffs in a lane where your Orion is already losing, it's not always worth it. Luckily for them, no Corki, no Orion. Instead, we see a very different matchup. Nuclear Int pulling out the Rise, versus the Victor here. Phase Rush early proccing, keep our eye on the trading and who can actually get pressure here. Victor with a bit of a range advantage, but for now, doesn't have too many ranks in that Death Ray, so won't be able to sustain the lane pressure too easily. But the Q, Siphon Power early on, just a ludicrously powerful trading tool, is unsurprisingly, range supports, range carries on the bottom side. Just going to be a lot of poking back and forth.
Yeah, how this lane should go between the two AD carries is just the waves being pushed back and forth. Normally, we would say, okay, the supports can get out and roam though, but Enchanters doesn't always have the best roaming setup. Right now, there's not the best setup for your lanes either. If you're S or if you're BDS, obviously Nuclear Int with his flash, E, get the root down with the W, would be something to play for, but even then, can be easy to get away from as Certus if you have a flash to follow. So they're not having that CC can be a little bit difficult. Junglers right now, Gilius pathing up towards the top side, Syncroft pathing down towards the bot side. I think most of these junglers are just going to go for full clear, try and see if they can get their second clear going as fast as possible, and then after start looking for these objectives, because as an Olaf, Gilius, that first Drake, that's just going to be super important. But Syncroft, having the intel on him, it's actually just going to go in for a little invade here. He knows this is spotted. He knows Gilius is here, and I am not actually too sure if he wins this level 1.
Axe. Good damage now coming in. Gilius leaping away. A lot of bursts coming through from the Zen. Gilius going to walk away. It means a free red buff coming through. Good on Syncroft to contest. Getting the flash out as well is massive here in the early game. Nuclear now stepping up. This is very aggressive. They're going to try to follow up. They're going to go for it. Huge aggression. But again, Gilius 2 charges of Smite means he has enough health. Not quite to survive. The OG logo coming out. Well, if that isn't a flashback, respect to Syncroft.
And they're not done here because this is a wave stacked up by Adam. TP has to come out from the side of Certus. Now they can just back off. They spend another summoner spell of SK. And brilliant from the side of Syncroft and Nuclear Int. They got together for that play as a duo. Something we saw yesterday as well from BDS. But they continue to pressure on this time around.
And Goldberg, I think it's just so impressive, again, from the BDS top side, and especially Syncroft and Nuclear Int. These are two of the guys that we expected after their first games in the league to play pretty well together. It hasn't always shown through, but in this game versus SK, they've absolutely shown up. Really heads up individual play from Syncroft, making good use of that mid lane pressure, and Nuclear Int exactly where he needs to be.
That is the thing I was about to say, because initially I thought the Olaf would have the upper hand in the 1v1 scenario. But with Nuclear Int moving in from the mid lane, no way for Certus to give a response because he's too busy catching the wave that we pushed in. It's just super nicely done from BDS. They pick up on this early game.
Yep. Big lead. already 600 gold. Definitely not going to feel bad. And Limit, we weren't sure if he was going to roam, but he's coming into mid lane. Fishing for just a bit of damage, getting these small advantages, making it that much harder for Certus to sit and comfortably farm in the mid lane. Keep in mind, if this gets into 1-3-1, if BDS are able to get Nuclear and Adam out to a side lane, Certus might struggle. He might be just stuck on wave clear duty for a very long time. We know the Victor can be powerful in team fights, but if you have to 1v1 on the side lane, it's not always going to feel good until you got a few more items under your belt.
No, but for the side of BDS, it's also keeping this pressure up. Just getting this one skirmish isn't enough for your composition just yet. If you want to go out to a 1-3-1 situation with the Jace and with the Ryze later on, you need to be sure that you're taking care of all the enemies you can have on your side in these side lanes. So you want to make sure that the Victor and the Jinx won't get too much to become too much of an issue. So finding more of these skirmishes, invading on enemy jungle camps with the pressure you can from the laners, definitely the way to go.
Yep. And you can see right now, at least BDS sustaining a push here. Looks like it is going to bounce back. See if SK can do anything else in the meantime, but relatively quiet from the side of SK, just forced to respond. Gillies being put behind is a big deal. Again, SK Gaming this season, early game has been rough. And we've seen glimmers of hope in team fights. We've seen glimmers of hope in individual plays and individual moments. But because the early game has been so consistently bad, and this game versus Vitality was especially difficult, it's hard to know what other skills they have because they're just not getting past the early game on even footing.
My main issue with SK is also the fact that we've seen them be able to team fight. Like, we know that they can do this in the late game. The problem is, it always comes in way too late. It's always when they're sitting at your Nexus towers they're going for it, or it's always at the last Drake that they're finally finding a window to go for a fight out of nowhere. So it just always becomes so difficult for SK because we don't see them be proactive in the early game. I'd say the biggest strengths for SK right now is if they can stay even, because I won't even ask for them to get ahead in the early game just because they need to get their fundamentals down.
Well, and they're already behind 1,100 gold. Again, difficult position to be in. As you can see, Maddie sitting very comfortably on the bottom side. Big thing here for SK, they don't really have any hard engage. They have a ton of team fight damage. Graves gets a flank, Olaf gets a flank, or is empowered by a Lulu. Yes, they can get some work done, but they don't have that reliable, hard setup CC. BDS doesn't have a ton of CC, but they do have a Xin for the engages, and they do have the Ryze point and click, which is pretty solid on the EW, but both teams being relatively CC-less means setup, good vision is going to be that much more important.
Exactly, and it can also just means that we're getting some insanely weird fight later on where it seems like no team is willing to step up just because they have no realistic way. I'm coming in with a reliable engage. So for the side of BDS, it is going to come down to a lot of the poke. You have the Karma, you have the Yeshriel, you have the Jace, and then when the time is right, you can set a Sentao up for a flank with a Realm Warp, or something along those lines too. Where on the side of SK Gaming, they need to be on the objective first. They are reliant of BDS running into them so they can kite back with the Victor, so they can kite back with the Jinx. Because running forward with these champions into a poke composition, it's just not going to do you much. And now, bot lane, BDS, having the wave pushed in towards the bot side means they can move up into the river with Syncroft starting up the Drake for himself. And as you can see right now, there's no way for SK to have a reliable response. You could argue that if the vision was proper, Gilius could be invading the blue buff right now, but he's just not in right position. So SK, they're not able to trade this off anyway.
Yeah, and you can see XP advantage for X-Maddie right now means that he's able to get the ult early, keep the wave push up bottom, and because it's before 8 minutes, there's no counterplay really on the top side. Similarly, Gilius not really in the area, just now grabbing those Raptors. We'll look to get the Krugs respawn. Red buff should be respawning pretty soon, but overall, really difficult position because now the resets are going to come out, and if BDS want to start using their resources towards the top side, they can contest that Herald. Already question mark pings going down, and frankly, it just feels like a fundamentally very clean early game coming out from BDS.
Exactly, and right now I'm looking at the map. I'm just struggling to see how SK is going to find the response here in the early game because it just seems like there's no way for them to realistically go for it. Every time there's mid lane priority with Nuclear, you can see they're going. They got solid vision here in River, 3 pink wards as well, so Realm Warp comes out.
It's the bait and switch. They expected him to be going for Herald, but no, they're going bot lane. Limit is going to get taken down. Jezu now dashing out to safety. That's going to be massive. So it means at the end of the day, it is just a 1-for-1. No other objective there for them to take. Means there is a man advantage on the top side at this moment for SK. Gen X and Gilius look to lock down this Herald. It looks like they are going to do so. The fact that that only ends up being a 1-for-1 is super positive for the side of SK.
Yeah, but death timers, they're insanely low, so Limit, he's already out on the map. You can see in the minimap right now, he's moving up towards that Herald. Treats on the other end for SK, coming from the top side too. So I don't think we're actually done fighting here. Ultimates are up for Syncroft if he wants to go in.
Can be a bit risky, though. Again, fighting to the Victor, fighting to the Graves. That smoke screen, always a bit of a difficult proposition. Limit in the area, though. Big shield. Ulti coming out from Gilius. Ulti coming out from Syncroft. It's getting lower and lower. It's going to come down to a 50-50, a smite fight. SK, can they sink their burst damage? That's the Victor ult now going in. Might be BDS looking for a little bit more of a flag. Oh, the smite comes in, and Syncroft takes it. SK have to walk away empty-handed. It looked positive. The ulti is going to connect, but won't find the kill. Overall, though, BDS just continue to win out.
Yeah, HP bar just not low enough. And as we take a look at the replay once again, the setup in the beginning is actually quite interesting. BDS, they want to go for this Scuttle, and then when they see Treat step up too far forward, they want to commit to the play. All in all, this is not too bad. We're just trading even with 1-for-1 for Jesu here. Actually super decent. You push in the bot wave, you can go for a reset here. The problem comes when you start playing up towards the top side. You still don't have that engaged. You're getting poked down, and in the end, when Syncroft have the ultimate to go into your carries, where one of them is a Graves, one of them is a Victor, it just becomes a very difficult fight to pilot.
Certainly, and that's one of the reasons that I just love Xin in general, is that new ulti. I say new, God, he's been reworked for so long now. I'm an old man, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to like boomer you right now, but it just happens on occasion.
But I agree.
It's so powerful. It's just such a powerful tool, and it gives him so much fake tanky stats, and makes him such a reliable frontliner. Unless, of course, you're playing against something like a Ryze. And Graves, admittedly, is going to care a lot less about that once he gets time to scale up. But that's a Vamp Scepter and double longsword here. Gen X not that scary yet, but he's going to be very scared in just a moment if he doesn't get out of there. Collateral damage to escape will just clear the wave. Syncroft looking for a lane to use the Herald in, looking to, again, grow this gold lead.
But they have so much time on BDS and that Herald still. What you can just wait for is Nuclear with this blue buff. Just let him shove out the mid lane waves. Start moving around as a unit. Syncroft, Nuclear. Oh, Nuclear, you need to be careful
damage, though. But that's the phase rush. He just walks away. They don't have any hard CC. They can't lock him down. Syncroft now going in. Ezreal out from downtown. Limit going to take that one away.
Yoink for Limit. Another kill for the support there at the first kill. He got to fix his KDA. 1-1-1. Triple ones there. But that also means you can now push in the mid lane. You can start up a Herald, just get some gold funded into the Ryze if you want to. You can even go for a reset. You still have so much time on BDS. So there's no room to stress. There's no reason to it. Syncroft has a whole bot side he can just clear. His own bot lane has just reset. And once this team comes off these reset timers again, well, you can still look for a play like this. There's just so much room to play for and so many possibilities for BDS.
Yeah, for now, Nuclear ain't going to resume control in the mid lane. This is a big team-wide reset. Most of these synced recalls here means everyone's going to be coming out on the map at the same time. A lot of waves to be tidied up. So a brief pause here on the side of SK before BDS are going to make their next play. But sadly for SK, outside of that 1-for-1 on the bottom side, things have just not been going well at all. Felt like that Herald was probably free, but BDS smartly read that the SK probably overplayed their hand on that one. And now we get to see where Syncroft is going to use this.
But it also came down to how well Syncroft shut down Adam in the early game. The small priority you had from Nuclear, knowing that if you shut down the Olaf in the early game from SK, it becomes incredibly difficult to play. Oh yeah, on Gilius there. That just makes it super easy for them to make sure that SK, they don't really have that driving factor in the early game.
Yep. Treat's in trouble here. Playing with fire, where's the wind becomes lightning. Ooh, feel like he could have gotten around the traps there,
maybe.
But look, Xin Zhao's been eating recently. You know, he's been bulking. He's not confident in that hitbox size. Said. A little bit of poke here, just clearing the way, trying to snipe Treats out. And again, the pressure just continues to mount. BDS using their small advantages, using their lane pressure to move in, to try to take resources away. Now they've got Prio in the mid lane. Gen X maybe going to try to get something done on the top side. But Adam does a ton of damage. Immortal Shield Bow stopping any further potential play, but Herald getting dropped mid. More money being funneled to the back pocket of Nuclear. And BDS are simply running away with this game.
Yeah, look at the gold as well. 3,800 for Certs is now on the side of Nuclear, and we're in the 5Ks here, baby. So opening up this mid lane turret is just going to make matters worse from the side of SK, because every time you're pushed in longer. It's going to take you one more extra wave in terms of time when you're pushing before you can respond to the roams that Nuclear is going to be coming out with. And I really like the way BDS was setting that up. They baited SK into a blue buff fight, said, hey, if you want your blue buff, you're going to have to fight for it. Then when they came to fight for it, they were forced out of their mid lane. There's no way for them to get back, so they just had to go for the reset. So the attacks BDS are coming through with all the time are just separating SK, making sure that they cannot get anything in the game.
No. And for SK, we'll look ahead to team fights, we'll look ahead to scaling, but it's still a long way off for now. BDS are in control of this game. And important to remember, stakes here are pretty high for both these teams. It is only week 3, but remember, both of these teams are pretty far down in the standings. SK Gaming and Astralis there are highlighted, but it's the team BDS. and SK Gaming that we're talking about right now. 2-4 and the 1-5. Now for Team BDS, they're right next to Excel. Excel picking up Mickey. A lot of people think maybe they're going to be the surprise playoff contender. BDS, they beat SK. They start beating some of the teams around them. Maybe they too can make that ambitious run. But if SK lose here, they feel like they're down there with the straws, where you're like, they can play upset, maybe there's a miracle, but you lose a lot of hope for any playoffs contention if SK drop a game against BDS here.
It's also the fact that you're playing catch-up with Misfits and Vitality right now, and Vitality definitely on the uprising as well. So dropping games to people in the lower end of the standings is definitely not what you want to do if you want to look towards playoffs now. Treach, Jesu are moving up towards this mid lane too, so maybe they can find a fight.
Coming in, Wild Growth, now they're going to turn, but no damage going on to Syncroft again. Xin Zhao ult, is it balanced? More on that in the next fight. For now, it's looking like the answer is no. Well played by Syncroft. SK able to walk away with their lives, but burning a lot of cooldowns there. Zerto's flash ulti coming out, flash ulti coming in from Treats from downtown. Can he do it?
Steal the cannon.
He can steal 2 creeps, and that's what I like to see, X-Matty. All the CS belongs to you, buddy. Following the legacy of great AD carries.
Yeah, take it, man. There's a reason he's sitting at 150 most CS in the game right now. Oh, never mind. Gen X just took it back. Well, he was close to, just because of that ultimate.
Sure.
But once again, it's the fact that SK, they can't respond back, Drakers. Every time BDS goes for something, they're the one winning out on the exchange. You can see Jesu, Treats, they tried moving up towards the mid lane. They tried getting a pick onto Syncroft. And they didn't get one, and because they left bot lane, they lost that bot side tower. So every time they're making a move, they're not getting anything. In fact, they're actually losing because of it.
And Goldberg, I'm gonna be honest, the SK Gaming are good at team fighting thing. I believe it, I still do. I just don't. Hope is running out for getting to that stage of the game, because like Ryze is almost at Fimbulwinter. He's gonna be unkillable. He has phase rush, which means, yeah, if somehow he gets CC'd, reminder, there's none on the side of SK. They've got a lot of damage. They got a lot of range, too. Keep that in mind. The Jinx, the Victor, tons of range. Absolutely outrange the Ryze. The Olaf and the Graves, however, do not. He can run circles around those champions. And since the Olaf is behind, he's going to feel kind of useless in a lot of circumstances. One of the circumstances which he's going to feel very useful, though, is if he gets to 1v1 versus a Karma. He will beat the hell out of her. I will say that. So Limit does still have to pay with respect.
That's what we're playing for SK right now. Let's try and see if we can isolate enemy support. Gilly as you go for the solo kill then, yeah?
Literally, that's all of Season 3, by the way. That's how Faker made his name. Don't trash talk isolating and murdering supports. But to be fair, he didn't do it on Olaf.
Was a thing back then.
He played Ahri, and there was Zed. Also,
and Syra was meta.
Also, supports didn't have items, for the record. They just didn't have items. They had crap in their inventory.
You were playing LeBlanc and Ahri with DFG against Nami, Karma, Syra, all the most enough about that.
Look, I'm saying spiritually,
yeah,
an Olaf with Gore Drinker and enough axes can eventually emulate the power of... No, that's not true.
You've had enough. I hope you get it out of here. We need Reality Hammer back for this one.
Reality Hammer it's a 4K gold deficit. It's 2 Drakes. Ultimately, it might come down to a single big team fight where SK, if they do not get vision control first, are going to have a very hard time winning because, again, they have no reliable CC. They have no reliable way to pull the trigger and are entirely reliant on BDS opting to fight them. But there it is.
It is. And it's sad to see for SK because it seems like they're coming in with like 60% of the right idea, and then the rest of the 40 is just where it starts to collapse. They've had nothing to play for this game, but now they're trying to find a pick.
Well,
yeah, okay, I guess that was it.
The no CC thing and
kinda
the
hurting them a little bit.
In gold makes it very hard. And again, you can play a composition without CC. It's just that when you're behind, it makes it very hard to find picks, and picks are usually the easiest way to come back in a game where you're behind. That said, Trap's going down. SK trying to get some control over mid lane. We're already split into a 1-3-1 here, but you got 2 members barreling in on the top side from the side of SK. Churtos and Gen X are going to try to break a tower here, but already Adam just looking to cancel some recalls. He's going to back off, going to let Graves walk away here. Another Herald going to be used there, which is going to mean more gold over to Nuclear. There's a TP coming in, but there's a lot of members of BDS on the bottom side. Gen X has to be careful. Luckily, Graves' wave clear is ludicrous, so he's going to be fine on that one. But you can already see Nuclear does big damage. He doesn't give a damn about that smoke screen. Minion line might not protect Gen X for much longer as the Ghost comes out. Gen X isn't going to be the solo bolo. Clean flash away on the cube, but the point and click makes it easy. Solo kill for Nuclear In.
Yeah, Nuclear In has definitely been stepping up this week. He's been doing a phenomenal job in the mid lane fight. Continues.
Big damage coming in. That's the Realmore coming into the backside as well. Gilius going forward. Rise going to go into the midst of the fight. They're going to take down Treats. And it looks like they're going to get a little bit more as well. Gilius running limit, jumping forward like he has something other than a snare. But he forces another flash out in response. Rocket.
Yeah.
Not going to connect, and sadly, that was the silver lining for this Cloud. So now, SK are just getting hosed.
Watch out, Draker's Rocket's coming right next to you. And it goes wide. Once again, Drake will get picked up, though, and it's difficult because you can see it's desperation as well on the side of SK, with Gen X just trying to go for a solo play here. He picked up this Mythic, but Nuclear is so far ahead right now to the curve. Remember, he was funneled that mid lane turret in the beginning with all 5 plates.
Yeah.
Arguably, he did split it with his team, but still, he's just so far ahead. And the rest of the follow-up fight, Adam coming in for the river, splitting up Treats, splitting up SK with Wilmore ready for Synchro and the rest of them to join. It's just difficult.
Yeah, you just see SK kind of get herded there by the BDS lineup, get pushed back. And it's now 3 Drakes. It now feels like it's not a sure thing because we're 19 minutes into the game, almost 20 minutes into the game, folks. And there's always potential to outplay in a team fight. We saw it in Misfits versus G2 yesterday. Crazy stuff can happen in a game of League of Legends. But the odds were close-ish coming in today for expectations. But now the odds are very, 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 very much in favor of BDS at this stage of the game.
It is still a 5k gold lead, as you said. Bounties are a thing from the side of SK. How they'll pick them up, I'm not too sure just yet, because if you take a look at the lanes, they're struggling to push in bot side. Adam is taking care of it. Matty is standing in the mid lane, 1 versus 3.
Matty is level 12. He has 2 items. He gets to ult and Q every wave before Jinx even gets to auto-attack the responding wave. Jezu can't walk forward. Treats can't walk forward. No one can walk into Nuclear In. Some people maybe can walk into Adam, but then who else? What are they paying for it? This man's not afraid of the...
They're arcane shifting forward, Drakers. They're not scared. They know even if they go for fight, they'll probably still win it.
Because there's hope and there's dream scenarios with team fights. But honestly, SK are like, X-Matty, please just arcane shift into us.
You might do it.
Just get greedy, you know?
That's the game plan at this point, guys. Just let's try and make him arcane shift forward. The Treats go out, you're bait. And that's even worth it. Like, sacrifice your poor little Lulu for a little shutdown. That's what you're chasing right now. You're chasing shutdowns.
Dang. That's dark times for SK Gaming. Again, I want to call back to the expectations for this team coming in. It was hard to know 100% where they would end up. They could be anywhere from bottom of the table to middle of the pack. You have 2 incredibly historically clutch players on this lineup in Gilius and Treats. Jezu felt like he was coming into his own. He was starting to become more and more of a reliable carry. Gen X has been solid for SK. Searches was a relative unknown, but sadly, some of the parts has not been strong against so much of the competition. Sitting at 1 and 5, you thought maybe they'd go toe-to-toe with BDS at 2 and 4, but as BDS have been getting better, it feels like SK have relatively stayed the same. Now, admittedly, it feels like they're focusing in on that team fighting strength that we highlighted earlier.
But that's
sadly,
the thing. BDS seems like a team that evolves. Like, BDS seems like a team. They have team play with Nuclear and Syncroft. They're moving around the map as a team. While as we take a look at SK, as you just said, they haven't evolved. It just seems like 5 players playing in a game together where they struggle to find a win condition together.
And it's hard. Gilius falling behind in the early game certainly cost him a lot, but Adam getting caught out, that's big, that's a start. This could be the fight that they're looking for. Gilius now running forward. Syncroft trying to get a little bit more space with the ultimate. Nuclear is still incredibly powerful. SK have to be careful not to overstep here. Good damage on a Syncroft. SK smell a little bit of blood in the water, but they can't get too greedy. That Rise is very strong.
Seems like they're just going to be backing out of this one. They can get the mid lane push in though, but there we have it. The engage for SK's composition. Jinx's Flames Chumbers. I guess that's just your reliable form of CC when they're charging your turret.
And look, it's a start. 1 minute and 30 seconds left until the mountain. It means that SK can maybe get some control over the area. Sadly, BDS have immediately responded by moving to the top side of the map and getting control on the other side of the map. Still a bit of vision there in the pit. Blue trinket goes down. We're going to see what the resets look like. It's Matty that much closer to a 3rd item. Looks like... Huh, not sure. What's the 3rd item for Ezreal here? Place your bets.
Could be Crown of the Shattered Queen.
That feels like the best, yeah. That's a great, that's the most obvious and I think solid choice, yes.
To come into this one, but yeah, I mean, I'm just going to wait for it. But we have seen Ezreal's go a lot of 3rd item mythic that's just AP instead. We saw it on Kai'Sa too, although We haven't really seen it be played. But the thing is as well, with the response that just came through, because we talked about, okay, 1 minute for Drake, let's see what the setup looks like. Nuclean had a very good response where he moved up towards the top side, as you mentioned. That meant that Certus had to go give a response to this one. And because they had to enable the top side by clearing waves for Certus, they kind of just couldn't get the mid lane priority or get the mid lane turret taking down. You can see it as well. It's a long lane once again for BDS where they're pushing SK back down towards the bottom side. Adam is also pushing them back. And the further you can push them back before the objective really spawns, the more time you get when you start it up. And the more careful SK has to be when they're walking into the fog of war.
Pull back here. I think you're right. You can see vision control laid down. Lots of good control wards. SK slowly fighting back here. SK don't mind if they fight for the pinch, but you can see the minions on the bottom side are doing a ton of work. SK caught between a rock and a hard place. They can stick around and contest this objective, but they're going to keep losing by being in the area. Losing these little things like the waves that are barreling in on the bottom side of the map. Eventually, maybe even an inhibitor, but you can see Certus in the meantime is getting lots of poke down. Adam missing these shock blasts means overall positive health trades until Xmatty leaps forward. Realm Warp now coming in. Jezza looking to be the one isolated. Treat's now the one in trouble, leaping backwards. He's going to polymorph one, but he can't polymorph both. That's Synchron ulti coming out. Gilius looking to fire back. Gravity Field buys a bit of space. Genex trying to lay some damage down, but Xmatty stepping forward. Victor damage enough to bully BDS back, but SK are the ones who have to retreat. Gilius blinking red, Treats blinking red, Mountain Soul in front of BDS, and SK won't have the tools to contest unless... No, that's not going to do it.
It's not going to be the one. Matty has the arcane or the ultimate though if he wants to try and snipe up Gilius in the base. Looked like he's just going to be recalling it just like that. Soul going over to the side of BDS. And the pressure, they can keep it coming because there is a naked inhibitor on the bot side. Adam does have to teleport. He can just move himself down there, keep the pressure up, make sure SK has to devolve multiple members for you to really make sure the inhibitor won't go down. And when that happens, BDS, they can't just look on towards the Baron and they can't just try and put the finishing touches on towards this game. SK, despite that little fight they had in the mid lane around the tower, they really haven't found any footing in this game.
Yeah. Overall, incredibly clean game from BDS. We're 2 kills and I think a tower away from a perfect game.
Gilius doesn't have ultimate.
Gilius.
Goodbye.
Okay, that was really bad. There's nothing else to say there. I guess he thought maybe, just maybe, he could sneak into the pit. He could do something. He could save it. But that was just a flip, and he landed on tails. That was...
I'll solo Baron, guys.
Bad.
Don't worry.
No, you take a risk to contest. I think that's the theory there, but ultimately that was... That tells you right now as the audience the desperation that's coming through, the death ray, maybe the Hail Mary after Hail Mary that SK have thrown. But no, it's BDS with the Baron here. Genex is going to get a tower back. Objective bounty is big there. And as predicted, Crown coming through for Xmatty. But feels like we are now just waiting on the BDS victory lap. Slow, steady, controlled game from BDS against SK. Really feeling like they are a cut above.
Yeah, you can see Matty even got the Potion of Wrath, I do believe it's called, to get that extra AP and AD. Just because they know they're going to be finishing out on these last pushes now in with the minion waves. You can get the mid lane priority. You got your Baron off minions up towards the top side. Gilius trying to clear them out with the axes. That's just not going to work, buddy.
He's just
and it's the thing, like, SK haven't played this game. Yeah. They've not been given the chance by BDS, but they've also not pulled the trigger either.
I mean, Olaf fell behind, and that made a lot of things very difficult. A behind Olaf, less useful than a behind Jarvan, which is saying a lot. And now, we're just kind of watching the slow, steady siege. BDS pushing in. Hugely important win for them again, being at 3 and 4. Excel will have to see how they fare against Astralis later today. If Astralis find the upset, BDS will push themselves above Excel into the running with so many other teams fighting for playoff spots. A lot can change in a single week here, especially when it is best of 1. But for right now, it looks like SK are down for the count. Surely the referee is just counting 1, 2, all the way to 10. And it's just a matter of whether or not SK can stand up and do anything, but for now, they are powerless.
I thought they're going to continue with the Realm of Dom towards the bottom side, but it seems they just want to be methodical about it. Now that the super minions are respawning on the map as well, top pressure will be applied, mid pressure will be applied automatically by the super minions, and evidently they will just be able to try and put the finishing touches onto that bot lane inhibitor, and they should be able to finish it off. Although, I will say, we watched G2 yesterday. That was kind of like, oh, you were sieging up your last turrets. This is the last copium I'm trying to bring into the game, okay?
Bro, no, we're done. As the copium's over. I'm with you, and I appreciate it, and I think that there is, because it's a game where people can make mistakes in a game where people can make heroic plays, but there just aren't a lot of heroic playmaking champions on the side of SK. There's no flash forward Cassio ult. There's no crazy J4 engages. It's true. It's Olaf Lulu. So if Gilius gains 3,000 health worth of stats here and another 200 damage, Lulu can speed him up and he can kill everybody. And that's great, but that is actually not how League of Legends works. So sadly, no matter how good SK push their buttons, they just don't have the right buttons to do anything in this context.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's going to create a mistake where you're stepping forward to the Chompers as well. Maybe Jesu finding it with 3 items on the Jinx now, but even then, you got this Insao ultimate, you got the poke coming out from the Jace and the Ezreal. They're just arcane shifting forward.
Syncroft going in, goodbye to the 80 carry. That's one damage source gone. Super minion wave coming in as well. One tower going to fall on Nuclear just standing on the front line. 4 members of SK just walking back into the fountain. Maybe they can get a kill onto Nuclear and he steps back into the Graves damage. He's going to survive for now. Nexus going to fall. BDS up to 3 and 4. SK down to 2 and 6. A clean win from the side of BDS.
Exactly. That's a very good side for BDS because they barely made any mistakes that game. You can argue they had like 1 overstep in the mid lane, but even then they're so far ahead that it just didn't matter. And I'm very impressed by Syncroft and Nuclear Imp. I feel like these two coming together as a jungle mid duo is really refreshing, especially because what we saw in week 1 was just Syncroft running around topside, making sure Adam was comfortable all the time. This time around, Syncroft is making sure the team is comfortable. Matty, Limit, they're on weak side dealing with the Ezreal Karma. I just feel like from draft to gameplay to execution, BDS showed up and really showed there is a gap between these two teams.
And certainly a step in the right direction. You heard Syncroft talk a little bit about Gilius in his interview with Lore before the match was underway. Talked about, you know, hey, maybe he can pull off a miracle. Well, you definitely make that a lot more difficult when you invade him at level 3 and then kill him with the help of your mid laner. That single play felt like it snowballed the game in favor of BDS, and they kept that ball rolling the entire time. Key player of the game at LEC on Twitter. Syncroft, Nuclear Ant, or Limit are your options. You can go either way, to be completely honest with you. And I hope that for the sake of BDS, this is a sign of more of what we can expect to see from them in these clean, coordinated early games. Nuclear Ant on Rise, definitely looking solid, looking good. That said, SK need to see more in the weeks to come. Because we always say you're not out till you're out, but like, it really starts to feel like every game is do or die when you're this far behind, because
don't worry,
it's so
they're playing
hard to
Astralis
recover.
next week, so Astralis versus SK. I mean, who's ready for that? I'm ready for that. No, you wanted the bad games. That is the, I was about to say a very bad word, but that is one of the better games to look out for. Can I
That's
sell?
what I,
Yeah, I'm trying
that's
to sell
what
it
I want.
to you. Yeah, me too.
That's what I want.
I would really love that.
No flame, guys. I just like, that's what I like.
I
It's a
want
little
the best
dark.
of
I
5
mean,
of
come on.
that.
They're in the Dream Crush bracket. Someone's dreams are getting crushed, but at the end of the day, Team BAS right now is the one crushing dreams because they're celebrating their first 2-0 week in the LEC history, and Lore's joined by Limit to talk about their wins.
Thank you, Dracos and Limit. Thank you so much for joining me. First 2-0 for BDS in this LEC 2022. And, well, tell me about the results, the fact that you went 2-0 and the expectations you had in coming in this week.
I mean, especially after the last week where we got stomped by Rogue, it was kind of a wake-up call, you know, like we had to get some stuff together. So for this week, we just decided to focus on the fundamentals. Grabs and Duffman did a really good job of like setting goals, and we just really focused towards them as a team. And I think it really showed, you know, we got really important wins against the teams that we consider weaker than us. So it's a good morale boost and a good setting for next week.
It was still early in the season, but I saw some of the players, especially on Twitter, saying that we have to win this week, we have to stay in contention for playoffs, even though you could have turned it around later on in the season. How hard is it to keep your hopes up, especially that early in the season, because nothing was lost for you guys, you could still bounce back?
I mean, yeah, it was still pretty early, of course, but I guess you just need some wins you need something to base your hope on, right? And I guess the easiest way to get them was winning against Astralis and SK, right? The teams that are on the lower part of the standings. And now we can just continue riding that wave.
Yeah, I really hope this was the confidence boost, at least you needed to go further in the season. Maybe a few words on the synergy you have with Maddie on the bot lane. You guys have been struggling a bit so far, but how is it going, and what's the steps for fixing the mistakes that you have been doing, maybe?
I mean, yeah, as I said, we are quite like critical, I guess, about it in scrims, in review. You know, like we focus on it. Especially, we had like as I mentioned, the Rogue game where we just collapsed on the basics, the fundamentals. You know, we just lost the game because of that. So we had to drill it in. I think it already shows after a week of just actually focusing on it that we are in a much better spot as a bottom and as a team in general.
Yeah, and we can see the improvements indeed. I want to follow up on something you said earlier in the interview. You were mentioning Grabs and Duffman and what they've been able to bring you in terms of keeping the team spirit together, if that makes sense. Tell me what they've been teaching you so far with the experience they had with G2.
I mean, it's for sure, like, you can feel the experience where they just talk about stuff, you know, like they went through this stuff a million times with G2, right? With the tournaments they played and stuff. So it's obviously we're very blessed to have them and help guide us on how to play the game. But of course, like outside of the game, you know, we just play games, we just hang around, we're friends, and that definitely helps a lot.
Well, that's very nice to hear, and I hope this will be the beginning of a new journey and brighter days for Team BDS. Limit, thank you so much for the interview. Congrats on the 2-0. This week, we'll see you back in week 4, and we're going to take a short break now, but don't you go anywhere because we'll be back in a couple minutes with more League of Legends as Astralis will face off against Excel. Stay tuned.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
They are out there, waiting to be discovered. Some of them are big, and some of them are small. But that's the thing with ideas. They don't just come to you. To find them, you have to move. Kia, movement that inspires.
A lion! Oh yes, the king of the jungle. Time for a quick Red Bull?
Red Bull? But you still won't be quicker than the lion!
I don't have to be quicker than the lion, just quicker than you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Every moment of my life for this, and you expect me to just call it quits? Not likely. Coming for the title at the top, you won't stop me. Think that I missed my shot, but no, I'll be damned if I give you a chance to take us down again. I've got what it takes to get you in the end. I'm mad, I'm upset, I'm inspired, I won't quit. You can call yourself king, but I won't submit. We are never gonna stop this. Be the ones to end this. Never let this go. Threatening, this will be a day of reckoning. Treat you sow the seeds that we've come to reap, and believe me, defeat is in your future. I don't need a crystal ball to see the way that you can lose us, all the ways that you can fall. You call us fanatics, but you're the one who's obsessed. Claim to conquer it all, but you just write checks. Another player in your sights, but you don't understand. You'll never have shit on a self-made man. We are never gonna stop this. Be the ones to end this. Never let this go. Threatening, this will be a day of reckoning. This is our time. To our war cry. We fight for those you left behind. We live for those who were denied. We know your fate is set in stone. We've come to take the throne. We kneel to no more kings tonight. We bleed but won't give up the fight.
Welcome back to the Analyst Desk ahead of the second match of the day as XL Esports hope for the Mickey X effect to kick in versus Los Astralis.
What you gotta do with them like that,
Let's start by talking about XL. They brought in Mickey, and yesterday's game was interesting. It ended up being a loss versus the Mad Lions, and I think the fact that he played the Galio in the bottom lane, it had me scratching my head. But Kedril, what do you make of, first of all, the draft, the approach, and then how Mickey played?
Well, the draft was just literally a little bit surprising. I mean, I understand the Gallia, we talked about the peel, but with the Tahm Kench buffs, with the Senna buffs, we expected Senna Tahm Kench to come in. I don't think Tahm Kench was banned away either, and Mickey is a Tahm Kench connoisseur. I think we didn't really see much of the Mickey X effect this game, I want to say, because of the level 1 invade towards bots.
Yeah, I think that played a big factor, just the fact that you had one Marcoon set behind by the invade, but also then the death for Mickey X and bot lane put them behind. But I also think, like, because we've seen this composition a little bit in the LPL, right? But oftentimes what we end up seeing this paired with is the Jhin, which kind of fits the utility of the Senna, right? But we end up seeing it with the Leona more often, and I think that was something that was really lacking here. I get the Galio for the Akali that was there, right? But it definitely felt like when we got to team fights, there was no real way for these guys to start a fight, right? Maybe you get a lucky Veigar cage, but it felt like you had the Gwen and the Xin Zhao constantly trying to chase the fight, whereas you have the Varus, you've got the opportunity to kite back there alongside the Victor. It makes it very difficult for this composition to actually find the grip in the fight.
Yeah, and I think that the early game was quite slow from XL. The split map, level 1 invade, Mickey dying first blood, obviously they fell behind, but they stabilized the game. And when they stabilized the game towards the mid to late game, that's a good sign. The only problem is they got an Asher stolen away from them, so of course they fell behind. They found a way back in once again, which was good. They were putting up a fight against Mad Lions, who are known for their team fights in their mid game. It's good signs going into day 2.
It is indeed. I want to break down some of those plays because we do have a couple of clips from that matchup. And we'll start off by just showing some of those early game movements that both Kedril and Dagda just talked about.
Yeah, so it's just a massive fight. This all comes down to communication. Are we chasing? Are we not chasing? Iloya kicking into Armwood was great, but then let's just watch Patrick on the right-hand side. I'm not sure what's happening in the comms there. He gets caught out and dies eventually. And then Armwood gets caught. Great fight for XL. Can start to move front to back. These kind of spells and these ultimates that these players have with Varus, Veigar, and things like this, it always ends up in one person dies, then one person in your team dies, and you just kind of slow chase and it turns into 3v3s.
Yeah, and you can see that for this fight here on your screens, you almost see how this composition can work, right? Where you end up having Mad Lions take that step too far. They're able to open up the fight for XL, but unfortunately it just isn't enough at the end of it. So I think certainly a little bit of a struggle there for XL when we got towards the fights, and we saw that where Finn was constantly trying to find these flank opportunities because they couldn't quite fight the front to back, and it meant that oftentimes they ended up separated rather than actually working together.
Now, for XL, they are facing off against Astralis, and it's going to be a very important match. When we look ahead, XL's matches next week is against Rogue and Fnatic before we then start the second round robin. We are taking a look now. SK just dropped the game. BDS picking up a win. XL only have 2 under their belt. So in this race for playoffs, and as you start looking to the second half of the spring season, a team that hasn't picked up any wins at all is now going to be Astralis. They continue to struggle. 0-7, as Dagda put it earlier today. Let's talk a little bit, or looking at potential 0-7. Let's talk a little bit about Astralis and maybe what they need to do to change things up, because I quite liked the approach yesterday, but it just didn't really work out.
Yeah, we talked about it a little bit yesterday, saying that we actually do like the compositions that are coming out from Astralis, right? They've got this really solid team fight. A lot of it, though, is focused around dive. And these dive compositions are great when you're ahead or when you're even. But the problem for Astralis is that oftentimes they end up losing out in the early stages. We don't really see them cross-map for things like the Dragons, so they're not really getting any gold or anything back when the opposition is getting these advantages. And then when you come into these fights, like, right, well, we got to throw ourselves face first into this team. Well, what do you do when you're 3,000-4,000 go behind? Like, you have no other option to really play the map. So I think coming into today, I want to see if Astralis are able to take this slower in the early game, come in with just an even footing into these fights, and especially if XL are still looking to get, well, their own footing as to how they want to play team fights. And we've seen that they can separate out themselves from the front line and the back line. Maybe these dive compositions can't find a footing, but it's a tall task.
Final thoughts?
I completely agree with Dagda. They're basically turning up the fights with half an arm. You know, they've already been cut off in the early game, so they need to make sure they at least stabilize something in the early game. So it's an even fight at 20 minutes. This is the problem. They're faltering before these fights even kick off.
That they are not the Black Knight from Monty Python. That is more than just a flesh wound. Let's find out whether or not Astralis can pick up their first win against XL and Mickey X.
I don't know. I'm kind of getting concerned that comparison is just 100. I think they might just be the Black Knight from
I
Monty
completely agree. And I've actually watched that. That's a brilliant movie. So I completely agree with that analogy.
Oh, I forgot I have to ask you if you've seen things.
Oh, I love Monty Python. Just dry British humor. That's, I mean,
good.
I've not seen too much. I don't just start mentioning a lot of it. But that movie is
There's hope. There's hope for the next
definitely
generation.
rewatched multiple times.
Is there hope for Astralis, though? That's going to be the big question. We're getting ready for picks and bans. Excel yesterday struggled a little bit. See if they can improve on that performance. See if they can secure a few more Barons. Astralis, see if they can show us anything.
Is that not just the thing as well? For Astralis to show us anything, it seems like every time I watch this Twin draft, it's always the same. It's White Knight on Kennen, it's Carpe on Sire, it's Promiscu on Rakan. It just feels like this team is taking what is comfort to them, but the comfort is not working out for them. Deo as well in the mid lane, he's been very happy to play the melee laners. We saw the Silas into Twisted Fate, but the draft they had against BDS yesterday, they gave up Jinx, Diana, Twisted Fate. Like, I feel like they're making the game hard for themselves in the get-go.
Sometimes, when you're really struggling, you simplify things by sticking to comfort, but when comfort isn't super ludicrously OP champs in the meta, it's not going to work out. And it means giving up things like you just highlighted, like a Twisted Fate, like a Diana, not always a good deal. We'll see what the strategy is going to be this time around, though. For now, lots of bot lane focused bans. The Caitlyn and the Senna coming out on the opposite side. However, little respect for Dayor and to just the current meta. These are the two premier mid lane options at the moment, the Corki and the Twisted Fate.
Yeah, and I wonder now with so many hyper AD carries coming through right now, what is the power pick that you feel like as Astralis is first pick worthy? Because I look at the players, right, that there's nothing where we just go like, okay, you're going to be the star player for us. I wish we saw more of Carpe, the Mr. Consistent, showing off, being drafted around in a meta where you scale, where you have a guy who's known reliably for showing off in the late game team fights. First picking Sensao in this instance would not be a bad shout. It gives you a lot of good early skirmishing potential. We saw Sensao try to do a little bit of it on the Viego, was unsuccessful with it. This time around, can get another chance for it.
Yeah. The trade-off, though, is going to be the Lee Sin, the champion we've seen so frequently banned away. Xin Zhao feels like he has a little bit more immediate, reliable return. The power that ultimately, the power of the 3-talent strike. But the Lee Sin kick, the potential to change a game in a single moment, obviously can be a very explosive champion. Vex, a champion that has fallen to the wayside for the most part. Good news, obviously, she can interrupt so many of Lee Sin, well, all of Lee Sin's dashes with that fear. Certainly a strong tool to have, but a champion that we haven't really seen reliably have strong outputs whatsoever.
It's dangerous though, because Victor's still up, and you can go Victor with Airy, just poke her out of lane. But I will say though, we were talking about comfort, and Dayor's best game arguably was on the Vex in the first week we had of LEC. So I still think there's options to punish, but XL, they opt in for Jace. It's a champion that's shown up a lot in our games recently, and I think it makes a lot of sense, because you're forced to play around the poke of Jace, you're forced to play around the poke he brings. And that is difficult for a lot of teams that don't have that immediate engage. Right now, from the side of Astralis, you do have some backline dive with the Vex, with Sensao ready to dive in on the front line, though.
And we've also seen that Finn, regardless of what happens in lane, can continue to contribute on that champion. And it feels like Jace is in the meta to a certain degree for anybody. And that you get 2-3 items, it doesn't matter if you fall behind in lane. Your massive, massive damage output is still hugely valuable in team fights. That said, respecting the Xayah pick that you called out earlier in the draft, immediately going to be taken away from the side of Excel, limiting some of the bot lane options. Double AP with an AD jungler on the side for Astralis. Bits and pieces here, waiting to see that mid laner, waiting to see what the other solo laner is going to be for the side of Excel. But be curious to see if any Thresh bans are going to come through from the side of Astralis, or if they're just going to really give Excel free run of priority picks in the bottom lane.
Oh yeah, sorry, completely misread that one. But also at the side of Excel, with the Jace, that can arguably just be flexed into the mid lane. It's not a bad matchup. The ranged of Jace into the Vex, dodging out of the poke, really nice. And then you can just look for a counter pick on towards the Gwen as well, obviously. Jace is already a good pick into that one, so I just feel like XL, they have a lot of options into the composition of Astralis, and having that last pick for themselves does not make matters easier. But you called it out, the Thresh ban, just to make sure that the safety of the Jinx will not come through. We saw Nuke Dog on this Veigar yesterday, and honestly, I think he played it quite nicely despite them losing out. There he goes, once again, locked in. It's a champion that just creates such a broken space with his E ability. It's one of the best basic abilities in the game, in my humble opinion.
We talked about it yesterday. We were talking about what is the most broken basic ability, non-ultimate ability in League of Legends. And it feels like it's probably Vigari. It is a ludicrously powerful zoning tool. It's so good at controlling team fights. And yes, if White Knight, if Zanzara get on top of Nuktuk, he's certainly going to suffer. But as long as he knows where they're coming from, that cage gives him so much room to work with. That said, super explosive bot lane pairing just coming through for Astralis.
Yeah, not bad. Okay, so we wanted to see aggression. We wanted to see a lane to just play for. Coming in with a Lucian Nami like that, with someone to play for like Kobe. It's not someone to play for in the mid to late game. This is someone to play for in the early game. And Astralis arguably haven't had the best early game, so now you need to make this bot lane work. Because your top lane is going to be pushed in by the Jace. Vega's just going to be chilling and farming. You need to find that proactivity in the early game. XL responding back with some disengage in the Lulu, something to defend the Jace.
I like to see it. Some solid zone control, some good engage tools on both sides. Decent amount of CC with the Xin Zhao, the Vex. Nami, obviously a good disengage as well. Really want to see what Kabe can do on this Lucian. Obviously, a champion who can take over a game, who can get very out of control, but definitely going to be difficult to play up against the likes of a Lulu, as you highlighted. Against that Vigar and that baby cage, when all things considered, you are relatively short range outside of the culling and that Q. But we'll keep our eyes in the early game to see where both sides are going to go. Last game, we saw a single level 3 gank, a single level 3 invade into the jungle, shut down Gilius and SK Gaming instantly. We'll see if Excel or Astralis can look to replicate the same thing here.
I think jungle tracking, especially for Astralis, is going to be the name of the game, because if you can get Vex priority, even just let the waves stay at an even wave stay, move yourself down towards the bottom. You got immobile carries on the other side. You got the Lulu, you got the Jinx. You can make sure that they're falling behind, that they're off the curve against the Lucian and Nami. You can completely take over the game. You farm up the plates, you move up towards the top side. For Astralis, the key to this composition lies in the early game, getting that bot lane ahead.
Absolutely does. Here we go. It's time. Astralis versus XL. Who will come out on top? Here we are. Tension mounts. Cool Vex chromas have been unleashed. Dayor's taking this one seriously.
PogChamp on the side of the bot lane. You can see Electrocute Nami is the name of the game as well, so they want to be aggressive down there. Exhaust has been picked up by Mickey and heal on Patrick. Obviously, you want as many defensive tools in this bot lane in the early game as you can have. You want to be able to survive it, and you want to be able to make it to the mid game. In the mid lane itself, Nuktuk is most likely just going to be farming up till he get his boots. He's going to be annoying with that Predator, and creating that control with the baby cage around the members of Astralis is going to be key. Dayor, luckily with the ultimate, will luckily pass through it. But if the rest of his members cannot follow up, he might be caught off guard in team fights.
Certainly could be the case, but a lot of what ifs, a lot of potentials. We'll see what comes to fruition. I think it's good, though, that we take a moment to highlight what could be the glimmer of a hope for Astralis, and that is their man in the mid lane. Now, it's been a rough split so far, but as you highlighted, one of the best games he's had so far this season was on the Vex in the early weeks. Now we'll see if he can continue to keep up relatively high kill participation, relatively high damage numbers, and obviously a big source of team's damage here. Now, Vex, not the easiest champion to play in mid to late game fights. Early game, she's actually very strong, but we'll see if he can find that impact, find those big ultis into multi-man fears, if he can be the big difference maker here for the side of Astralis, because we really need somebody to step up on this lineup if they are going to start finding wins.
Yeah, I'm just saying, Dayor solo killed VTO on this Vex as well in the first week, so him finding pressure in the 1v1 on this champion is most certainly something we could look for, and right now it seems like Nuktuk will just be playing the matchup on the back end too, but that's okay for the Vega. You're not supposed to be winning it, you're supposed to be stacking up with your Qs, which on this patch obviously had the buffs on the cooldown, and it had the buffs on the stacking you get from farming up the minions. Down towards the bot lane, level 2 has been secured first by Mickey and Patrick, and that does make matters a bit more easy. It seems like they're going to be team collapsing or crashing the waves first.
Yeah, not sure exactly what happened there in the level 1. Lulu Glitterland certainly a bit more of a powerful early wave clear tool than anything Nami can bring to the table, but one worth reviewing later. For now, levels are going to even out as Dayor lays down a little bit of vision here. Tracking can now be relatively confident that Lee Sin is moving towards the bottom side here, and that poke's just going to continue to hit Nuktuk until he builds boots. It honestly feels impossible sometimes to dodge any of Vex's skills in lane without boots.
But that's the thing, both bot laners, or junglers rather, has moved down towards the bot lane, so the scuttle that spawns in just less than a minute. Might be a little skirmish that they want to fight for, but right now it's going to come down to whoever has the bot lane priority. And as it seems like, Patrick and Mickey has been able to pick that up. So the bot side scuttle, I think it should just go over to Makoon, unless Sansara can get into the river in time. And due to Makoon skipping his Crocs on the top side, he is just here before time.
And I think it's interesting to see a shift. I think when Mickey X again joined this lineup, expectations, and this was literally yesterday, so bear with me here. A few days before that, technically. First game was yesterday. Played Galio. Wasn't the best game. Obviously, high kill participation, but 7 deaths not what you want to see. You heard it highlighted by Dagda. Maybe something with more reliable engage instead of the defensive ult of the Galio could have done better. This time around, on a very, very defensive support in the Lulu. Doesn't have those big, hard engage options. So we're going to have to see if that kind of decisiveness that they brought Mickey in to fix is still going to carry through when he has a champion that can't really do a lot on its own.
Let's have a look on the top side, though. Makoon still haven't farmed the Croc, still haven't gone for the Scuttle. Finn stacked up a raid for your White Knight. Can you outplay this one?
Split call on the bottom side. Looks like we're going to see something as well. Patrick might overstep. Good damage going into Finn. Finn incredibly low. Marcoon has to be careful about this one. White Knight trying to make his way out. Tower shot going in. Marcoon, is he still going to go for it? Is he still going to fish for it? White Knight still standing. E in, leap out, just barely survived. Wave crashing in at the same time, and Kami goes down! Oh, everything just went from bad to worse so quickly for Astralis.
Yeah, remember how we talked about the early game needs to go well for Astralis? This is kind of the opposite of what I was talking about. And with a 1v2 for Patrick to come out while Mickey was out putting Waltz in the river, that's most certainly not what you want to see as Astralis.
No, that's
a bit of a disaster, I'm going to be honest with you.
That is a big disaster. I would say that 1K gold lead at 5 minutes, pre-5 minutes qualifies as massive disaster, as we see absolute supportal combat. Electric going to get procced here, so we'll balance out, but Promiscu not able to stop the wave from crashing into the tower, as he may have been attempting. Good news for Excel, continues to stack as Dayor is out of corrupting potion stacks, and Nuktuk is sitting very comfortably in lane, already getting his back off. Dayor had to use his TP, but didn't get any items from it.
That's actually pretty interesting.
I'm not gonna lie, I missed what happened there.
I missed that too. That must have been a TP where he just didn't have the items, or forgot to buy them, I suppose. Let's see if he comes through with someone now. Yeah, that's the Sock Boots followed up immediately. Just give you some magic pen and some movement speed to play around with, but yeah, it's interesting. Up towards the top side, Finn loves this wave state. He can freeze this just outside of his own turret. He has his own jungler in the background as well. Nuke Dog has the Predator if he wants to move up. So Sansara, he realizes this. He has to shadow. Because if his top laner is not able to push this lane in, then he's just going to be starved off of resources. So they have to share the XP together here. They have to make sure the wave can crash so White Knight is able to lane. So good little adaptation from Sansara in that instance. But once again, they're just playing bad damage mitigation. It is XL who's in the front here in the early game.
But we've seen a lot of solid XL early games. So the question again becomes how quickly can they transition this lead? Can they make it matter? Can they make it into something more? Because we cast our minds back to the Misfits game where, hey, they've cooked every objective. Things were looking pretty easy in that sense. The goal was very close, but they came down to a single team fight where they lost everything and the game instantly turned against them. Part of the reason why they're 2-4, despite so many promising starts, is something we're going to have to track as we move later. For now, the pressure just keeps up for XL. Patrick walking in, poking, laying down those auto attacks left and right. And Kabe, while you expect Lucian to be this powerhouse, is not doing much of anything in the lane right now.
And it's a small thing as well, but because Sansara showed on the top side, that gave the intel to Patrick and Mickey that they could just be pushing for one more plate. Then they crashed the wave now, and they back off because they know Sansara is out of the map. So they lay down the defensive vision. Patrick
walks away. Sansara going to get the knock up here. Bubble's going to come down. Good chain CC. Kabe dashing in, getting some good damage down. Patrick just going to drop. Kill goes over to Zanzara.
A bit disrespectful. Should not have died. I do believe Sansara was spotted on the pink vault, but Patrick, maybe he was in the shop. He definitely didn't react in time for that one. But they should have been able to get out scot-free. Either way, Astralis, they punish out it. And what can they get? They're pushing in the bot wave right now. Are they trying to go for a Drake? They have a window if they knew Makoon was up towards the top side, but they're not going for it.
White Knight going to have to leave the tower here. Again, more money being funneled into the back pocket of Finn because White Knight cannot approach Finn, able to freely take one plate, potentially even two with a wave this size. If White Knight comes back to contest, he could find himself getting knocked down very quickly. Ulti is up, and there's no Ignite on the side of XL, though, so that healing could pay off, could stop the dive from coming through. But now
Despite
a fight
Patrick
over blue
dying
buff.
as well, Mickey just coming through up towards the reset here on the top side means that they can go for this fight. Promiscu, he's making his way up as well, but Nuke Dog is around the area, so we might just get a little team fight around for the blue buff, but no. XL, they are pushed away from it. But that means they could just fight for Herald spawning up in a few seconds. There it is.
Backing off again to clear Raptors instead. Mickey only level 5, walking into mid lane. Dayor relatively low on mana, but he has a cookie there. And Finn now walking away. He's a fast boy. He can leap in and use the combo to proc phase rush. He's going to do so. Smart heads-up usage of the Keystone there, but it might not be enough to save him. All those needles going to connect, but not quite enough to finish the job.
And then again, Astralis, they struggle to find something. Can they get an objective of this, though? Because now members to push back. Dayor almost caught by the cage here. But no, it is Makoon and the rest of XL moving up towards the river. You can see Patrick pushed in bot side. He's moving before Kobe as well. But he's closely followed on the minimap. And they're just not giving up. Finn just TP'd back as well. And White Knight, he does not have TP. He's down half HP. And therefore, he cannot stick around any longer. So once again, the pressure XL is bringing to the map is just choking Astralis out. And they're not even getting Drake for it on the other side of the map. They're getting nothing.
And it's a slow, grindy war of attrition. So many cooldowns traded back and forth. So many health bars, no real deaths. But ultimately, it's XL who are able to stick around. XL who are able to now take this Herald and will further extend their gold lead. 1.3, 1.4K at this moment. Kami might be able to get some plates back, but you can see XL zooming down to the bottom side to catch that wave. And once that's Herald used, you expect 2K lead in favor of XL.
But it's XL once again driving the offense, and Astralis just responding to it. They're being very proactive, and I kind of wish they would have just decided to trade on the other half of the map. Try to play for bot side, then try to play for Drake. At least get something, because right now you're just handshading, losing everything. Although they were down 1K at 5 minutes, they're still 1K down at 9 minutes. So, I mean, they've stayed even with a deficit. But outside of that, they haven't gained anything they needed to in the early game. And we talked about it. Not getting Illusion ahead just feels so terrible because you are getting outscaled on a Jinx. She's longer range. She got eluded to play around with the movement speed as well.
Definitely difficult. You can see Promise Q getting poked out in lane here. Whimsy comes out to make sure Patrick doesn't take the bad end of a trade. As Nuke picks up the blue and will return to mid. But I think it's such a good highlight. It's just going to be difficult to play against this Jinx. The Vigar, regardless of how you feel about his scaling, is just going to be so good for zoning people away from the Jinx in these late game fights. Lee Sin can be disengaged, Lee Sin can be engaged. There's so much flexibility on this XL composition, whereas Astralis feel like a lot of these pieces just want to go in, want to leap in, and XL have so many tools to stop that from happening. As big damage getting laid down on the Kabe, little bit of a trade back, but ultimately definitely does not feel like Astralis are getting what they wanted out of this bottom lane.
But it doesn't feel like they're trying to put resources into it either. You can see Sansara right now on the minimap just moving back up to clear his top side of the map. If he cheated his camps, he could have just gone down towards the bottom side, tried to look for something with the Nami wave. Instead, once again, XL with the offensive. Can try to look for a skirmish in river. Nuke Dog is around, Predator boots active, but no, they're just going to go back to laning phase.
They were spotted out. Patrick incredibly low. They're still going to try to finish Kabe anyway, though. Coling now coming out. That's the wave. Heal going to the side. Wild Growth. Both these bot lanes getting really aggressive. Neither one able to find a kill, but a lot of cooldowns burned there. Critically, flash for heal. Long term, that's going to favor the side of XL.
And resets coming through in the mid lane as well. Looks like bot lane still going to continue on this lid. Mickey getting low as well, but I think XL, they're just going to be crashing this wave. They're going to be going for a reset with the rest of the map. You can see Nuke Dog TPing back into the mid lane as well. And with this, maybe Makoon is just able to sneak away the Drake. He's hovering right now to make sure Patrick is safe. Maybe he wants to stay one more wave, but no, they are just going to turn on towards the Drake.
Well, in respect to XL, they're pushing their boundaries to try to make sure they can get exactly what they need in terms of recall timing. And Sansara waiting in the darkness. His creativity, something that we know for. He's going to try to run out here. Phase Rush proxy leaping out to safety. Sinzao can't get in range. It's going to be big, but still he manages to hit with the wind. Becomes lightning. The follow-up is clean, and that's going to be a kill on the top side for Astralis.
And there we have it. Finally some creativity out from Sansara as well. Just waiting around the alcove. A little bit cheesy, but either way they get something. But on the other side of the map, once again, you just get more. They pick up the Drake. Rift Herald is up. Patrick's just going to be farming 5 plates for himself.
Nuke Duck trying to zoom out there with the Predator boots. Can lay down the baby cage, but is waiting for now as Mickey comes in to back him up. Dayor going in, but is going to get stunned in the meantime. Now Mickey looks like he is going to be sacrificed. The flash over, back into enemy territory. It's creative, but Markoon is on the way. They don't have enough tools to kill him. He manages to make it out alive.
Oh, that's great stuff from XL. They don't lose towards the mid lane here, and they can just go for the resets. They can move their resources up towards the top side if that's what they want. Jungle Camps is up towards the red side on the top, but Astralis, they're in no position to contest any skirmishes here, so looks like the resets are just coming through. You can see Patrick, he just picked up the Gale Force as well, so the 2v2 down towards the bot lane if they want to continue it. It's only going to get more scary as well. And it does give you some more room to be aggressive on the Jinx, because now you have some more disengage factor. Lulu in the back pocket. It's a scary, scary Jinx moving on towards the second item.
Absolutely, and good of the observers now to bring up the gold for us. You can see 800 gold difference there in the bottom lane. That's going to be the big one, the big factor that you need to keep your eyes on. Jungle, pretty close. Top lane, pretty close. A lot of smaller gold leads across the rest of the roles here. But bot lane, the big focus as that one continues to grow. Now 1,000 in favor of Patrick. Getting a Jinx online this early, a very scary prospect, certainly.
I mean, good on White Knight for at least being level 10 in this matchup against Jace. I mean, it's actually a bit difficult because quite often on the first wave, you are the one getting pushed in. You saw he got dove as well. So despite him not having too many resources outside of Sansara just ganking him, he's actually been able to keep up well and nicely. And that is great because that Hollow missed on the Jinx, or not the Jinx, but the Gwen rather.
The other blue-haired
Yeah, exactly.
person. There you go.
Can be someone that can at least give you some front line to fight for in the mid to late game.
Yeah, but again, gonna see what Astralis can do with it. Mid-game execution's going to be big here. Definitely feels difficult. Feels like the arena has been set for the next fight. When becomes Lightning missing is big. It stops Zanzara from getting that extended charge range. He's now running out to safety, taking a ton of poke. If they can get his ult out before the fight starts, that is massive. See Dayor, meantime, pushing in on the bottom side. He's not going to be able to come to the next fight. Instead, just going to focus on clearing that wave as XL, putting all their members on the top side. And I got to say, love it from XL. Your Jinx is fed. She is strong. Rotate her around the map. Take every tower known to man. Classic Jinx strategy.
Finn does have his own TP coming out in just a bit as well. So now with the bot lane pushed in, Dayor's going to back. The wave's going to be picked up by Finn. And we're just going to get into a little bit of a stalemate around this Rift Hell because that's why they're all hovering up towards the top side. They want to fight for this one, but right now Astralis has actually been the team to make the first move. They're the one who's gained control over it. But if you start it up, if you start getting clumped up together in a group, that is where Veigar is going to start having a field day. So it's going to be interesting to see how they want to navigate this because they're still trying to keep the control on their side.
Well, and again, we can see the situation where Astralis, really hard for them to find picks unless XL have egregiously overextended, similar to last game, because they lack that immediate, reliable, hard CC. Only that third hit from the Xin Zhao going to be the simple point-and-click option, but he has to get in range to do so. That said, Astralis starting the Herald. XL, is this the fight that they're looking for? Is this the arena? It doesn't have to be. Finn is pushing on the bottom side. That tower going to pose a huge gold value, but the TP now coming out means the White Knight will be in the bot side to stop, and now XL are taking that as their cue to move in. Already Herald has been picked up. Marcoon missing the kick is pretty big. Promise Q not going to get slow here. No. Zanzara appears like he's going to be in trouble. Dayor, though, the one to keep your eye on, will not get locked down. Astralis walking away with the Herald scot-free. Patrick leaping forward. Gale Force in with the Chompers. But XL can't find the engage either, and it means Astralis are able to grab the Herald. They're able to use that TP down to the bottom side, and frankly, get just about everything they want in that exchange.
Good on Astralis there. They actually go even for once in an exchange here. Finn was pushing down towards the bot side, but the TP came in to stop that. Now, the thing is, what can you do with this Rift Herald? Because Rift Herald is usually a tool that you're going to have an easier time using if you're the team ahead, if you're the team making a proactive move. But right now, Astralis is not the one setting up the lanes. Astralis is not the one who's going to push in mid lane and then move towards the side lane to set up a Rift Herald fight. They're going to once again have to be a little bit creative again, and it's going to be on Sansara to find a pick. Luckily, he does have to set up on the Sansara to try and get a knock-up. But outside of that, XL is just going to be pushing in turrets.
The White Knight feeling a lot more confident here. Finn, of course, with no healing reduction. May have trouble. Has a lot of upfront burst damage. We know sustained damage will go in favor against the Gwen if she can survive in the extended exchange. XL moving towards the bottom side. 20 seconds on that Drake. That is their next major objective. See what else can get done here. Dayor in the area. Level 11 on the Vex. This is when she's pretty powerful. She's got the extra itemization. Maybe Dayor can get something done. Astralis trying to cheat some pressure in the mid lane by dropping this Herald, making XL choose, hey, you can leave this mid lane and go for that mountain, but it will cost you dearly. XL a little bit split at the moment. 3 members in the river. Patrick and Mickey holding down the mid lane. The charge will surely come through. Not nearly enough damage in the mid lane to stop that one.
Exactly. XL quite split at the moment, but they can take care of the Rift Hell. They can try and regain the pressure around the river, and they can try and catch someone off guard.
Baby Cage goes down. One member locked up. Flash away from the ultimate from Dayor. Mickey going to get knocked up by the waves there. Patrick now going to be in trouble. Marcoon leaping forward to body block. Wild growth already used. Dayor going to land the flea. The chain CC is there. The kick has connected, but there will not be follow-up. Predator coming out. XL backing away. And now they're the ones looking to break up in the mid lane. You can already see the recall coming in from Dayor. He does have the TP. This could be Dragon for Astralis. Should be Dragon for Astralis, but it's going to cost them the mid lane tier 1.
Yeah, they just don't care about the Drake anymore. They know they're coming ahead. They know they're taking care of the objectives. And with the mid lane going down, that's going to give you some more pressure to play around the top side now as well. So, decent decision from XL. They don't lose any gold value. They do lose a mountain, but it is not the worst nightmare situation to be found yourself in.
No. And Excel keeping the gold lead 3K deficit at this point. Definitely a difficult situation to be in, but hold their own in that exchange. And you can see there's not too many major itemization differences on either side quite yet, outside of the rapid fire cannon coming in for Patrick. So as long as Patrick doesn't get to free hit, not that much of a difference between these two teams in terms of relative items. That said, we'll see what happens on the next objective. 4 minutes and 30 seconds to the next Dragon. Minute 44 till Baron. No one's going to be going for a cheeky 20-minute Baron in this game, but always something to keep your mind on.
Yeah, and I wonder how aggressive XL want to get now, because they actually have room to get a little bit aggressive if we take a look at the minimap. Because soon in a moment, Rift Herald, or not Rift Herald, but Scuttle will be spawning. You also have Blue Buff spawning in a second. So with the members of XL pushing in the mid lane, topside being pushed in, they get to have to move up first. And because of this, yes, you can see they take care of the Scuttle now. They move into the blue side jungle, and they keep excelling their pressure. So once again, great rotations from XL. And they should just be able to create skirmishes around this Blue Buff if they wanted to, too.
Yep, you can see Mickey leashing it now. Just trying to secure it. Zanzaro is going to realize that they're there. Does not have a man advantage. Is going to go for the contest anyway. Will lose out on the smite fight, but again, without Marcoon committing the kick there, not really a lot of CC to threaten Zanzaro, at least in terms of a kill.
And that's exactly what we want to see when a team finally gets ahead. You're no longer using your pressure for the Drakes or the Barons because they're no longer there. You're waiting on the reset timers. What you're going for instead is just the jungle camps. So taking the Scuttle, great. Once again, more gold to my jungler. Taking away blue buff from Dale, not only does that mean we can get nuked off with his own blue buff, which means he will outpush Dale, it means once again, faster rotations, more time on the map. And with more time on the map, you get to create more movement.
See if we can get anything greater here. Goalie now is continuing to grow. A lot of that is the 30 CS discrepancy. Look at that Jinx. Now, if you're trying to approach these fights for Straws, if you blow Kabe up at the start of the fight, there's no gold difference. That said, Dayor mispositioned, going to get kicked right back. More than enough burst damage to take him out there. You can see Finn not even bothering to swap to hammer form. Does not want to get that interrupted by the fear. But now Kabe getting aggressive in the mid lane. The synergy not quite there. Wind becomes lightning, does not connect. It means they're not going to be able to find the follow-up. If they find that pick, it's a big deal. Patrick with 150 gold bounty on his head, but they will not be able to make it happen.
Yeah, it's just, once again, Excel has created a zone where Astralis map is no longer just split up in half. They have 30% of what they used to, and that does make matters a bit more worse. Have you ever seen Lion King? You know, you can't go back. You can't go by where the light no longer shines. That's kind of Astralis here. When they don't see light in their jungle, don't move past it, buddy.
That's my observers. Do we still do the Fog of War toggle thing? Can you show me what Astralis see? Oh, man.
That's what I mean. Don't walk past it. Oh,
okay.
TP
Can we
coming in,
swap
though?
to it? Okay, Excel. Everything the light touches is yours, Excel. Except for that spot. That spot you had to leave, Finns. I think...
Yeah, that was the Lion King remake I didn't know about, where Simba had a teleport to go back to the Nexus.
Look, man. You gotta keep up with what the kids want. The kids want League of Legends. That's all I'm saying. You gotta keep it relatable. Ooh. White Knight, though. Pretty easy for him to just avoid the Veigar here. And, of course, Finn down on the bottom side, just backing up Nuke Duck. You know, White Knight in the extended 1v1 again, especially with that miss. Not too scared of the Veigar, but once again, that respect.
Let's highlight the points of attack right now, because they're going to be forcing White Knight in.
That thought. Big damage coming in. The stun not going to connect. The root, though, is now firing back. That's the ulti. Ooh, not quite enough damage. Promise Q coming in with a heal on the rocket.
That was a close one. Just barely scratched him. That sidestep came in clutch. But they still get so much. They get to push in the bot side. They just took their red buff, which means no jungle camps to fire from the side of Sansara. And you take a look at the levels in terms of laners as well. Patrick, level 12 compared to Kope, level 11. It's just a difference in the AD carries right now as well, because so many resources is being given to Patrick. He's pushing in the mid wave. He's going to be taking care of the Raptors. And you can see it in his farm department as well. He's sitting at almost 240 minions, 22 minutes into the game. Great CSing from the XL AD carry.
Absolutely. Mid lane, similar story for Nuke Duck. 15 lead for him. Top side building a lead as well. So individual lanes really showing up, but definitely Patrick, the one shining through the most. And definitely a member that you're happy to have super fed. 3 items come through for that Jinx. It feels like it might just be a game over. Mikhail's as well coming through for Mickey means that that fear, not nearly as reliable as it once was for Dayor, and we're approaching the end of the mid-game stage. As second items, third items are going to start coming through. And Patrick just laying so much damage down on the Zanzara. The fact that Zin is half health before even any fight kicks off. They're just A-ramming in the mid lane, but Patrick is very good at A-ram. And Astralis were not ready for that one.
And just like that, doesn't even get the Crescent Strike off. Does have flash as well as Sansara, and just they can't do anything. It once again goes back to, we know they wanted some comfort as well in the mid lane with Dea as well in the Vex, but like, nothing has worked out for you. You went for the Nami and the Lucian. You didn't get the push in level 1. You still got pushed out by Jinx and Lulu. You got crashed on. So that early win condition you had no longer worked. You had to get creative. It worked for them a little bit with Sansara finding some decent ganks. But outside of that, no game-winning plays has come out from Astralis.
And you gotta wonder, Zanzara, did he just know he was dead? Just didn't want to ult here?
Well, he started the ultimate animation. He just did it way too late. You can see there it actually comes out.
Oh. Well, there you go. It's a hands problem. Difficult one to deal with, but
yeah.
I thought he had the timing spot on. We've had a lot of questionable Zen ults this weekend, a lot of great ones as well. That said, ooh, XL right now, they were holding it at 3K a while ago, Astralis. They are not holding it anymore. 5,000 lead for XL. 2.5 items for that Jinx. Finn sitting comfortably on the top side. Finn about to get cheesed. Imperial Mandate coming through, and that will be enough. 500 gold to the back pocket of White Knight. That is massive.
Yeah, not bad. That's how you get creative on the side of Astralis. That's how you pick up a pick, rather. And while it was dangerous with the rest of XL in the river, they just were not close enough to actually capitalize on Astralis going for that one. So good on Astralis, once again finding small stuff, but it's not enough. You need to find more than that.
White Knight needs to find his way out of this one. Ghost being used,
Gwen
but...
is immune.
Oh, Gwen is immune.
She is immune indeed.
Has any line of text infuriated a top laner more than Gwen is immune?
Oh, what's worse, Gwen is immune or ranged top laners?
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's a good question. Vayne top, entirely
that's
unfun.
exactly, yeah, that's
you just
what I mean.
don't have a fun game if you play against a Vayne. You might win, because most Vayne tops I feel like are bad, but, you know.
Yeah,
you don't get to play
doesn't
League
change
of
the fact
Legends.
that it's still a boring laning phase, really. I think that's how Astralis has felt like this
For
game.
you, yeah. The Vayne has a great time, I'm sure. And XL, double buff. That's a death cap coming in for Nuke Duck. They're very, very strong, but maybe that shutdown is going to give White Knight enough power on the side lane that he can start to take over this one.
They're trying to look for something down towards the bottom side, though, so once again, Finn being the member of the tag.
He's level 14, though, Zanzara. If you go in too early, would not end in your favor, but luckily they're there, and they're going to start breaking down these towers as well.
But surely you just start up Baron now from the side of XL, because you just saw the enemy jungler here. You have a Jinx, you have a Lulu, you're just going to be having a field day now, and now Finn has teleport as well.
You're grouping into a pit.
Yeah.
And maybe, just maybe, Dayor can get something done here, but otherwise, XL starting the Baron, 9K getting lower. The Scuttlecrab means they've got good vision. TP being used to the top side. White Knight is coming in. This could be the game-deciding fight. Keep your eyes on Kabe and the Culling. The Tidal Wave can come out as well. 3K getting lower. XL are focused on this objective. Zanzara looking to come over the wall. Can they knock him out? He goes in. Zanzara stole it! How many times are Barons gonna get stolen this weekend? Dayor in the middle of the entire team. Zanzara in the middle of the entire team. XL, they might win the fight, but they've lost the Baron. The stun coming through. They're going to get a little bit back for this, but a miracle steal for Astralis, and now they're only 2,000 behind.
It's the exact same scenario as yesterday. Veigar cage came down. Makoon not able to secure it up, but way too early. Smite and Sansara just jumps into it. Let's have a look at it again. This is not something that's going to put Astralis back into the game immediately, but it surely stops the bleeding a little bit. And you can see Nuke Dog coming out with a cage once again, setting up Sansara with the Thunder becomes lightning, and the Smite, yeah, it just comes out too early from Makoon. He came out with a 1.2. Easy for Sansara to pick up the Smite afterwards.
And while XL are able to clean this up, again, all things considered stronger, Astralis had to put themselves in a difficult position to steal that. That is the second time this weekend that someone has come over that wall, and Marcoon has not been able to get them out of the pit and has lost the Baron.
It's not, I'm not going to call him Smite Vicious just yet, but
Well,
he's a
okay,
step
yeah,
along the way to
come
be earning
on.
the nickname.
That's a split-wide title. He hasn't earned that one yet.
Okay, fair enough. He's not that legendary yet.
But it is a difficult situation, and it's not a mistake. Like, this is a situation where if they had gotten the Baron, because I think it seems like a pretty good call there. You said it. There's too many resources committed bot side. Astralis super late there, but because Astralis can respond, because they do have TPs, it becomes a 50-50. Marcoon looking to make up for the earlier mistakes. And a clean kick might just do it. Enemy jungler now dead. XL taking control, denying any advantage that Astralis could have tried to reap with this Baron buff.
Yeah, I mean, he may not be able to smite the Baron, but he still has hands. Those mechanics on Lee Sin was coming on Stella real quick to make up for the fact he gave over that Baron. And once again, it does not stop XL for being in charge of the game. This is not going to magically make Astralis able to teach, because they're still lacking in the item department. Copy is one item down to Patrick right now. Arguably, he's halfway there, but it's not giving you enough. And now Dayor No flash, but gets out with just the Everfrost to zone.
Now, good news, of course, is that White Knight with his Baron buff is able to break down top lane tier 2. So the Gwen does continue to get stronger. Keep in mind, White Knight, we've seen him carry Astralis before. It was the Lee Sin last season. It was that singular pick, and a little bit of the Renekton as well, where it really felt like White Knight came online. This game on the Gwen, 2-1-0, yes, with both those kills. Big shutdowns, and you can see 3 items under his belt. 1v1, he is a powerhouse, but he's going to need some support in these team fights if Astralis want to come out on top.
And I'm not going to say Excel is losing this one, but I will say, so far in our new season here in Spring, Excel has managed to throw away bigger leads before. It's actually been one of the, what do you say, worst struggles right now, and this is that they struggle to close out games in the late game. Now with Mickey, they seem a bit more decisive on this roster. At least they're able to go for these Baron calls. They just 50-50 and flip. And that's great to see the decisiveness for them. Now they just need the last little tidbit to work out for them too. But this is a window for Astralis. If they catch XL slipping once again here in the late game, it's going to be long death timers, and it's going to be you crawling your way back into the game.
Yeah, and we'll see if Mickey can come through with that shot calling. Goldberg, it's a tense game. And I have a question for you before any fights break out.
Go for it.
Are you ready for me to dip into the dark bag of narrative? The forbidden bag of narrative?
Go on, open it up.
This is like Avada Kedavra in Harry Potter. This is like the zombie ninjutsu or whatever in Naruto. Are you sure you're ready?
Yeah.
When it comes to late game shot calling, sometimes you have to rely on the best.
Oh no!
And let me tell you, we got 2 of the 6 pieces of European Exodia in this game. It's Battle of MSI Champions, Promise Q versus Mickey X. You might think low impact because it's Lulu versus Nami, but all I'm saying, as a brief moment of comedic relief in the midst of a suddenly tense back and forth, is keep your eye on the champs.
I mean, they did win it together, right? It's former teammates. That's not a storyline for you right there.
One man had wrists, the other man was Mickey X. Now we'll see what else is going to happen. Excel potentially caught out here. White Knight doing some big damage. Jaeger not coming in. That's a massive fear. The Lee Sin getting taken out before the fight even starts. And Astralis have found potentially an avenue back to the game. But eyes on Patrick. Eyes on Patrick. Jaeger has the reset on the Doom. He can get the fear out if he can find the target. But Patrick remains untouched. Big damage coming in. Bye-bye, he says. But Zanzara moves up to body block. It'll cost him his own life. That's the reset. Powder's getting excited, baby. And Dayor, no, just barely dodging the zap, will be able to walk away. Excel now moving down the top lane, looking to knock down these towers.
Okay, it did not fully happen. Excel, they managed to prevail. They traded 1-for-1, but they still have the pressure, and because of that, they get to push in the top side. They take care of tier 2 turret, and now there's only the inhibited turrets left of the base of Astralis. This once again just widens the area where you can create the Fog of War, but it's a good pickup from Astralis. It's a good setup. Sansara, he's just been waiting in a bush for the longest time, with White Knight coming in with the TP first, and they're able to pick up Marcoon with the CC chain. And great positioning. Now it becomes a little bit dire because they're caught in between a rock and a hard place with Jace Poke coming down from the bot side with great hiding from Patrick with the Lulu. They no longer have a way to stick. So Sansara, he's actually being a very heroic guy here. He gives up his life for Dayor.
And the thing that we have to remember when you look at a fight like this is most of XL's gold lead is concentrated in the Jinx. So while the start of the fight looks good, when Patrick gets to take off, things get bad very quickly if you cannot kill that Jinx. And it's only going to get harder now. Again, there's a Mikhail's coming in for Mickey. He won't have the exhaust this time around, but now there's a GA for Patrick. He knows he's priority target #1 from the side of Astralis.
But the items, they're still at an advantage of the side of XL. You take a look at the AD carries once again. Carbe just finished off with 3rd item on the side of XL. Patrick just finished off with 4th item. And with red buff on the Jinx, he can just run down Sansara.
Marcoon going in. That's a kickback. Zanzara now in the middle of the team. Ulti's actually going to get him a decent amount of space there, but not nearly enough. Nuke Duck now on a rampage.
Yikes. And it's just so difficult because it's not CC. Well, it is a slow, right? But it's the fact that Sinsao, with no dashes, as soon as you're getting slowed by the Jinx, you're just getting run down because she has so much movement. She got the movement speed for the Lulu, she got the Gale Force as well, and now with no jungler for Astralis, it should just be bye-bye to their Baron.
They had a moment, the Baron steal earlier, the fight potentially promising there on the top side before it turned against it, but now Excel right back into control. And the bad news is Ocean Soul is on the table for Excel while this Baron buff is active. You have to expect that they're the favorites to grab that one. Astralis, that Ocean Soul, their last chance to come back. If they lose that one, it feels like it's completely and totally over.
And you can see Astralis, once again, they're going back to their tactics. Wait in a bush and wait for someone from XL to come in and face check you. It's worked 2 times now. And Carpe joining as well. This could be a good situation for them. But even if they get this, you can see XL, they're trying to spot them out with their Scry's Bloom as well. And XL coming into the river, trying to pick up the vision control. But right now, the bottom side of the river is still in control of Astralis, actually, with 2 control wards.
How long are they going to wait?
I mean, forever if they have to, it feels like. But the thing is, XL, they don't
XL
have to
have a Baron buff in mid lane, though. They can't just walk down mid.
Exactly. That's the thing. Nuke Dog, though,
they know something's up. They're just going to push mid.
They're like, guys, there's no one to defend them. Just push it mid.
Like,
guys, they're not even here.
Yeah, like, you can hide in the jungle. We're just going to walk into your base, so...
Okay, so they're going to start up the Drake now.
Back, but they're going to lose 2 inhibitors for it. I'm not going to call that the worst trade deal in the history of trade deals, but that's not a good deal.
Let's be real, though. Let's be real, though. XL, they pick up the Ocean Soul. They'll probably push in on the inhibitor turrets afterwards anyway. Now you give yourself 5 more minutes where you're not fighting against the Soul. You get more gold from the super minions. What was up? Hey, what is that?
I'm giving Mr. Goldberg a look here. Wait.
It's true. Like, tell me XL would not just zone them down, like, siege them down afterwards.
Look, they got a massive range advantage and they have a baby cage. It's pretty much impossible to survive their siege. So you do make a good point. But I still struggle to call it a good deal.
I'm not saying it's a good deal, but it's the best deal Astralis has available.
They're backed into the corner. The rich get richer. Capitalism.
Jesus.
Here we go. XL. Now they can push down the mid lane. They still got a little bit of time left on this Baron. It should fade away soon. But with 2 inhibitors exposed and super minions coming down 2 lanes, pretty easy, potentially even without the Baron, especially when you have a Jinx with a rapid fire cannon and a Veigar with a baby cage to zone to just continue this siege. That said, maybe you're right. Maybe they have bought themselves a bit more time.
I mean, the thing is, right, they can't just play 2 lanes. I'm not saying that Astralis have suddenly won the game because they took that Drakus, but I'm saying that this would probably happen either way. So now they don't have to fight against the Soul at least. And now, with mid lane being pushed in, they should just be able to beeline down towards the bottom. Finn is pushing in a wave 2. So if they don't want to commit for an end here, they can just start putting up this last sieging touches down towards the bot lane.
Oh, Dayor burning the Doom. He has no more fear for a few more seconds. Finn just keeps pushing forward. White Knight's on the backside, but that's the 3rd inhibitor gone. They can collapse onto a level 18 Finn, but I don't think that's a good idea. Finn's just going to one-shot Zanzara. Zanzara has managed just to ult in time, but he just has to run for the hills. White Knight now coming through. Nuke Duck on a rampage. Astralis running for their lives. Marcoon going in. He's going to get feared. He's going to get locked up, but he buys enough time with that stopwatch there to walk it out. Kabe throwing down the culling. But Astralis are dead to rights. Dayor gets 1 more fear to come out. The lockdown will not work. The rocket goes in. He flashes right into it. Patrick on a rampage. XL eviscerating Astralis. Moving up to 3 and 4.
It's just great gameplay once again from XL. They had that little iffy with the Baron, as is tradition for XL. But outside of that, they are definitely signaling that they are the better top half of the bottom 4 teams that we have.
Absolutely. And XL, again, playoffs aspiration, their #1 goal. There are so many teams where you're like, how far can they go? Where can they go? For XL, there is 1 goal that matters, and it is playoffs. Still the only team not to make it thus far. BDS, I guess, technically as well now, as their new addition to the league. Previously, only XL. But a solid win. 1-1 on the week with the addition of Mickey X. We'll see if it improves.
Nuke Dog is already bot videoing. He's just gone back into the game immediately to have a look at the game.
That's the hardcore grind set right there.
That's why he's looking at the Baron. Yep, they're back to looking at the Baron.
Yep. How did it happen? How did these moments happen? Definitely a lot to review for both sides. Astralis, again, some moments, some glimmers of hope. Not enough to string together a win, but maybe enough to give them some structure for what to work on in the weeks to come. XL, of course, taking that one. Kia, player of the game, at LEC on Twitter. Marcoon, Patrick, or Mickey X. Those are going to be your options.
I mean, tough game once again. Australia's facing off SK next week, so hopefully one of those teams can finally get some momentum and move on. Momentum is all we need for one of these teams. I'm trying to give them the hopium, but let's be real. These 2 teams are struggling.
Well, XL will see if they can continue to do more. Astralis definitely still struggling. Mickey X, of course, going to get his first win back in the LEC, and after the break, Lore will be joined by the man himself and talking about his return to the league.
systems are overloading. We can't risk another game.
We need to take a break and regroup.
We're starting to lose our mind. Captain, we cannot go back to Elo Hell. Last time it took us months to get out of it.
Initiate break protocol.
Hurry up!
Yes! Yes! I did it! We did it! We did it!
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Welcome back to the LEC after Excel scored their win, and I have none other than Mickey here with me to talk about this game, but more overall himself because he joined Excel this week. Mickey, thank you so much for joining me. Congrats on picking up this win with Excel.
Thank you.
We missed you. We missed you in the LEC. Glad to have you back. First question I have, because you had an interview with Tom from Hotspun this week, and I want to bounce up on some of the answers you gave him. You got to watch Excel's game from an outside perspective, and I feel like it's easier maybe to identify what is going wrong when you're just looking as an audience or as a spectator. So from the games you had been watching from Excel, what did you identify as the potential things that could be improved for the team before joining them?
Yeah, I mean, even before in the first 2 weeks, I felt like they were always messing up like dragon setups or just like how they want to start up fights. I think we're still struggling with that a little bit. I
Okay.
think compared to scrims, we are a lot more scared in official games, at least from these 2 games that we played. It felt a bit nervous, I guess. But yeah, otherwise, I think we should be fine after we improve on
All
that.
right. Well, and you had little time to train with the team, joining them after week 2. How has it been going in training? Because the expectation here was the fact that with the experience you have with your previous rosters, you would be able to help the team maybe in communicating and leading the pack for Excel. How has it been going for you in so little time?
Yeah, so we scrimmed for about maybe 4 days. I think in scrims we were actually doing pretty well, so I was quite confident for this week.
Okay.
I'm just kind of disappointed that we couldn't show it, even in both games, I guess. Like we both played much worse compared to scrims. So I'm just hoping that we can show our level next week and onwards.
And you get to end week 3 on a good note, so hopefully this can give you the moral boost expected to finish the split with Excel. Last question for you, Mickey. You got the Kia Player of the Game here, and I want to know, you said in an interview that the goal is still reaching Worlds. It is always the same goal for every player, but what about you on a personal level? What are you hoping to achieve this year?
Well, winning every game against G2 would be nice. Other than that, I guess winning the split and yeah, just making the Worlds. I think these 3 are kind of my goals for this year.
Right. Well, I wish you the best of luck with Excel. Congrats again on picking up your first win here in 2022. And we'll see you next week in week 4. And before we jump onto the next game, we caught up with Unforgiven from the Mad Lions about his arrival in the LEC and the difference between his experience in the IRL. So let's check it out.
I'm Unforgiven and I started playing League around early season 4. I've been Challenger since season 7, so it's been like 5 years. My favorite champion is probably, I think it's Aphelios, but I used to be like a Draven one trick at one point, so I think Draven is probably gonna be up there as well. And then another champion I like to play bot lane, that is not like a meta champion, it's Karthus. I used to play a bit of Syndra as well at one point. I think there's like one player that I'm like kind of excited to play against, it's probably Upset. The rest is like, I think they're good, but nothing that I'm like super excited to play against. Sometimes I feel a bit nervous, but like sometimes not. But I think it's just normal being when you go from like IRL to LEC, like a big step in something new. The big difference from like IRL and LEC, I would say, is just probably people in LEC are just better players, not like how to teach the game better, stuff like that. Just better at overall. I was always like playing good, in my opinion, and I thought I would play, like I would get the chance to play in LEC this year, but I wasn't expecting to be in like a top tier team. I thought I'd be in like a bottom tier team. I think I'm gonna do like quite good, I hope, but I don't want to jinx it.
What a fantastic little interview. What awesome music to get the bopping going. I mean, Unforgiven has been one of the biggest surprises in 2022. Yep. He's rising up as potentially the main candidate for Rookie of the Season. I want to throw some numbers at you very quickly. In terms of damage per minute, he's first. In terms of damage percentage, he's first. In terms of goal difference at 14, Dagda, can you guess?
Second?
No, damn it, I taught you how to count earlier. He's first, of course. Listen, this guy is the consistent carry for Mad Lions. I really like how frank and honest he was talking about his own perspective on his play and being surprised that he's been drafted into Mad Lions. What's your take on Unforgiven, how Mad are playing around him?
Yeah, I think he's been absolutely incredible, and I think his position in fights has been absolutely stellar as well, especially when you look at the game that they had yesterday, right? This guy ended up picking up 33% of the team's damage. A lot of that was based off of his position on the Varus, and I think in lane he's looked absolutely stellar as well. So especially when Kaiser likes to roam, the fact that he's been so staple and been able to perform by himself speaks volumes to this player.
Yeah, consistency is key. He's just a rock. Late game scaling, he can pretty much play anything. We've seen Karthus, we've seen Jhin, we've seen Jinx, all these kind of things. And I'm sure if Forgiven was still around, he'd be proud of Unforgiven because he's doing his dividends, he's doing his job, highest damage, CSD, so he's got it all.
I absolutely love that callback. I wasn't quite ready for it. Now, of course, we've highlighted Unforgiven, talked about a lot of the very good things about him. When we then contrast that to Misfits, we look at Neon, we look at the Misfits bottom lane, it's not quite the same story, and you have to feel the Mad Lions have an edge in this matchup.
Yeah, I really do agree. I think the biggest problem is that the Neon and Mercy play a lot for lane as well. So it's not even like you're kind of winning in the 2v2, you're also missing out a lot on the map. So I think when we look towards Misfits, it's going to be a case of going up against Mad Lions. Can we win out on the 2v2? That's a big question mark. And can you match Kaiser on the roams? Because there's a huge amount there that you've got to try and unpack.
And that's the key thing there, right? Kaiser on the roams, he always teams up with Eloya. We know it. It's their bread and butter. That's the backbone of Mad Lions, how they get the team ahead. So Misfits have two options. Do we try to find a way to match that, or do we find a way to abuse the lane to get themselves so far ahead in the 2v2 that it will merit the disadvantage that they find across the map? And I think the jungle matchup is just so interesting when you've got Zlatan up against Elyoya. You know, Zlatan's been hovering around the ERLs for so long, and he was destined to come into the LEC. On Misfits Academy, now on their main team, you've got Elyoya, who came in as the rookie of the split last year, who no one really expected to perform as well as he did, and now is one of the best junglers in the league, and Zlatan's looking to kind of replicate that.
And I think it's really interesting to see the two different ideas that these two junglers play with, right? When you look towards Elyoya, it's, hey, I'm going to play around bot side, unlock Kaiser, and then we can go around as the Bash Bros and start looking for everything that we want around the map. Then you look across at the Misfits lineup, and Zlatan's much more about, hey, I'm going to try and unlock video and then play down towards the bot side off of those plays. So they're looking more for the strong mid jungle, and I think it's really cool to see how that differentiates itself, because it feels like it's going to be a case of, cool, can video get ahead alongside his jungler and move down to that bottom side, or are we going to get Elyoya unlocking Kaiser early and then playing in towards that mid lane?
And the one thing I'll say is experience is the name of the game, and the difference between these two players, right? Elyoya, we've seen both of his styles. We've seen him on Udyr, Volibear, Hecarim last year, and Jarvan and things like this, where he's selfless and he will play for his team, but also you can put him on something Diana and he will play for himself and get himself ahead. I think Zlatan's trying to slot himself into this selfless playstyle, because when I think of him as an ERL jungler, he's not really around this team much. He's farming and he's the carry. Play for jungle, let's get him ahead. The experience lacking in terms of playing for his team, I think, is something he needs to grow throughout this year.
I mean, I think the word experience is very, very critical here, because Misfits as a roster, they do have the youngest aggregate age across all the players, just over 20 years old across many of these players. When you then think about the experience that the Mad Lions roster has, not only from winning both titles last year, but also the international events.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not going to put you both on the spot. We've talked about the players. We've talked about the individual elements that can do it. A quick hit here. How will Misfits, in your mind, need to attack in order to win the game?
So Misfits tend to play these like 1-3-1 comps where they try and look for picks. And I think that can work well against Mad Lions, who tend to be a little bit lazy when it comes to recalls. I'm curious to see if they can make that work. It's been a bit lackluster so far, but that's definitely one of the options they can try and go for.
This is an important game for Misfits. When they're fighting up against, as we expect, XL or BDS for this last playoff spot, which we expect them to be in 6, Mad Lions, the team they need to show good kind of games against. Against G2, they faltered. They almost came back. Yeah. Mistakes from G2, I will say. But against Mad Lions, a good staple early to mid game would be a great thing going forwards.
Absolutely crucial game when you start looking at the bottom half of the table for playoffs. Anyways, let's head over to Gulborg and Dracos to take us into game.
Yes.
What's up, Dracos?
How you doing, Gulborg?
I'm good, man.
You good?
Yeah.
Welsh sounds a little bit like Danish, so maybe we can make that work.
Okay.
I can't do an American accent, though. I think it's the beard. I think people get confused because we both got beards.
Yeah. That's what you think confuses? Yeah. You think that's...
I think that's why people think I'm Dracos.
That's true.
The amount of times I get messages being like, good cast on the day, medic, and I'm like, I didn't even cast today. It was all Dracos. I take the plaudits.
You know, I've had that once when like the LCS was on, and I'm like,
great job, Isaiah.
I'm on Twitter with you.
Anyway, Misfits versus Mad is the game that we're going to be jumping into. 3 battles for positioning in the standings coming up across the course of these last few games. Rogue Vitality, Fnatic G2 kicking us off with Misfits Mad. And what a fight is likely to be. Of course, Misfits coming off a loss yesterday against G2. Very close game. Almost had the Nexus until Senna became Senna.
I mean, it was a close game, yeah. Woo. That was a game for sure. Let's talk about the draft. Let's have a look. Mad Lions, they have a 100% ban rate for Caitlyn. So I'm going to take a gamble and say that they will look to ban out the Caitlyn. Diana has been a pretty common ban by them in general. They often like to get rid of it. As it is often banned away from them as well, given their proficiency on it in the first week. And it seems that for the time being, Misfits are going to answer with a pretty standard Corki.
If you don't ban Corki on red side, on patch 12.2, I'm not sure if you're really understanding how to draft right now. You're just a champion you cannot give away. The Rockets in the late game do too much damage. There's the Thresh removed as well, taking that away from Mercer. Other bans we've seen, as you say, the Caitlyn rises up in priority in terms of bans. Renekton, Twisted Fate, both things we've seen removed from the pool across the last couple of days as well, Betties.
Yeah, a lot of a lot of different things banned, honestly. It really comes down to team preference, so it's hard to predict. Like, there are certain trends that Misfits like to ban. They do like to typically get rid of the Twisted Fate, as you talked about. They also are big Caitlyn banners themselves, which is also just pretty common. The weird thing about Mad Lions is that they actually tend to ban Caitlyn more on the blue side than they do on the red. The fact that they have actually left it open could be that they're assuming Misfits will remove that from the pool. But with the Aurelia ban, I'm trying to think what that suggests. Aurelia often very good into Jace towards the top side of the map. Can also be good into certain mage matchups like Syndra and Orianna in the mid lane.
And we have seen Jace being banned away from Armut quite a lot in the last couple of weeks. So Misfits here have that option. Caitlyn or Jace decided against either of them. Instead, take away the Jarvan. And Mad Lions immediately hover the auction. Don't expect that's what's going to be picked. But with Jace and Caitlyn on the cards, expectations are that Mad Lions will plump for one of those two.
Let's have a wait and see. The removal of Jarvan, honestly, a little surprising. We've been seeing a lot of Lee Sin from Elyoya recently.
Victor.
But the Victor's going to be the priority. Often we will see that Jinx priority, but no, instead, they want to try and put Rika on something that he's comfortable on. He has been playing a fair number of Victor games recently. And, I mean, it's a very safe mid lane mage, offers good scaling. It doesn't really have any losing matchups. It's very difficult to get punished on the Victor. So, yeah, good overall safe blind. Doesn't really give any strong indication towards the composition. We see Mad Lions picking in both, well, any kind of comp, really. They just think it's overall a very strong pick, with the Lee Sin going to be taken away, and the Jinx as well. Not really too surprising, given how well she pairs alongside the Victor in the current meta.
And in the past, this sort of pick would immediately make you look at a Xin Zhao Jhin lock-in for Mad Lions. At least that was the week 2 meta. Haven't seen it so much this week, but definitely still an option for Mad. Put Unforgiven on something relatively safe down towards the bottom lane, but instead that is a Nidalee locked in.
That is Nidalee Renekton. Nidalee Renekton.
It's the Diana Yasuo of yesteryear. Yeah. Nidalee Renekton coming back here.
We were literally talking about it yesterday, Medic. That AP-AD jungle top synergy. It's very hard to itemize as a top lane in dealing with this, but this is very clearly a topside focus from the Mad Lions. We did see a lot of roams from Kaiser yesterday attacking that top side of the map, and it looks like their game plan is to shut down Hirit. Hirit is a player that has been coming up in conversation a lot this split, I think because he kind of stood out last split, in particular because of how well he was able to do in the top lane. However, he did get a lot of resources from Razork, and Zlatan isn't that same type of jungler. We did talk about it last week on the analyst desk, and it's a different style for Misfits. That Hirit has just been attacked a lot more because, well, teams see him as a point of attack and a way to shut him down. And if you remove him, then one of the big carries of Misfits is also removed. So clearly the game plan from Mad Lions. Let's see how they round out the second half of their draft as we move into the second ban phase.
Jhin taken away by Misfits. Unforgiven has had a very strong start to Spring and has looked comfortable on a slew of different champions. You know, Jinx, Karthus, Jhin, Varus, all picks for him, especially the Varus actually yesterday allowed Kaiser to roam away, get out of that lane, and team up with Elyoya. So Misfits here will probably look towards another AD carry ban. No supports really that you want to get out of the pool right now, unless you're looking for something like a Lulu or Felios, which is a possibility for Mad Lions.
Quite possibly. A lot of options still up. I'm thinking right now about that Varus for Unforgiven. Perhaps that could be something that he thinks is just strong in pretty much any and all situation. I really like this Nautilus ban, mainly because we saw how impactful Kaiser could be in terms of his roams. It is so far his most played this split, and it's something that he is very comfortable on. But we see a removal of something like, I was going to say Orianna, but when I think of Vitio, I think of him having a little bit more agency, and Syndra I think makes a lot more sense. Syndra is a big comfort pick for Vitio, something that he is very well known for, has a long history over. I say long history, you know.
He played it a lot last year. Yep.
You did play a lot of Syndra, and removing that strong mid laner also just removes it away from Lee Sin. LeBlanc Lee Sin, Syndra Lee Sin, those duos in particular can be quite lethal against a scaling mage like Victor. So instead, let's just take them out of the pool, force Vitio onto something a little bit safer.
Akali.
And it's going to be Akali.
That's okay, super safe. Super safe pick there for Vitio in the mid lane. Akali incredibly aggressive. I think the only mid lane Akali we've seen so far in the LEC was Dayor.
It was Dayor,
who struggled against Larson. It was 40 CS down at the 15-minute mark.
I know way more about mid lane Akali than I do top lane Akali, so we're going to be diving deep on this mid lane matchup.
Okay. Wait. Okay.
Okay. You got baited by the hovers.
I got very baited. In the end, Rakan picked it. I really like Rakan in this matchup because it gives you that ability to get onto the backline. I was thinking Rakan or Leona for Kai'Sa. Roam ability and CC and utility for later game fights. And definitely works for Mad Lions. Now Misfits looking down towards their support. A few different options. Mercer has tended towards Yuumi when she's been available.
I think it's Leona. It's like I would think Alistair Leona, and Mercer has a tendency to go towards Leona, and looks like that's exactly what he's going to do. So, yeah, the engage comes out from the bot lane for both sides, but seeing a return to Nidalee, I feel like I did see a Nidalee over in the LCK, but I can't for the life of me remember which game it was. So I know that Nidalee this season, I should say, is not that novel to pro play, but definitely novel here in Europe. Very difficult jungler to be able to take advantage of. Very reliant on, well, playing around that Renekton lane is very much what we expect. Expect Kai'Sa to be getting out of that lane and trying to attack her towards the top side of the map. Misfits, they've put themselves in a bit of a weird situation where they kind of have to force plays through the bot side of the map. They may very well be able to gank that Renekton, but the only real setup that you have is that Leona, so maybe we will see Mercer getting out of this lane, looking to try and match Kai'Sa elsewhere on the map, but Akali is very weak in the early game. Gwen is also that more scaling pick, so while I do think Misfits have strong scaling elements, this early game is something that they're going to have to very carefully navigate, because Mad Lions is going to look to bulldoze through them.
And Mad Lions in week 1 were the best early game team in the league. Fell to the wayside a little bit in week 2, but week 3 they have come back kicking. Misfits will have to work a way around the early game, find avenues to be safe. Otherwise, Mad Lions are able to storm away to a very strong early lead. Misfits versus Mad to kick off game 3 of the LEC. So you have seen Nidalee in the LPL and in the LCK.
It was also in the LPL.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
How many games do you think we've seen of Nidalee so far in 2022?
I'm going to say 3.
9.
9, okay, wow.
However, 3 is the correct answer for this next question. So if you get this one wrong, we're sending you back to school.
So I have to guess the question?
How many wins does Nidalee have so far in
3.
major regions? Yes, she does. Only a 33% win rate so far. Has won half of all the games she's played against the Lee Sin. Mercer's going to have to flash away. Pushed a little bit too far forward there on his lonesome.
Hang on. I'm going to press a YouTube rewind on that one real quick. She's won half the games that she played against, so that's 1.5?
No, because she's played 4 games against Lee Sin, and she's won 2 of them.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Right.
That's hot.
I incorrectly assumed that of the 3 wins, she had won half of them against the Lee Sin.
No, she's won half the games she's played against the Lee Sin.
Understood.
You have to read the full question.
No, it's got me every time in Score Medic, every time.
Same.
So I wanted to take a quick look at some of the runes to see anything crazy. You're obviously a Rakan one trick, like I'm a Akali one trick now. What do you think of the Guardian over something like a Glacial Augment?
I think Guardian is actually just the safer rune for laning, especially against a Leona Jinx. You know that you're going to be CC'd quite a lot if you ever get caught out. So Guardian gives you that little bit of extra shielding. The thing with Glacial Augment is it can work, but it doesn't give you any protection. The 15% damage reduction actually only applies to your teammates. It doesn't apply to you. So if as Rakan you're ever caught out, you're just going to get burst down. Guardian gives you a bit more safety, makes it a bit easier for you to lane.
So you go, everyone at home. Tips from a Diamond 1 Rakan main.
Diamond 2 at the moment.
70% win rate, if I recall. Higher than your Leona.
Actually.
Oh, a 69. Very nice. Very nice. A bit of engage in the bot lane.
There's the Guardian. You see, Unforgiven doesn't take too much damage. Neon flashing away from the knock-up. Unforgiven low here. Cleanses away the Ignite. Neon still ticking. Doesn't have heal. Unforgiven will go down first. Neon gets excited, runs away. Kai'Sa looks for the chase. One more flash. The auto. It's just not enough range. Buff it, Riot. That's what Rakan needs. More range on his auto attacks. Kai'Sa would be thanking you right now, but a great play there from Misfits in the bottom lane.
So, really good awareness from Neon, not only to dodge the knockup from Kai'Sa, but to recognize that I have an attack speed steroid on my Q, and Varus only gets that attack speed steroid when he gets the kill. So keep your eyes on Neon in this little exchange, because what he's going to do is he's going to dodge the knock-up here and then immediately commit onto Unforgiven. And even though both are ignited, even though Unforgiven cleanses that, Neon just hits more often than Unforgiven does, thanks to that small attack speed boost that he is getting in the early game. So, of course, the Hail of Blades versus the lethal tempo as well. Just really smart awareness from Neon to know that he can make that commitment and actually come out on top. So a very small advantage gained for the Misfits 2v2 very early on in the game.
Yeah, really strong play by them. You can see Neon's gone back, has a Doran's longsword refillable now. It's going to put him in a really good position in the lane. However, no summoners for the side of Misfits in that bottom lane. Hex Flash available. Unforgiven still has a flash of his own. So if we do see the junglers, like Elioya, working their way down towards this bottom side of the map, Misfits have to be a bit careful.
Something that we'll have to keep track of is, for the time being, both junglers pathing away from each other. Notice that Elioya has already secured that bot Scuttle Crab. Schlatan is now doing the same. Both should be about even on camps. So the junglers, nothing too crazy. Did want to quickly draw attention to the mid lane, mainly because we wanted to talk about runes initially, but this first strike on Rika is really smart. Just because into many melee matchups for Victor, you get so much value out of it. The thing that always catches me off guard is that basically once you proc it, you kind of want to do as much damage as possible because that's how you generate more gold. And Victor, not only does he get the shield from his Q, but it's actually just so easy to proc it with the harass from your E. The cool thing you can do, and a fun mini game for any Akali mids out there, is that if you throw your W down, Victor kind of has to guess with his E where you're going to come from, and so you can walk up, throw your Q, proc their first strike before they can, and then the Victor walks away really upset. So it's a really fun minigame that I enjoy playing against Victors, just to wind them up and make them know that, hey, you've picked that rune as a free rune to get more money out of me, but I'm not going to let you have it.
I mean, it does sound like you have to invest your key escape ability in the W to then just deny him, you know, 10 gold.
Your key harass ability, because the biggest problem with Akali is that she's so useless in lane. Like, her the energy costs on her Q are so high. 130 energy at level 1. You don't put your second point in until level 4, and then it's still 115 energy. So look, Vito has now used his Q, and now he can't do anything else. So he has to use his W in order to shove the wave, and that's the only real way that you can either find consistent trades or actually push out the wave. So he should be able to get a nice reset off now. The fact that he's ahead in CS just goes to show his proficiency on the champion. And when we think of Vito, Akali is actually one of the champions that we think of.
Yep.
Think back to his first debut in early weeks. I think it was at the beginning of summer where he brought out the Akali and absolutely popped off on the champion. So very excited to see a talented Akali player like Vito get his hands on the champion and what he's capable of. Will he go for the tank Kali build, or will he go for the Riftmaker setup? He may even go for the full penetration build, as we see Rika mainly just using his ult, I believe, to wave clear. Looks like he's actually trying to force Vito back, force him to base.
Vito, of course, does still have the teleport and the flash. The wave will be frozen just outside of Rika's tower, so he'll be able to come back and get this one in a moment. But let's take stock about what Mad Lions wanted to do in the early game, what Misfits wanted to do in the early game compared to Draft. We said Mad Lions really wanted to try and shut down Hirit in the top lane. They haven't managed to do that as of yet. Hirit, you know, a few CS up, about a wave or so as Armut continues to push forward into him. Elioya hasn't found a gank path up here as of yet, but Armut might just be able to kill off Hirit, but nope. No. Needle's too strong, Armut. That was a 1v1. You were never going to win.
I'm shocked. I'm shocked that that just happened. That, okay, Renekton typically known for being very strong in the 1v1, but the Ignite is one of the biggest things that you have to respect. So he gets the stun off, good initial trade, doesn't have any Fury at this point. Okay, he now gets level 6. He believes, okay, I can go for an all-in commitment, generates the Fury, goes in for the commitment, pops out the ultimate.
I mean, the problem is
he uses his W. He doesn't have his Q or his E. Are they both still on cooldown? I feel like he made that very easy for Hirit, who just dropped the Ignite, dropped the ultimate, had everything up.
And she gets a birthday cake alongside the present as well.
Birthday cake,
You get gifted a kill, you get gifted a cake.
It's the cherry on top. It's the cherry on top.
Hirit laughing all the way back to the bank now has a leeching lair complete. And I do want to talk a little bit about Hirit, because you said it in Draft, something teams have done so well is isolate him. Put him on an island. Schlatan hasn't been up here. You can see he's lowest in the league for jungle proximity. That's how much time Schlatan has spent around him in the first 14 minutes of the game. And in summer last year, Hirit was a key carry for Misfits because they invested time into him. And people were wondering, if Misfits don't invest time into him, can Hirit do the same? Well, I think we showed with a little bit of a helping hand from Armut that he can still win out in the 1v1.
He just needs a bit of help. It doesn't matter where it comes from, am I right? Well, for Hirit, yeah. I mean, yesterday was a great example where G2 sent multiple people up towards the top side of the map. There was like 4-man dives consistently looking to attack Hirit. And Zlatan was put very far behind as well. Of course, Misfits did find that way back into the game towards the end of it. But in the early game, it was looking very, very dire for Misfits. But so far, 2v2 kill in the bot lane, 1v1 kill in the top lane. Everything looking pretty solid for Misfits, especially when we think about in the context of the scaling. As you rightly said, for Mad Lions, a lot of the priority of this draft is to try and play through your top side of the map, really enable this Renekton, get him ahead, leverage the fact that you have this Nidalee Renekton, but it's Misfits that's here in a position to challenge. I think they're a little too late. I don't think that they'll still fight for this. Zlatan should be able to just, ward hop over to the wall. And yeah, so Misfits find themselves with an early game lead, which is definitely not what we expected, given the draft that Mad have gone for this time around.
You see Neon with about 300 gold advantage down towards that bottom side. Kill definitely helping him out. A 500 gold lead for Hirit as well as we crest over the 9-minute mark. Misfits will take the time that they know Mad Lions have spent on the top side, getting that Rift Herald, get a little bit of vision control, and to take away this Drake. It's that tempo play, you know? Mad Lions had priorities to get onto the Rift Herald. They then have to reset. Misfits say, well, pendulum swings in our favor. We can get some control on your bottom side and take away this Drake.
It's a concept that many solo queue League of Legends players don't understand.
Yeah.
This concept of turns. You know, if you invest resources into taking something, typically you then have to like reset because you've got to go back and catch your waves that are being pushed in. It's difficult for you to go from Herald immediately straight to Drake because you're likely going to lose something as a result of it. So as you rightly identified, Kaiser should be fine here. He has the mobility to dash out to safety. Also still has his flash up, but Zlatan is still looking, and look at VTO on the way down. They do have vision across the river, and their goal here is to just deny Unforgiven and Kaiser as much as possible from this wave, but it looks like they're not too worried about it, actually.
With Elyoya coming around and Rika just around the corner as well, looks like Neon will only be able to get one plate of a possible two out of this tower. Of course, Jinx so good at taking turret plates. If you can give her just a couple of seconds with a tower, she can melt through them. But for the moment, actually that plate surviving could be big for Misfits because it means Neon still has the opportunity to get this gold instead of it falling perhaps to the minions.
Overall, good window used there by Vito. Hirit.
I mean, this is needle after needle. Hirit, he picked up sewing in the off-season, it seems, with how well he's threading these needles onto Armut, who's popped the Dominus, popped the Flash, and now has to pop back underneath his tower to farm up this wave.
Hirit sees a nice pair of boots on the other end of the rift, and he's like, I want those boots.
Yeah.
He's already practicing his stitch work. He can stitch them together himself. Looking to hand deliver them. They're going to have to find a way out of this situation because I didn't mean to say situation there. I apologize. That was an accident.
That was so high tier. I didn't even notice that.
Yeah.
Wow. Situation. Kaiser's going to get the knock up here. Mercer's got a bit too deep with the quickness coming in. Yeah, that was greedy from Mercer.
Yeah, that was.
Perhaps distracted by the situation he was in.
I recognized that Mercer probably saw a pretty good angle there because Elyoya is very squishy. And so he's thinking, well, if Akali comes and Lee comes, we can probably fight this. The problem is, the second Lee got in range was when Kaiser arrived, and then the moment Kaiser arrived, being level 6, that was when Mercer realized, I have made a mistake, and ends up losing his life as a result. So Mad, at the very least, do get their first kill on the board, will find themselves still 1,000 gold down now.
It is actually one of the big windows you play around when your supports are roaming this much, is which support can get to the level 6 and how can we utilize that? Because if Mercer had 6 there, if he'd leached another couple of minions from somewhere, he would have just solar flared immediately onto Elyoya. That's a flash burnt at least, and then Elyoya doesn't have that summoner for the rest of the while. But because Kaiser was already 6, had the quickness, he could lock up Mercer for that little bit longer. Night Harvester complete on Elyoya, though. First mythic of the game for the Mad Lions. On the other side, VTO is going the tank Carly build with the turbo chem tank. Slightly nerfed on 12-2, but still very strong.
Yeah, I think into this comp, it's also really good. In particular, because against bruisers, I think it does really well. So things like Renekton, you shouldn't lose later on into the game. That extra resistances that you get from the item, and also the additional health. Meanwhile, against this many squishy targets, things like Rakan, still very squishy. Things like the whatever, Varus is the name I was looking for. Varus, Victor, Nidalee, all targets that you just should be able to outduel. So Misfits on a very good trajectory right now. They're continuing to scale with their compositions. They should have very strong side lanes as the game progresses. And while Elyoya will secure himself that red buff, important to note that the dragon is spawning in about 1 minute and 30 seconds. This will be something that I'd like to see Misfits control.
Engage here from Kaiser, very deep. Dragon's Rage kickback, he's going to battle dance, but he's just locked out by Neon. Super Mega Death Rocket does exactly that. Elyoya forced under the tower. Rift Herald will get a charge in. Elyoya will get the gold for those plates, but no one else will. You see that fat 320 over his head as he collects his own pocket of gold, and Misfits able to find another kill once again. I wonder, Neon should have Kraken on this back, or Gale Force if that's where he's going. 1.6k with all the plates he's picked up. He gets his first mythic as well, and perfectly timed for this Hextech Drake.
Yep, perfectly timed. Like, Misfits just keep finding these picks onto Mad. Surprisingly, that we have not seen much of an early game from the Mad Lions. Like, we will see, finally, some engagement in the top.
Hibbett doesn't have flash, but he does have a blast cone. Kaiser's going to pop it. Smart play from the support there, but Hibbett's just winning! Snip, snip, mother flippers! Hibbett is very willing to take that fight. Rika coming up, though. Kaiser's going to flash forward, battle dance his way in, and Rika will secure the kill.
Wow, very nicely done there from Hibbett. He buys so much time, forces 3 members to commit up towards the top side of the map. The question is, what can Misfits really get off the back of that? You'll notice that Neon is able to push in the bot wave. You may even be able to take down this tower and set them up nicely for the Drake, but with the numbers down, maybe much harder for Misfits to actually contest his objective. Schlatan's going to realize his red buff has been stolen. Good awareness by Elyoya there. And Mad now using the numbers advantage that they have to just threaten the enemy jungle, steal as much as they can.
Hibbett doesn't have TP when he's up, but the engage comes out. 3v2 so far. VTO on the flank. Solar Flare misses. Super Mega Death Rocket will not find his mark, but already Kaiser's down. Riki getting chased out as well, and VTO is hungry for blood. Elyoya is going to jump forward. VTO executes them both. It's a double for Schlatan. 1 for VTO. Armor joins the fray, but immediately dashes away.
Very nicely done from Misfits, and that was just Mad overstaying their welcome. They wanted to continue contesting and pressuring Misfits' side of the jungle, knowing that, well, VTO was back in base and here it was dead. What they didn't respect was VTO's TP, the ability for him to create that flank, because the Unleashed teleport has now arrived, allowing him to TP to the ward and set up that flank. Mercer and Schlatan are working very well together, something we questioned in draft. Would they actually be unlocked on the map? Could they make these early game plays? And they are doing a great job so far.
Kaiser puts the ward down here. Looking where Unforgiven is, he's quite close and has the Chain of Corruption. The quickness available for Kaiser as well. Schlatan should be able to smite this. Just secures the Rift Herald before Kaiser can dash in. Flash, Chain of Corruption. Schlatan the target. Here it will just run away from this one. The shutdown goes over to Elyoya.
So it ends up being a kill in exchange for, remember, a Drake plus a Herald plus all the other kills that Misfits were able to get earlier. So overall, a massive win. I think Misfits also got that bot tier 1. Forgot to mention that, but like Misfits doing a great job so far in this early game. The question is, can they keep this momentum up? We know that they're going to scale well in terms of their side lane control, but can they play through those side lanes? Can they continue to extend this advantage? And ideally, I'd like to see them use this Herald mids to just break down that tower, make it a little harder for Rika to leverage his wave clear with the Victor. But they also could just keep it on side. They could just open up those side lanes, make it easier for both the Akali and the Gwen to just push in those sideways, collapse into mid, know that you have that tempo advantage, and then use your numbers to try and siege. Because I would argue that Misfits' biggest problem with their comp is that sieging power. You have a lot of melee champions. You only really have Jinx that can be leveraged to take those towers, which, of course, she is still very good at taking towers, but when you have this many melees, it can be difficult sometimes to approach the tower. So instead, they're going to look to attack the sides.
Schlatan doesn't put down the Rift Herald yet. Armor pops the Dominus. They can just wait this one out. Armor will try and clear out the way. There's the Rift Herald going down now, and Armor goes in with the Cull of the Meek. VTO lands the Shuriken. Armor kicked back. Armor stunned up. Armor's still alive, though, underneath the tower. It will now die. Super Mega Death Rocket finds its mark, and here it takes the kill. 1-for-1 trade so far as VTO continues to rampage forward. Another Shuriken lands, and VTO once again helps another player get a double kill. Neon, though, jumping forward with Gale Force. Unforgiven just shuts him out, shuts him down. Schlatan will answer a 1-for-1 trade on the bottom side of the fight.
Unforgiven doing what he can to try and get something back as his team is falling apart around him. Misfits, they secure themselves another tower on the side lane. They get themselves 3 kills overall. And I love this aggression from Misfits. They know they're in a power position right now. They want to keep pushing it. And have a look at this. They know that, look, they've brought Mercer up here as well. They have the Jinx keep pushing in mids. They wait. They utilize VTO. Well, Mercer takes the initial tower aggro. He's going to be stunned up underneath, and it's good awareness from Armit to be able to get that kill. But he ends up trading his life for Mercer's. Then they can engage. VTO uses the chem tanks active to apply the slow onto Rakan to then guarantee the E landing in order to get that execute. And then the Gale Force in from Neon. Unforgiven stands like the Giga Chad that he is. He doesn't run into the trap. He just takes the one-on-one duel, knows he's going to die, but makes sure that he takes Neon down with him, gets a bit of vengeance for what happened in the laning phase.
And still, just about a 2,000 gold lead for Misfits. It is a sizable advantage for them to have, but it's kept steady across the last 4 or 5 minutes or so. It's actually shrinking ever so slightly, but 2 dragons to the good. Rifthold used up towards that top lane already, with a dragon coming up in a minute and a half. Cloud Drake, obviously, we often talk about it as perhaps not the most impactful, but will definitely still help you out with an Akali, with a Gwen. When we get into these team fights, their ability to get onto the backline is so helped by having all of that extra movement speed that the Cloud Soul can provide.
Yeah, in particular Akali and Gwen. You make a really great point there. Like, ulting and then getting that bonus movement speed, it's lethal.
So good.
It's really, really lethal and can be really difficult to avoid. So I think Misfits actually not that upset about a Cloud Soul for sure. Of course, if Mad can get it, Renekton would love a Cloud Soul.
So would Rakan, Betty.
Please stop kiting me,
would Rakan.
please. Oh yeah, of course, that synergizes perfectly with his ultimate, right? That makes a lot of sense. So, you know, Cloud Soul gets a bad rep, man, but I think it's pretty good. I think the thing about Souls is that they've kind of originally, when they were a thing, oh, hang on, fight.
Solar Flare, Kaiser pops the quickness, kick back into Mercer, and Kaiser's just stun locked, tries to dash away, but cannot escape. Another kill to VTO, who's having a stormer of a game on this Akali. 2-0-4 now. And Misfits are actually just pulling Mad Lions around the map. You can see Mad were trying to set up around this dragon, which is coming up in 10 seconds time, but Misfits are looking very eagerly at their 3rd Drake of the game.
Yeah, Misfits were ahead of the play on this one. They were already in a great position. They actually sacked the bot wave in order to get onto the dragon sooner to set up this vision. And then Mercer was in such a good position to then collapse onto the Mad Lions. They found themselves that pick. Now they can convert it into an uncontested Drake. Neon going to help him out with this one. VTO going to go catch the bot wave. And everything looking great for Misfits.
In a very strong position so far. I do want to talk a little bit about Kaiser's Rakan itemization choices here. Not something you too commonly see. This is an Everfrost Rakan. Usually you'll see Shurelya's or a Locket. Kaiser's been playing a lot of Everfrost Rakan. What it does do very well is, even if you don't hit the root, it's very easy to hit your W on someone who's slowed. It becomes a whole lot simpler than trying to get it on someone who's dashing around throughout a fight. So Kaiser will use that either as his initial engage or as a follow-up route when he lands the engage to make sure someone's locked in place for as long as possible. The downside is, it's about 300 gold more expensive than the usual support mythics, and so Kaiser being behind in this game is going to take even longer than usual to get towards that first item.
Makes sense. You know, and that is actually one of the cheaper mythics as well. So, interesting tidbit there from, again, Diamond 1, Rakan. Expert over here, medic.
See, here's the thing. Last time I did this with Leona, everyone's like, please stop talking about your Leona roommate. You're the one talking about it now, and Unforgiven's the one getting caught out. That's enough damage from Misfits. Good play from Schlatan. Flash, ward jump, kick. Makes it pretty easy to catch out the AD carry.
I'm just proud of you, buddy. You know, I think it's important to acknowledge your achievements. And considering how miserable solo queue is for me, let's enjoy your solo queue experiences. As Ilyoya is now trapped. I think he should be fine, though. Is able to sidestep that one. Is that? Oh, yeah, Merc Treads. I was about to say. He got stunned up, and I was like, but he didn't feel stunned for very long. But he ends up just walking out of that one, sidesteps the ultimate, and is able to get away to safety as he clears. Observers, could we have a quick look at the gold? Because I feel like that the gold difference is deceptive, because you can see that both mid laners are actually very even in gold. The AD carries is where you're seeing a lot of the discrepancy, and the top lane as well. So huge props to Rika actually for being able to stay even with the Akali, considering Akali has 2 kills and has been involved in 6 of the 11 from Misfits, but he's actually ahead in terms of resources. So good job him, as now here it is in some danger.
He's going to get charmed up there with the quickness. Hallowed Path coming down. Here it's
who's in danger? Sorry.
Try and turn it around in the 1v3. Here it's able to force him away. Misfits immediately a decisive call here. Immediately say, we want the Baron. We know that Mad Lions don't have vision around it. Pings are coming down, but who on earth's going to check? Far side alteration will come out. TP's used by both Misfits and Mad. Armor's going to look for a flank position. Rika coming in as well with a TP of his own. He went to mid. There's a pincer movement here for the Mad Lions, but their pride on the line. They cannot get into the Baron pit, and it's taken by Misfits. Rika now caught out down towards the bottom side, and Mercer just able to survive. Kaiser will take him in the end. Rika down. Mercer still surviving. Slatten's going to chase him off towards the bottom. Unforgiven forced out. BTO dashing in. 3 quick kills over to Misfits, and Mad Lions just do not have an answer.
Misfits are just dominating in this game from start to finish. It has just been the Misfits show. They have been outplaying Mad in the laning phase. They've been outplaying them on the map, and they have been outplaying them in the team fights. This is a massive game for Misfits. As we are looking to close out week 3, they'll tie the score in the standings alongside Mad Lions as they secure and go for another fight.
Amit once again stepping forward onto Hirit, but this hasn't worked out too well for you in the past. And the healing is absurd. Elioya pops the stopwatch. Neon waiting for a second is charmed up with the quickness. Slattern on his way as well. Neon dashing away from the pounce. Elioya dashes back towards his inhibitor. Slattern joins for a single Q. Doesn't hit it. Doesn't feel the call. And Misfits will retreat after just taking the inhibitor tower.
Wow. It has definitely been a bit of a top gap this game. Hirit really has stood out on this Gwen. Let's have a look back at this. So Rika's in a bit of an awkward position here, gets engaged. Vito isn't quite able to land the E, but it doesn't really matter because the rest of the team immediately follows up. You have a bit of supportal combat off on the side, and then Vito, leveraging his huge mobility, is able to get the chase down onto Unforgiven, who can't really escape from the Akali, along with Kaiser losing his life in a little skirmish that was happening on the left of our screen. So Misfits just, as we mentioned, from start to finish, just pure domination against the Mad Lions.
And now Mad Lions are staring down another minute of Baron. 40 seconds until Cloud Soul is an option for Misfits. 5,000 gold this Baron power play so far. 8,000 gold the lead for Misfits. And Mad are an item behind in basically every role. Mid lane, there's a Medjai's with 10 stacks for VTO. Bot lane, Neon has Rapid Fire Cannon and Infinity Edge to only the wit's end alongside the Mythics for the AD carries. Kaiser just finished his Mythic 25 minutes into the game. Everfrost can do a lot of work on Rakan, but to pull you out of this hole, you need a whole lot of rope if you are Mad Lions.
They're going to need to find a Mad Lions miracle. They've done it before. Can they do it again? Right now, it is not looking great. Misfits playing on 2 lanes for the time being. Akali pushing in mid. Misfits, they want to leverage their Baron. They know that they can keep the waves pushed, and then on the way out, they can actually go for the Drake. Mercer forced a flash there. As Mad, they're looking for something.
Minions should do enough work here for Misfits. Here it dashes back in with the skip and slash and snips down the inhibitor. Misfits now have a pincer movement of their own, but the wave culled, cleared out by Unforgiven.
Misfits will want to keep this mid wave walking into the base. They want to try and split Mad up as much as possible, then they can leverage Neon's range to siege. But it all comes back to what we were talking about earlier. Misfits comp is not that great at sieging. They are very reliant on Neon, or by playing through multiple lanes and trying to find a pick, which means that what they wanted to do was use their Baron as much as possible.
Slattern is not here, Betty. Schlatten is nowhere near this. Elioya could quite easily steal this, but Schlatten might just look for the kick on Rika. Straight into the waiting arms of VTO. They wait it out, they get the kill, they get the dragon as well. Mad Lions didn't have the vision to steal away the soul. Misfits get a kill and the dragon to boot.
Hard to blame Rika for that one. Why would Schlatan be on Wolves and not on Drake? Unforgiven's going to throw the ult. It is going to go wide, but
good ward here.
Rika definitely got caught off guard as Misfits secured themselves the Cloud Soul, and they're looking to secure themselves the game. They will likely have to wait for the next Baron to spawn to really close this one out. We've already talked a lot about their ability to siege, but with this inhibitor broken in the mid lane, they can now play through top and through bot. They'll have both TPs available. Here it is level 16. So Misfits, they have a lot of options, they have a lot of time, and really they just need to be patient because they don't want to throw. It's going to be very difficult for them to throw this, but I've seen things happen before.
I watched Misfits G2 yesterday, Betty, so I know how close.
I've also seen Mad in 10k gold deficits before as well.
Yep.
So I will not count them out until the game is over, but Misfits what can I say? A great game overall from them. I mean, it does stem from the individual advantages that they built. Hirit and the bot lane really stepping up, and props to Mercer, the young rookie coming in for the Misfit squad, replacing Vander as an ultimate comes through.
Oh, Rika, he had flash, he could have got away, he uses it just way too late. Schlattern charmed up, but Kaiser next on the chopping block. Double kill for VTO. Elioya pops a stopwatch, but soon he will be the one going pop, forced underneath his inhibitor tower. Instead, Schlattern decides to focus on Unforgiven, forces him back to the fountain, and Armut and Elioya, two vestiges of Mad Lions run in 2021. The last two standing here against the Misfits. Look for the stun on Neon, even underneath the tower. He cannot die. VTO's godlike. Misfits exactly the same. They get the ace, and the Nexus will follow shortly after. A dominant win by the Rabbits.
Impressive win by Misfits. They have had a tendency recently to go for more scaling comps, and I think that makes sense in the current meta, but this was less of a team fight comp, a lot more about playing through your sides, and then, well, they just got kills everywhere. Yeah. They just punished the mistakes from Mad. In the mid game, they played around the dragons extremely well. They found multiple picks, and I don't think we ever really saw a full 5v5 team fight. I think it was just constantly like 2v2s, 2v3s, just someone dying before a fight really kicks off, and that really suited Misfits comp perfectly, which allowed them to get the soul, allowed them to get the Baron, allowed them to get everything, really. So a very impressive game, very well executed game from Misfits, and he's hoping they can continue that performance moving through the split.
Definitely. Your key player of the game votes at LEC on Twitter, Hirit, Schlattern, VTO. I will say, all credit to Schlattern. He found a few key picks in the mid to late game, just constantly getting behind people, getting them kicked into the team. Unforgiven was caught, Rico was caught a couple of times. Made it very difficult for Mad Lions to ever get any farm in any of their lanes. Now, before we hear from Law and the victorious Neon, Fnatic's Wonder sat down with us to give his take on the G2 versus Fnatic rivalry before their match of the week later tonight.
Yeah, I mean, the reason that Fnatic G2 will be a relevant matchup always is just like, I guess, the historic achievements from both teams. Winning a lot of titles and stealing a lot of players and all the banter. I think they have been like the two predominantly, I mean, the organizations themselves, they are very outspoken and very out there, you know, compared to all the other European orgs. So I think it's just natural that the matches between those two teams carry so much weight.
Couldn't love someone, 'cause I might break if you're gonna die, not by. Said I couldn't love someone, 'cause I might break if you're gonna die, not by mistake. So where did you go? I should know, but it's cold and I don't wanna be lonely. So tell me you'll come home. Even if it's just a lie. Told you not to worry, but maybe that's a lie. Honey, what's your hurry? Won't you stay inside? Remember not to get too close to stars. They're never gonna give you love like ours. Where did you go? I should know, but it's cold and I don't wanna be lonely. So show me the way home. I can't lose another life. it's just a lie. Try not to upset you and let you rescue me the day I met you. I just wanted to protect you, but now I'll never get to.
Tell us straight with him.
And welcome back to the LEC Misfits. Find happiness here in day 2 as they convincingly take down the Mad Lions and Neon. Thank you so much for joining me after this game. Congrats on taking them down, especially after what happened yesterday. So my first question would be, what is the mental process to just bounce back and not focus on the shenanigans that happened at the G2's Nexus yesterday and win so convincingly today?
Okay, so first of all, thanks for having me.
As
and yeah, bouncing back from the game yesterday was honestly kind of hard because, well, we lost the game in a very, let's say, the disappointing fashion. So, but like we kind of knew that the game on our end was not very good and we didn't really deserve to win that game anyway. So we were like, okay, we can bounce back from this. And I think we did do that pretty well.
I always tend to say that it's much easier to learn from the defeats than the victories because you see what you can change. But what was the main problem yesterday in the game against G2, especially throughout the end?
Okay, so first of all, we picked a very weak early game, and G2 actually played their early game very well. They kind of ran us around the map, and from that point on, they should have been able to actually end the game without like any mistakes, right? Because it should have been really easy for them with the lead that they got. But unfortunately for them, they threw somehow. I don't know how. And suddenly we were winning. But then we had this very unfortunate call at their Nexus. Or like not rather a call, but like like we were just too excited, I guess. And half of the people are like trying to like end the game, and half people are like screaming to fight, and it's like really chaotic and really sad what happened. So
mixed communications, let's say. But let's leave the sad stories behind us. You crushed Mad Lions today, and really convincingly, as I stated earlier. And you had a lot of responsibilities with your Jinx, especially. Can you talk me through your role this game, but more specifically within this Misfits lineup and Mersa on the bot lane?
Okay, so this game, my role, I guess, was AD carry.
Yeah.
And I just did my thing, right? Like we kind of won bot lane pretty hard, I would say, in the matchup. And I don't know, it was kind of like an easy game because we were just like winning everywhere, and yeah, we could like take it from there. And when it comes to this Misfits lineup, well. I am actually one of the oldest people on the lineup right now, which is kind of weird because I always considered myself like the rookie player or the young player, but that is no longer the case. I actually work with rookies now. I have 2 rookies under my belt, and it's a lot of fun because I can see myself in them. Like I can see them doing the same mistakes I did. I can like I just see myself in them, right? So yeah, I'm kind of the adult now on the team, and like playing on this team honestly is really fun because we have like so many different personalities. And yeah, like when it comes to my role on the team, I guess I'm like someone who makes sure that we're all like behaving properly and like keeping our emotions in check, because sometimes they do like get unleashed, like maybe as we could see yesterday in the G2 ending game.
the moderator, let's say, within this Misfits lineup. One last question for you that I have. You said that now you're one of the oldest players and the most experienced players within this lineup. Any words of wisdom that you've been able to share with these rookies, maybe? If you can give me some examples.
Any words of wisdom? Well, I guess to not take like losses too like seriously, or like to not try and. Okay, most of all, I think it's very important to basically not care what anyone else thinks about you outside of your team. Like, you only play with your teammates, and therefore, like, anyone else's opinion doesn't ultimately matter. So I'm just like making sure that my players don't get influenced by anyone else, right? Because it ultimately just doesn't matter. Because in the past, I would be influenced a lot by like comments or such things, but I came to the realization that none of this actually matters, right? So I guess those are like my words of wisdom. Just play your game and be the best teammate you can be, and you'll do great, you know.
Fantastic, and I'm sure they're in good hands with you, Neon. Thank you for the interview. That's all for us on this side of the stage. I wish you the best of luck in week 4, and once again, congrats on taking down Mad Lions. And we're gonna move on to the next game. This will be Rogue versus Vitality. Stay tuned.
Rogue remain undefeated by beating Fnatic yesterday and are now being approached by a new challenger, the revitalized team of Vitality, who themselves are on a 3-game winning streak. Let's start by highlighting Rogue, who really surprised yesterday against Fnatic. They are the best team in the LEC. They've never won 6 games in a row, and they took down Fnatic in emphatic fashion.
I loved watching this game. The pressure that we saw from Malrang in the early stages, playing through both the solo laners, punishing the aggression that we saw come out from the opposition. And as well, I mean, Trimby roaming up with this Jada, the engaged Jada. I loved every minute of this game.
Yeah, we discussed it at the top of show, right? If you're a jungler that has all these 3 pushing lanes going into you, you can abuse them because you can actually get good ganks off, but doing it alone, not so fun. Let's get 1 lane ahead, mid lane. Larsen's ahead, now I have a friend, I can hold his hand. Let's go bot, let's get bot ahead. Perfect, now Trimby can come with me. Now we're a 3-man unit running around the map, and eventually you have game states like this where anytime they push a side lane, you have full control of the river.
And I love that they actually came in prepared for Fnatic. One of the things that you see often with Fnatic is push sides, and then they'll try and take quick routes through the jungle to group up for that death ball that we talked about. Rogue were ready, consistently getting vision control down. You can see it in your screens right here, catching Wonder as he starts to rotate through. It was so well orchestrated by Rogue.
It really, really was. And not only did Rogue execute on their team composition, they surprised Fnatic, they surprised my analyst, they surprised Selfmade, because so many people were anticipating Fnatic to win. Now, the question I have is, against Vitality, who will be surprised if either team wins? Because Vitality themselves, they bounced back after going 0-3. They've won 3 games in a row, and yes, against SK yesterday, not the strongest of competition, they looked good in that victory and are going to be fired up to take down the undefeated Rogue.
Yeah, last 2 weeks they've looked absolutely dominant. Not even a crack in the armor, I think, in the recent games that they've played. I think Rogue will be the last test for them, because I think Rogue is the best team in the LEC right now in best of ones. They look fantastic, and if they do take down Vitality here, then wow, Rogue is absolutely undisputed, just popping off this split.
There's no doubt about it. I think in particular, I want to zero in on Perks. I think his hands finally arrived after being shipped from NA and arriving late.
Oh yeah, they have that travel difference, right?
They did. Yeah, exactly. Time zone difference, travel issues. But Perks is the type of player that rises to the occasion. Now, being tested against Rogue with the likes of Alfari and Selfmade, this is a team where the individual players, Kedril, you were talking so much about how scary they can be. They are going to want to not only beat Rogue, they want to crush Rogue.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, they want to come in, make a bold statement, right? Take down Rogue, go 4 wins in a row, be the best team in the league because they've taken down Rogue now, who beat Fnatic. So that's a little bit of bragging rights there. I mean, when you look at the roster across the board, it's just individual firepower in every lane.
Yeah, I mean, it's the individual power, but it's also how that interpersonal thing has been linking up as well. And that's been the big standout for me, is when we're seeing them actually moving around the map together. I mean, Perks got the 2 kills off of that roam top yesterday. It feels like so many of the pieces are coming together. Labrov even supporting Selfmade on 20 of these roams. The timing's a lot better. Cardsy's not falling behind it as a result in the bot side. Everything is just linking up well with this team now.
They really, really are. I'm going to make a bold statement, potentially, so please catch me. This is a trust fall. I'm going to say that Malrang is thus far the season MVP of the LEC 2022. So I want to first get an opinion from my analyst on that statement and then go, can Selfmade even stop him?
That's a very good question because honestly, I think these are the two best junglers in the league that we have right now. If you're a jungle fan or a jungle extraordinaire, this is the game to watch in the LEC. MVP to me is what a player brings to a team, and Malrang has brought life to Rogue. It really doesn't feel like Rogue's going to struggle at Rogue time anymore because their playstyle is just different. They're not playing for winning lanes and playing for jungle with those winning lanes. They're playing for, well, we can draft a losing lane, but we have good setup. That'll give more CC for Malrang. That'll give setup for Malrang to get the team as a whole ahead.
It's such a distinct style, though, that we see from Malrang, right? Like, you look at his best CSD of 15, and it's minus
Negative,
13.
yeah.
And you're just like, this
But
is...
you contrast that to K plus A and kill participation.
Oh, yeah, that's what I mean, is that, like, this is a style that works because it's on Rogue. Like, you've got 3 lanes that are absolutely incredible when you look at the star power that's there and their ability to carry a game. The reason Malrang, as you can see there, is able to play this style is because it allows them to set themselves up on the map, play towards where they're strong. And Malrang has an incredible understanding of where he needs to be positioned to support the moving pieces of Rogue. And that's why he has looked so good despite the CS difference.
It is not often that I get to make a bold statement and don't get instantly shot down. We're less than a minute away from jumping into one of the most exciting matches of the weekend. For one last time, I'm going to ask predictions, Rogue or Vitality.
I'm going to go for Vitality on this one, but all my predictions are always wrong. I think the most important thing to me this game isn't mid, it isn't top, it isn't the teams as a whole, it's the draft. I think coming on the draft, whoever's blue side already is favored. What OPs go through and how do they answer? Rogue have shown different styles. Vitality have also shown different styles. It's a case of, are you going to play for top? Are you going to play for front? I think both these teams are extremely versatile.
Yeah, I think if there's any jungler that's going to punish Malrang, it's going to be Selfmade, and I think that this could be the one where Vitality take us.
Okay, just so you guys know,
You
Rogue...
can't keep getting the same one. We've got to have different ones.
Selected blue, Rogue selected blue.
I'm going Rogue.
I said Rogue at the end of yesterday's show. We'll see who's going to be right. Will Rogue's historic run continue, or will Vitality make a statement with their 4th win in a row? Find out which team will ban Corki and truly won the offseason. Let's head to Coburg Dracos.
Why does he keep
Thank you very much, Shocks, alongside Trouble and who was the other one on the desk?
Dagda. Yeah, you can call Dagda.
We can call Dagda. That's true. Thank you so much, Dagda. You did a great job. The other two,
you need to work on it.
Yeah, we'll have to talk afterwards. You know. Anyway, big game. Rogue versus Vitality. Rogue, the only undefeated team left in the LEC, looking to be another Fnatic. You know, 18-0. We all hear the stories of that Fnatic lineup. Rogue, the furthest they have ever got to that is this season. This is the most games they have played without losing from the start of the season to now. Vitality, on the other hand, are bouncing back. Let's see if they can continue their winning ways. So Kadra said that the team on blue side automatically is favored in the draft. He said the draft was the most important part of this game. Obviously, we'll watch the draft, we'll ask Kadra who's going to win, and then we just won't watch the rest of the game. Right, Betty?
True. That is how it works. I'm really curious as to what both these teams are going to prioritize. It seems that Diana continues to be a high priority ban in the current state of the game. Twisted Fate, Corki, all these champions still heavily, well, basically need to not be played. I didn't know how better to say that, but they generally, a lot of teams want to ban them. The Jace is also going to be removed. Not that uncommon for Rogue. Typically, they do ban this while they are on the blue side, even though Odoame is a very proficient Jace player. And if anyone has ever watched his stream, he will always tell you that the best blind picks for top lane are both Jace and Akshan. So he's very confident in his blind Jace for sure. The gangplank respect over towards Alphari, I quite like to see. Alphari's really been the only one in our league that's been playing a lot of gangplank. It does very well into low mobile AD carries, which are very prevalent in the current meta right now. And I also just think that Alphari is a very good gangplank player. So makes a lot of sense with the Corki finally being removed. It does mean that Caitlyn is up and available, but I wouldn't be surprised if neither of these teams first picked it, because that's not really their style.
Jinx is something that comp has looked to quite often. Of course, Xin still available as an option for Rogue if they want to lock that in, but instead, it's actually immediately going to be the Caitlyn here for comp in the bottom lane.
Cool. Well, I think that Caitlyn is a very powerful pick. You do have to enable it a little bit in the early game because, well, her biggest asset is her very strong, her large range, rather. She can harass you consistently throughout the laning phase. Typically, you want to pair her with something like a Lux or a Morgana, something that can basically synergize with her very well because if a binding lands, she traps them. It's a lot of damage. And yeah, it's definitely very lethal. That is going to be a second pick LeBlanc.
Wow.
For Perks.
Okay, I mean, Perks, he's incredibly good at LeBlanc. We always talk about it. People remember the series versus RNG where he absolutely popped off on the champion. I did have a look at some of his numbers. 79% win rate on LeBlanc.
79?
Yeah, it's his third most played. 33 games. That's
wow.
a scary proposition.
That is quite an impressive record throughout his entire career. Yeah, Perks is quite a good LeBlanc player. I mean, in recent history, I believe it was the Rogue tiebreaker that he really popped off.
Darn you, Perks!
Darn you, Perks. Yep, indeed. And he's going to pair that up with a very powerful early game jungler in the form of the Xin Zhao. This does mean that supports will likely be banned on the side of Rogue, things that could potentially deal or be annoying for the Lux to deal with. Meanwhile, Vitality, I expect them to start removing junglers away from Malrang, and the Trundle immediately going to be taken off the board. No real surprise. Trundle is very good into things like Xin Zhao, especially when they will close the gap for you, and how obnoxious the pillar can be. So makes a lot of sense. Wouldn't also be surprised to see something like, well, actually, maybe they won't ban the Jarvan because against things like LeBlanc Xin, Jarvan's not that great, and you may struggle if you actually find yourself in an early skirmish as well. So we'll have to wait and see what direction Malrang does choose to go. But we talked about supports being removed, and Rogue looks like they're going to continue that trend.
I expect a Thresh as a possible ban here from Rogue as well. Nautilus, Thresh, both strong laners, but Thresh also provides that safety for the Jinx that would allow Vitality to play a weak side bot lane, not put too much to focus on that, and have the Xin and the LeBlanc teaming up in the early game to get Perks and Selfmade ahead. There's the Olaf ban by Vitality as well, so getting rid of another jungler. Could of course go top lane, but there's no Adam in this game, so expectations are that Olaf would usually be picked up by Malrang in the jungle.
Okay, well, so far, Rogue, they have a very strong bot side of the map. This does tend to suggest that they're leaning more towards a safe side top. You imagine that Vitality will look to lock in a Thresh right now, which does mean that Rogue will look to go for probably a weak side top, maybe even a blind Ornn. We have seen Odoamne do that before. Offers them a little bit more, well, it offers them engage, which right now is primarily what they're lacking. When you have things like the Caitlyn and Invicta, you have very long range, you put an Ornn on top of that, you have another long range engage, and there's just like basically a lot of team fight tools and a lot of utility. And the fact that Vitality are saving their top lane pick for last, you're just like, well, okay, we need to blind pick something safe, and unsurprisingly, we are going to see that safe tank topside for Odoamne.
Definitely hinted at by the Gwen ban as well, with someone that can constantly harass the Ornn in lane, that can be a little bit difficult to deal with, that can get away from the ultimate. There is the Ornn for Odo, and now it's just a jungle left for Rogue. Malrang has been all about those ganks so far in the LEC Spring. The Jarvan, Xin Zhao, Trundle, Lee Sin, all of these champions that can get in the midst of the action early on. Warwick doesn't do that as much, does obviously have the possibility of doing it, but I don't expect...
Have you seen Malrang's Warwick?
I have not, but have you seen his bear?
I have not.
The volley bear up in the top lane. Not in the top lane, in the jungle for Malrang.
So I've been seeing in solo queue a lot of like Volibear tops.
Yeah, that's
not that many Volibear
yeah.
jungles, to be honest. I'm really excited to see this. Malrang has played a bunch of different junglers. The only jungler he's played twice was that Trundle. So the fact that he's bringing out another unique jungle pick just goes to show how deep his champion pool is. But you know that he's going to look to gank. That is the trend that you talked about, Medic. It is something that he's been doing a lot of. He was extremely proactive in their game against Fnatic yesterday, and I imagine he's going to look to do the same thing again today. I'm very excited to see him go up against Selfmade, who, alongside Perks and Alphari, will likely be trying to play around this top side of the map with going for the Graves, the stronger scaling, good into the Ornn, very prevalent in a side lane. I know there's a lot of debate right now about how good Graves is as a champion. Obviously, he doesn't really offer a huge amount of utility, very much a damage threat, but quite a lethal one. My only concern is his range. I'm not sure how he ever expects to get onto things like a Victor or a Caitlyn with things like the traps and the zoning and the gravity well. There's so much zoning tools from Rogue. You add to that as well the Lux utility that she can provide. You're going to have to find very creative ways if you want to try and start a fight on Rogue, especially if you're not first on the objective.
It definitely feels like Vitality have gone for a more explosive, get ahead, keep the game rolling away from the opposition style, whereas Rogue have a more methodical style, which is not always what we've seen from them so far in Spring. They've been the quickest team in the LEC so far in Spring. Let's see if they can continue versus Vitality. let's get right into it. So, Vedi, expectations. Very strong top side of the map for Vitality. Strong jungle mid duo in the form of the LeBlanc and the Xin Zhao. Rogue likely to leave Odo Omne a little bit alone unless they really want to put Alphari behind in the early game and focusing more on getting this Caitlyn and Lux ahead.
Yeah, good job. What am I supposed to do now, Mick? Great. You just said all of my points.
I'm sorry, man.
You've cast with me for too long.
But they're all points you said in draft. I'm just reiterating them here. So.
I think the only thing I would add is that I expect Selfmade to camp mid a lot. But let's have a look at this level 1 here. Cheeky Perks. What is he up to?
Maybe just looking for a bit of harass.
I think
he has got the W.
I did miss how he got there. I was going to say, he must have started W, right? So what's he going to do exactly?
You're going to chain an Ornn? You can't do it. You haven't got it. Gets the ward down. We'll be able to spot out Malrang's initial pathing. And because Malrang has been so focused on ganking, so focused on getting his lanes ahead, understanding where he's starting and where he will be in the early game can be vital for you as a team. Perks with the Electrocute will win out on the damage trade in the mid lane. Airy doing a little bit of work for Larson as well. Both of them pop a corrupting potion, and both will be about the same level of HP at the end of it.
You know, if you want to get really deep in the lore, the fact that Perks is using the IG skin, which when he played LeBlanc, it was RNG who he beat on LeBlanc to then lose to IG. There's many layers there, you know. Perks has such a rich history. But we do have to do Perks a favor. Because in week 1, you kind of did him dirty.
He
week 2...
He was very bad in week 1, I will stress that.
We had to talk about his stats. This is all of his stats, isn't it?
Well, no, there are more stats than this, but this is up until now. We don't only have 3 stats per player.
No, I meant these aren't just his week 2 stats,
No, this is the entirety of week 1 through yesterday.
Okay, so these stats are obviously hurt by the fact that his week 1 performance was not that strong.
He was 10th in everything in week 1.
He was 10th in everything. So due to averages, he was brought down. But his week 2 and week 3 performance, you can see how much they've actually been able to elevate him. And that just goes to show how impactful he actually was in week 2. So we had to do that for Perks because he definitely has been playing significantly better compared to his week 1 performance, along with the rest of Vitality. And him being on his famous LeBlanc, it's going to be exciting to see what he's able to do and how well he can work with Selfmade.
Vitality have definitely come out storming after week 1. 3 wins in a row, looking to make it 4. Of course, Rogue on the other side. 6 games undefeated as Odo will get a Brittle proc here onto Alphari, but Alphari turns around the damage with the end of the line. Fleet footwork there, doing a lot of work for Alphari in the trades, healing him up, making it a bit more difficult for Odo Omne to keep the sustain. But of course, Ornn can build items in lane, so should be able to get himself a little bit more tankiness in that lane with a cloth armor.
Interesting. Malrang's path was actually wolves into a bot side clear into now the top scuttle.
Avoiding that ward.
Avoiding that ward entirely. So they don't actually have full information. The fact that the Raptors are gone, Selfmade did ward it. He should have some insight as to where this Volibear should be. But right now it's a little unclear as to where Malrang could be ganking. Currently only level 3. Selfmade, I expect to get level 4 after clearing this. Oh, my apologies. He didn't actually do his top Krugs, which means that he's still going to sit on level 3 for the time being. That extra, he's on 25 CS when he typically would be on 24. That's because he killed a control ward just outside of the red buff. So both junglers for now just clearing away. But props to Larson. He is actually getting the better of Perks in these trades. Often you'll see both these mid laners will go for the corrupting pot, so they have that extra bit of sustain. But Larson really bullying out Perks in the early laning phase there. Of course, just both going to exchange TPs, but he's just leveraging the additional damage from Airy. As, ooh, Selfmade will get spotted out.
Yeah, that ward on the Krugs placed there by Malrang a few moments ago. Malrang now has got his first blue of the game. 4 minutes in, a little bit delayed, but as you said, has cleared out the majority of the rest of his camp, so those are leveling up.
Have a look at this. So at the highest level of play, pros notice the smallest things. And I think it was Alphari noticed, or at least someone on Vitality noticed, that the control ward on top had been spotted by the sight orb. Which means that suggests, oh, Malrang's probably in his topside jungle. So now they have information just because he propped that Scry's Bloom as to exactly where the jungler is and how to play around it. So small insight there, but it's these little things that pros really do notice that can actually be really detrimental, and you have to be like careful of, do you play around it? Do you actually use this right here, right now? Because you are going to give away that information. And you can see now, look, Comp and Trimby looking to continue keeping that push up because they know their jungler's pathing towards them. Selfmade in the vicinity as well. TP going to be used by Odo Omne, but Comp and Trimby should feel safe with the support from their jungler.
Yeah, just trying to get that shove out. You can see Comp and Trimby really haven't been under too much hurt at all down towards this bottom side. Still got double biscuits, double pots. Malrang just making sure that they were safe in pushing this out. Kazi and Labrov had already had a reset, or at least Kazi had, because he's got double longsword and the boots. I do want to, I mean, we talked a lot about Malrang, but I want to highlight just how good he has been playing so far in Spring LEC. You can see leading the junglers in K+A, so that's kills and assists at the 15-minute mark. Highest jungle proximity of any jungler in our league as well, showing he gives up CS, he gives up camps to get ganks working. And although he hasn't had a purely like a kill gank so far, he is still helping his team get these pushes out. Now Larson stepping forward a little bit, Labrov is here as well. It's a big wave building up for Larson. He'll want to try and catch this underneath the tower, and with no TP, he wouldn't be able to get back here safely, so they just need to make sure this pushes in for him.
But this is also why the discussion from the analyst desk was a lot around these junglers, seeing how Selfmade and Malrang compete against each other. High praise, of course, going to both of them with regards to their awareness of what's going on the map, and with the drafts that they have, two very aggressive junglers that can look to be very proactive on the map. I expected Vitality to heavily play through the mid lane. We haven't seen any ganks from Selfmade just yet. It's just been trading of camps across the board. Comp and Kazi.
Yeah, Kazi puts down the flame spitters, but it's just not going to be enough. Comp should just be able to kill this one off. Malrang's coming in for the chase as well. Kazi tries to put the damage down, but can't flash away from Malrang. Right place, right time once again for the rogue jungler.
I mean, Malrang didn't really do a lot there. That was just all Comp. Like, the fact that Comp was able to just bully Kazi out, it's weird how Kazi even found himself in that position. I am hoping we can get a bit of a replay and some insight into that, because obviously neither support was there. Comp was able to, like, zone him out using his traps, basically cutting off his escape route. Kazi didn't want to burn the flash. They end up trading heals, and then Kazi just ends up losing his life. So, so he's backing in but he cancels it to go for this trade. And then look at this use of the traps from Comp. He just cuts off his escape route, hits him with the E. That gives him the empowered auto, which is what allows him to come out on top. Comp also sidesteps the W from Kazi. And even though Kazi uses the heal, I think for safety, and actually Comp was getting hit by the minions there, so I think he was a little worried about with the fully stacked lethal tempo, and Kazi,
It could have just been an auto attack and some minions.
So he was like, I'm not going to risk it, I'm just going to give my kill over towards the jungler, and to be honest, for Volleybear gets that first blood, not the end of the world. So, bit of a blunder there from Kazi, wanted to catch that wave, ends up getting punished for it, and Comp comes out on top.
And Rogue, because of it, only about a 300 gold lead, but it's a nice enough advantage for them to have around the 8-minute mark, especially with how good Vitality have been in the early game across the last couple of weeks. Actually, probably our best team early game-wise over weeks 2 and 3. Huge gold lead. I mean, 2.6k is absolutely gargantuan. First tower in 100% of their games. K divided by D, that is kills divided by deaths, so they're getting 1.5 kills for every death that they have in the early game as well, and there's another death for them. No kills yet, but Perks just locked
That's
out.
going to hurt that stat,
yes,
isn't it,
it is.
That's
yes, it is.
Just as you bring that stat up, Larson and Trimby are able to find a pick. And like we wanted to talk about Vitality early game, but now we've got to talk about Rogues. You talked about how they are the fastest team in the league right now. A large part of how they get the early advantage is actually just Trimby roaming a lot more and working with Malrang. Something that he said in an interview was that with Inspired, he felt like that they had to, flash in.
Flay, Hook's already down. Larson's down as well, though. Vitality able to answer with the kill in the mid lane.
Good revenge there from Labrov. He's able to make a flash play of his own, and he catches Larson off guard. Of course, Larson flashed over the wall to get that kill onto Perks, which meant that Labrov could set up that play for Selfmade. They do commit a couple flashes, but they do get a return kill. Will be exchanged. I imagine that Vitality will get the Drake off the back of this in exchange for this Herald. But good to see a bit more action early on, get to see a little bit more of the supports getting involved. But yeah, really what we've been seeing is Trimby works a lot more with Malrang than I think he ever did with Inspired in the past, and that's why we've been seeing so much more of this proactive ganking style rogue compared to what we saw last year, which was a lot more about lane control. But now Malrang's looking for another gank.
Afari does have the flash, but doesn't dodge away from the Forge God himself. Odoamne takes the kill. Malrang was there and helped out a little bit, but wasn't really required apart from the stun.
Some cool Ornn mechanics there. Odoamne applied the Brittle passive with his W, flash to proc it to more alive to land the ult, and now Perks has found a support.
One chain, one kill. That's the life of support when there's a LeBlanc on the enemy team.
Pretty sure any caster has said this, but LeBlanc's specialty is making things disappear, and he just showed that to Trimby. I don't think you understood the joke because you're not laughing.
Oh,
so
yeah,
I just
sorry,
wanted to explain because Perks is playing LeBlanc, who's a magician.
Oh, is she?
And so she makes things like disappear, kind of like her passive. You know, she turns into two, like a clone. You know, so it's all that deception. And so then when he killed Trimby, who then disappeared, you see,
Betty.
it was
That's a
funny.
good one,
You see,
mate.
yeah, that's a good one. Glad you like that. So now the Dragon being started up by Selfmade. Off the back of getting that small numbers advantage and the prio that they had around this bot side of the map means that they could very easily secure that one. I'm curious as to what Malrang is looking to do with this ultimate. Right now, they're hovering around mid. Look at all this vision investment towards the bot side of the map from Vitality, using that very brief window that they had to secure some of these wards around the Raptors and around the Krugs, just to get a little bit more insight on the bot of the map off the back of Perks' initial pick. And you're going to be seeing this a lot, where teams are able to move into the enemy jungle, getting that insight, getting that information on what the enemy jungler is up to. It's very valuable in being able to control the early game.
It definitely is. And if Rogue can get vision around there as well, it allows Comp and Trimby to push forward. Nice use of the 90 caliber net just to jump over the Flame Chompers there. Second plate, a possibility for Comp, but instead he focuses on harassing Kazi. Hex Flash, there's a Lantern, there's a Selfmade. And Trimby's going to pull a Houdini because once again he will disappear. Perks, the magician, removes him from the map.
He certainly does, and I like the fact that Vitality feed that kill over to Perks. Selfmade could have secured it, but no, they want to make sure that their mid lane assassin is able to get more gold, get more kills, and become a greater threat. Another big pick onto Trimby, and all of a sudden the gold is equalized. Vitality showcasing that, hey, okay, you got a couple of early kills, we made a couple blunders, but we're immediately back on the map, and a lot of it coming off the back of this duo of Labrov and Selfmade. So Vitality closing that goal gap, and they're effectively even at this point in the game.
Yeah, very close game between these two teams so far. Larson continues to farm up in the mid lane, was winning the early trades, but Perks, after getting those Sork boots, has just been unleashed a little bit more on the map, has been, as you say, gifted over a couple of kills by his team, and it's obviously a lot harder for Victor to have that same impact on the map. Very good at clearing out waves, but not too good at moving around to the same degree as a LeBlanc. First tower of the game. There's the root, though, and Malrang's on the chase. The tower not quite dead yet. Comp will take it. Mana for Ace in the hole. Just enough. Malrang once again gets the kill.
Wow, good pick there from Trimby. It feels like the both supports are just eyeing each other because every time they're in that slide overstep, they immediately get punished. And you'll see this, just a really good binding from Trimby. Lands it onto Labrov, was not expecting it. And then the full combo comes through. The Q from the Caitlyn, the flash, E, stun from Malrang. I think that ideally they wanted to hand that one over to Comp.
He was trying to, but the E, I think.
Yeah, the E. The ult didn't quite do enough damage from Comp, which meant that the E actually ended up picking it up. So Rogue now, once again, reclaim control over the gold lead after securing that bot tower. Now we get to see this Caitlyn start moving around, and this is a great position for Rogue to be in. Odoamne has the safety of his tower in the bot lane still. Meanwhile, they can leverage the range of this Caitlyn to keep sieging, poking away at these towers, and with the plates falling soon and Night, well, they can get one more for Comp, but even if they don't, it's fine. She's going to start chipping away at these towers around the map.
So one of the powers of Caitlyn is just, as soon as you get that first tower, you are so unleashed across the map. Makes it so much easier for you to siege, so much easier for you to chip away at some of these turrets. That will be a plate in the mid lane for Larson. Just gets it. Labrov caught with a final spark. Malrang will be able to force him away. Does still have the Stormbringer, that Volley Bear ultimate, if they do want to look for a dive, but two more plates in the top lane over to Rogue. I mean, they are now 2,000 gold ahead as the plates fall off.
I like how Rogue are moving around the map right now. They're doing a great job pushing in mid, knowing that they have the pushing top as well. Vitality's a little late to match, given that Rogue was ahead in the play. And that means that they're able to get a little bit of deep vision up towards the top side of Vitality's jungle. It's not really going to result in a huge amount, aside from the fact that Rogue continues to extend their gold lead and good control overall from Rogue. Remember that when we look at compositions, ideally Vitality really wanted to attack this mid lane. They wanted to try and get this LeBlanc ahead, which, to be fair, they have done a good job of. Perks is continuing to ramp up, will continue to get stronger. But the problem is that this scaling teamfight element of Rogue's comp is, well, they're ahead in gold. They know that when the Drakes come round and the 5v fights happen, when you have this much zone control with the Caitlyn traps, with the Lux potential bindings, like, someone's going to have to face check, right?
Who's it going to be?
Someone's going to have to walk into this Rogue comp, and who wants to walk into the Ornn Volley Bear? Any volunteers? Anyone want to raise their hand? Because, you know, both of them are gods of the Freljord.
Trimby, well, Perks just flashed the binding. And Trimby pays for it with his life. Gravity Well coming down. We'll get the stun onto Selfmade. Does a fancy pose. Looking for a modeling position perhaps, but another kill onto Trimby there. Just a little bit out of position, didn't realize he was on vision, and now we're going to see a fight in the top lane and a fight in the mid. Perks dashing forward onto Larson. Meanwhile, on the top side, Malrang goes in with a Stormbring, actually dashes out with it. Larson caught out with Alfari, he'll take the kill. Kazi stepping in, rooted on the spot, stepped on a trap, and Selfmade's here waiting for the kill. Wind becomes lightning, and Volibear goes back to the fountain.
And just like that, Vitality have woken up. That 2k gold gap has disappeared as they find picks across the board. Perks flashing over the binding, finding another pick onto Larson. Selfmade is looking for blood.
Lebrov has Lantern here, so Vitality can get Selfmade out of here. Just wanted a little bit more of a trade. Mid lane tower goes down. Call of the Forge God used as well, and there's a blast going for Comp. Hook onto the Rift Herald will pull Lebrov into the waiting arms of Comp. Selfmade tries to trade it back. Trimby realizes he didn't need to be involved anymore. It's 2 kills now over to the Rogue bot laner. A shutdown for him as well.
Bear in mind, Comp is level 11. He spent a lot of this game by himself, basically getting solo XP, and now he's a higher level than Selfmade is. The fact that he also got that shutdown means that he's going to be in a very powerful position, and he's going to have to be one of the key carries that we keep track of, who really has been one of the key carries for Rogue in many of their victories so far this split. While Malrang often sets them up, it is Comp that often swings the bat. So we'll keep an eye on him as the game progresses on this Caitlyn.
And for Rogue fans, it's such an encouraging sight to see that over the course of not just 1 week, but 3 weeks so far, their new players have really been a driving force for the lineup. Because in off-season, you looked at Inspired leaving, you looked at Hans Summer leaving, and the majority consensus was Rogue have downgraded in this off-season.
Sure.
Rogue will not be as strong as they were in 2021, but now they have come out the strongest team in the LEC so far. This a proving weekend for them, I think, with the Fnatic game yesterday and this game today. And if they come out of this continuing undefeated, I think Rogue have to be looked at as frontrunners for at least the regular season.
Well, Vitality have the same point to prove. They started with 0-3, and they haven't lost a game since. And I think that for many, this is also a proving opportunity for them. If they can take down the undefeated team in the LEC, that's going to be huge for morale and also the expectations for this team. And they definitely haven't given up. The game is still in a very even state for the time being. LeBlanc has decided to go for the Liandry's build, so you will have that additional haste, that extra bit of burn, a little bit more in terms of poke, a little bit less in terms of overall burst compared to something like the Liandry's. But you imagine that Perks will start looking to go into a side lane, start trying to leverage this fog of war, really start to see the menace that is LeBlanc as we move into the mid-game. Meanwhile, Alfari continues to sit in a side lane, and we're kind of approaching that point where Oda1 won't be able to hold him as effectively as he could earlier, and Alfari is going to have a lot more agency in the 1v1.
You can see where the gold really lies for Rogue. 8.89, 8.9k now for Comp. Everyone else is behind. There's a 1,100 gold difference in the top lane, apart from supports, of course, 1,300 in the mid lane. Ooh, that was a nice little binding there from Trimby, but Perks is able to dodge away from it. It just means that if Comp dies, this Rogue lineup is very much on the ropes, but so far, he's done a very good job of keeping alive, and as you've said a few times, Vedi, it's very hard for Vitality to catch him out if he is behind his front line.
Well, I imagine that Vitality will do exactly what they're doing right now. Start splitting up the map, start playing through their side lanes a little more, leave Kazi in mid, and you'll have this roaming duo of Selfmade and Lebrov consistently clearing out vision, which I'm going to quickly draw our attention to once again because there are wards littered all over the map right now. You can see control wards invested from Rogue towards the top side, pretty deep. Meanwhile, the exact same from Vitality towards the bot side, trying to give this protection for Alfari, who's continuing to push in. But as the ebb and flow of the game, as people reset, retreat, and repeat back into the lanes, that vision is going to consistently shift. And Rogue, giving that earlier reset, means that they will now have prio over this mid wave. They have the Herald, and they should be able to secure this objective.
And Perks does have teleport. Alfari has joined the action from the bottom side as well, but the Rift Herald charge will get one down. Ace in the hole used there. Only catches out Lebrov. Call of the Forge God coming out from Rogue as well. They're looking for Lebrov, who will flash away. Final spark. Chaos Storm. The damage on Kazi is absolutely absurd. Now the TPs come in from Vitality. Alfari's looking for the damage onto Odo. Perks knows he's on the control wall. Pops the sweeper as well, just in case. Who will face check? No one. Perks teleported in, was able to save his AD carry and his support, but Rogue are unrelenting, continuing to step forward. Alfari under the tower. Malrang dives into the Sky Splitter, and that's 2 towers in the mid lane for Rogue.
So what we're seeing here is Rogue recognized that if they go for early skirmishes, they're going to lose, which is why they didn't really try and contest any of the Drakes. Excuse me, more often than not, they actually just tried to trade them for the Heralds. The reason why Heralds are important, especially for a more scaling comp, is because, it funnels more money into your carries, which you're playing for the later stage anyway. So that money is more valuable than the Drakes when you know you'll reach a certain point where you can actually start contesting Drakes. When you look across the itemization, a lot of it is being completed for the side of Rogue. And Vitality, Perks, hitting level 14 there is a very big deal because he has 2 levels over Larson as we see another skirmish pick off.
Malrang has Stormbringer, can jump away, does it to the Blast Cone. Super Mega Death Rocket will find its mark, but will not find the damage to take down the bear. Odoamne, though, you lose in a side lane now to Alphari. Lord Doms, end of the line, Odo. And the collateral damage used as a final cherry on top.
Odo did have Flash, but he decided not to use it, thinking that he could get an outplay that onto Alphari. Alphari now hitting level 14 as well, and you're really seeing these side laners come to fruition, using the power that they have in sides in order to search for these picks and then convert it into an objective. This is exactly how Vitality want to play this comp. It's great because we're kind of seeing good execution from both sides on their primary win conditions. Vitality needed to leverage their early prior to secure these early Drakes so that they had a very clear win condition into the mid game. You also want to try and leverage the fact that, hey, you have strong side laners funnel gold into them. Well, Alphari gets a free laning phase because he's playing into Ornn. He's now at 230 CS. Meanwhile, in the mid, they just funneled kills onto Perks. A lot of them were found onto Trimby, admittedly, but he was still getting kills nonetheless, which means that he now has a level advantage over Larson. Alphari has a level advantage over Odoamne. Selfmade has a level advantage over Malrang, and Kazi and the bot lane is overall pretty even, which is exactly where they want to be. So even though things overall look good for Rogue in terms of their scaling comp, they need team fights. They need Vitality to come and fight them in the conditions that they create for themselves. Meanwhile, Vitality are looking for these skirmishes. They're looking for picks. They're looking to leverage these side lanes where they can collapse, take advantage of numbers, and leverage their mobility and dueling prowess to kind of pick Rogue apart and then convert that into an advantage. So you have this cool clash of comps. Both teams are executing upon them. They recognize their win conditions, and now it just comes down to execution. Who can pull off their comp better?
Should be looking for a little bit of poke onto Alphari. We'll see as Lebrov and Alphari team up, push forward here. Larson backed away from the tower, gave it up, knew that it was at a man disadvantage off towards this top side. We'll say Crown of the Shattered Queen now complete on Lux. On Trimby, means that he is a little bit less susceptible to getting one-shot by a LeBlanc. Third Dragon of the game, first for Rogue, but that also means Vitality no longer on a Soon Soul point. You know, we're waiting at least 10 minutes before Infernal Soul is an option for them. So, again, the pendulum swings, the back and forth between these two teams, the stylistic differences coming to the fore, and Rogue will use their time to push into this jungle.
So I just look at the map state real quick. You'll notice bot wave is pushing in, Larson has caught top, and they're going to have Prio over mid. This could be a window where Rogue actually used the Baron to force a fight, given that Vitality wasn't interested in coming to fight them for the third Drake. But Selfmade has managed to make his way into the river. We're now seeing a collective in the mid lane. Could this be the fight? No Vitality, they're just going to disengage, they're just going to wait for now. You notice that Perks was actually moving for a flank. He was looking for that group in mid lane from Rogue so that he could come over the wall, maybe find a pink, maybe chunk a Rogue member out before Vitality actually went for a fight, but nothing's going to come of it. So there's just a standoff between the two teams right now. As teams reset, they go and catch their waves, and now they're going to go spend their gold, and the dance begins anew.
The difficulty for Rogue, of course, is finding an engage when you want it isn't the easiest onto this Vitality lineup. You've got Thresh Lantern, you've got Perks who can jump away, you've got Crescent Guard coming out from the Xin Zhao, you've got Alphari who can dash away. It's not the simplest of engage opportunities, but of course Trimby could find a pick with the light binding. You could have a Call of the Forge God across multiple members burning their flashes. It's always this back and forth, it's ebb and flow. Makes it very difficult for Rogue to find exactly what they're looking for.
The best thing to do is just keep your eyes on the minimap, because right now there is no dragon alive. This means that Rogue could use the Baron as a means to force a fight if they wanted to. But from Vitality's perspective, they're fine just having their two solo laners continue to get gold in a side lane. Keeping these waves pushed in, because it means that if they keep the waves pushed in, Rogue has to catch the waves, and while they're catching, that is the window that Vitality can use to look for a pick or an opportunity.
And I do wonder now if Rogue, with this Infinity Edge complete on comp, will pull the trigger on calling out Vitality. Maybe they were waiting for that third item, that spike in damage for the Caitlyn. Trimby looking for the binding, but can't quite find it onto Lebrov. Rogue are setting up vision control around this. There is a ward actually behind them, near where the top lane tower once stood that Alphari could TP to. It's just about to expire though. Now Alphari continues to battle with Odo down towards the bottom side. Selfmade gets away with a lantern. Once again, the engage not really there for Rogue if Odo isn't there. The Call of the Forge God is their primary engage tool unless they manage to land a binding.
For now, both teams happy to maintain the status quo. No one being sent to the top lane. Perkz has hit level 15, and you'll notice Vitality continue to maintain these level advantages. You know, it's funny because one of the comments that I consistently see for Alphari is he never converts his lane leads to like team leads.
So just
right?
never leave lane.
That's what I was going to say. Well, why don't you just keep him in lane forever? If he just gets to play in the 1v1 all day, then he gets to use as many advantages as he wants. But he is level 16 at whole 2 levels over Odo. He must be sitting on so much gold. And look, you'll notice this is another tactic you can use with like these more split push comps. You have someone shadow you, or you have someone play with you. Vitality back in the day was an organization that actually popularized this with Jizuke and Cabo Shards, where Jizuke would shadow on the rise while looking for a pick. And now the chain has landed, but they're not going to commit.
Final Spark plays out the wave. Alphari looking to put the damage down. Perkz actually quite low here. Call of the Forge God is an option for Odo, but not the easiest target to catch. Selfmade going in here for the 1v1. TP immediately from Odo. Chaos Storm going down onto Selfmade. Crescent Guard. Selfmade pops the stopwatch. Super Mega Death Rocket doesn't find it marked. Comp was able to pick up a kill in the red side jungle, and with the ace in the hole coming in, it's a double for Comp.
Wow, that's a really big deal, because with Selfmade dead, they could look to force the Baron. Larson has the teleport. Alphari is continuing to push in bot, but Rogue know that they have the numbers advantage, and this is the window that they've been looking for to push the game in their favor.
Interested. Trimby, Alphari was about to start his back. He hasn't had a chance to recall yet, and Trimby is just playing nuisance. A thorn in the side of Alphari. Alphari still hasn't got to back, and he knows if he goes for the TP, he's going to get bound to the spot. Alphari will not be able to join this fight because Trimby stayed at the bottom side. Rogue secure the Baron. Obviously, killing Selfmade, killing the Brov helped out a ton, but you got to highlight what Trimby did there to Alphari.
I mean, yes, very crucial. I would say, though, that those kills are probably a little more important. So let's have a look back at this exchange. So Perkz gets chunked out. He's still continuing to duel on the bot side. Selfmade has seen Larson. He thinks this is an easy target for us to get a kill. But Larson does a great job of buying time. Lebrov just gets caught out in the rotation. He's trying to offer assistance in the jungle. Meanwhile, they get collapsed on. This TP from Odo was really insane.
Yeah.
Just at the speed at which he was doing it, and the fact that there was so much pressure on the bot side of the map as well. The fact that he was able to find a window to do this and convert it into a double kill for Comp. Really good execution overall from Rogue. Important to note that the gold's still very even. Vitality did put themselves at soul point, so as long as they can hold the line, there's still a very clear way for Vitality to win this game. But with the Baron buff, Rogue can begin their siege, and now Vitality must play to the beat of their drum.
Perkz gets level 16 in a side lane. He continues to push out towards the bottom side. Larson pushing in top wave, not synced at the moment with this mid wave from Rogue. The route on Odo as he steps onto the Flame Chompers means the Call of the Forge God will not be used, and Odo doesn't have TP, he's down to half HP. LeBlanc still continues to push in. Selfmade dives forward, Crescent Guard into the Lantern gets him out. Perkz still in a side lane, still haranguing the Rogue base, and Rogue didn't get an inhibitor tower, didn't get any damage down on it. Perkz will get an inhibitor tower out of Rogue's Baron buff, and Rogue will only get a tier 2 in the top lane.
Wow, good. I mean, ultimately a bit of a blunder there from Odoamne. The fact that his ultimate didn't come through is going to be such a powerful zoning tool in order to either force Vitality back or even allow Rogue to find a teamfight underneath the tower. Remember, Malrang's ultimate could just completely mitigate that tower if you wanted to, so the threat of a dive was very real, but simply because Odoamne's ultimate got interrupted, they couldn't commit to the siege, and Vitality actually found a window where they could force a fight as Perkz continued to push in the bot lane. Almost got himself an inhibitor, which would have been a really big deal, but isn't quite able to secure it. So the game remains close. The gold very clearly in favor of Rogue for the time being, but both teams playing very well. It's a very enjoyable game to watch. Not the highest in terms of kills, but it's, from my perspective, it's a really great showing of what the top end is capable of, you know? Very clear idea of the win conditions. We're not really seeing, like, we are seeing a couple mistakes here and there like that. The rotation from Lebrov, he ended up getting caught out. If he doesn't die, maybe there's a window where, like, Vitality is able to hold off on the Baron secure, but overall I've been really enjoying the level of play that we've been seeing from both teams. Skazi, that's all.
That's Greek sniper level of damage coming out from Comp. Odoamne forced away by Perks, but the Call of the Forge God will find it's just a little bit wide. Chaos Storm not enough. Final Spark dodged away, but Comp and Malrang able to push in the mid lane inhibitor tower. Alfavi the one splitting this time. No TP on him though, so they know he's not going to be here soon. And although the Barons expired, Rogue have found what they were looking for off that buff. 2 inhibitor towers, and Inhibitor selfmade diving in has to just back away immediately. Alfavi still yet to complete his recall back. Will Rogue go for one more inhib? There's an option. There's the opportunity, and they continue to step forward. Odoamne has teleport. Comp chunked out to half. And you think after that, Rogue will give up the Ghost on this one. They back away from the inhibitor, but they do take mid and the inhibitor tower.
In a front-to-back situation like that, Vitality is heavily outranged, and Rogue is going to take advantage of that. They want that inhibitor down. Odoamne is going to TP back into the lane. They have a wave on the way. Mid continues to push. Odoamne's ultimate is going to be up very soon.
That's a lot.
That's a lot of damage. Chunking Perks out before the fight can really kick off.
Alfavi and Perks have been in side lanes a lot of this game. They have farmed, they have farmed, they have farmed, but right now they cannot find the fight. They cannot find the opportunity to get on the Rogue backline. And this front-to-back composition from Rogue have now begun to raise the Vitality base. 2 inhibitors down, a minute 20 on the Infernal Soul for Vitality. Perhaps there they can set up vision, they can find a flank for LeBlanc, find a flank for the Graves to really get on towards this Caitlyn. And even then, look at Larson, Belly. Look at this Rabadon's Death Cap, upgraded Luden's Echo, Banshee's Veil. That is going to be a very difficult Victor to kill, and a very high DPS Victor as well.
Yeah, well, Rogue is definitely in the late game. Vitality's really trying to leverage the fact that they can find picks, and you'll see Perks doing this a lot, trying to move into the Fog of War, while Comp just continues to throw his ultimate out to basically say, hey, I'm going to take a chunk of your HP just to be annoying. He's probably not going to continue to focus Kazi because he does have some lifesteal now.
Just a little bit, yeah.
He's probably going to likely throw that onto someone like Perks or Lebrov to just chunk them out before a fight kicks off. But huge props to Comp this game. He's basically been playing the lane, well, 1v2, a lot of roams from Trimby. Trimby has also been caught out a lot in the early game. And he's done a spectacular job. Really, really spectacular. Really has been filling the shoes of Han Summer quite comfortably, especially when you think about the fact that this guy wasn't even on a team last split. Comp definitely proving himself on the LEC stage, and Rogue proving themselves. They're likely going to secure themselves their second dragon of the game. Malrang going to use his E to inspect if anyone might be sneaking behind. But no, with 2 waves pushing in, Vitality are going to lose this. And this will be another dragon going in favor of Rogue. So now Rogue are just going to wait for the Baron to spawn, which will be very, very soon. And you can see Vitality doing what they can to gain control over this area of the map in this window that Rogue is doing the Baron. So you'll notice, as I bring up the minimap once more, all these little bits of vision being set up here, the control ward, the blue buff being stolen away, basically all of it to deny Rogue easy access into the river. And at the very least, as Rogue then come to sweep all this vision out, Vitality will have some information at the very least.
Difficulty, of course, for Vitality is those inhibitors still remain down for the next 2 minutes. 3 minutes for the bottom lane, and it allows Rogue the time to step forth into this Baron area.
Oh.
Ward stays, Malrang's like, nope, control ward down, we'll get that one as well. Trimby only catching one of the 4 wards in the area will mean that it's going to be a little bit delayed for Rogue, but they can just pull the trigger. They can say 2 super minions in the bottom lane, super minions pushing in the mid lane, just come and fight us. We have a 5-item Caitlyn. What do you got? My arcane character's better than yours at the moment, it seems, for Vitality, for Rogue. Comp, though, is a Jinx with 4 items in his back pocket. So, sorry, Kazi, the Jinx with 4 items in his back pocket, so he can do a lot of work. But here comes the Call of the Forge God. Kazi steps forward, gonna hit up 3. Final spark used as well. Ace in the hole will hit self-made. Chunked out Vitality, as you say.
It gives them control over the mid wave, and it basically forces Vitality into an awkward position. Top is pushing, bot is pushing, mid is pushing, and Rogue is now going to start off the Baron. Look at their damage from Larson as well, using the Fog of War beautifully. But now look at this zone control that they can create with the Caitlyn traps, with the Victor W. Things are too difficult for Vitality. This is going to be a Baron for Rogue.
Alfavi's going to be in a 1v5 in just a moment. Pops the stopwatch, but surrounded by Rogue, shut down by Larson. Rogue get the Baron. 2 inhibitors already down for them. Double TPs available as well. They can look to go through the top lane and close this one out.
Cleanly executed there by Rogue. Great utilization of the Ornn ultimate to gain control over mid, and then Larson leveraging the Fog of War to just chunk Self-Made out. You can see that Alphari's play, it looks kind of in, but it's really just desperation. They're at a point where they need to do something, otherwise they're just going to lose the game.
And that's what Self-Made's trying to do. Jump in, gets onto Larson, but the final spark from Trimby's going to do a lot. GA popped on Self-Made. Marang keeping Labrov, Perks, and Kazi all at bay. Another kill to Comp as he goes unstoppable. Call of the Forge God will land onto Kazi. He's down as well. Comp continues to take names, shuts down his opposite man, takes down the Nexus turrets, and Rogue, with this win, solidify themselves as the best team in the LEC.
Wow, what an incredible split so far from Rogue. 7-0. 2 more wins and they will have beaten every single team in the LEC in the first half of the regular season. You know, they were always known as the regular season kings, the best of one, but like this feels like another level right now. The level of consistency, the drafting, the execution. I don't think anyone expected this level of Rogue to be seen. But they're an exciting team to watch for sure.
They definitely are. Great performance by them all around. Vitality, they played to their game plan. Obviously, the early game wasn't quite as explosive as perhaps they would have liked, but they got Perks kills, they got Alphari ahead. They just weren't able to translate it against the teamfight composition into late game leads.
It was really just that single play where Comp got that double kill and then the Baron was secured by Rogue. That was really the moment that broke open the whole game. And like at this level of play, those small decisions is really what swings it.
That's all it takes. Key player of the game votes at LEC on Twitter. Odo Wamne, Malrang, and Comp. Ender will be very happy because Odo's on the list.
But give it to Comp. Comp should be the
Comp
guy.
had such a good performance this game. And it's not just one of those games where, you know, he was buoyed up by his team. He actually played mechanically incredibly well as well. Now, after the break, we'll be joined by Trimby to talk about Rogue 7-0 start and preview the match of the week between Fnatic and G2.
With Wunder coming to us now, I think the rivalry got another layer to it because finally Fnatic got a player from D2 and not the other way around.
Oh my god, the footwork! Oh! Are they gonna get him? No! Wunder! You god amongst men!
He's not always in his top pick.
I mean, if he plays all the mechanically hard champs, I might probably just laugh at him when he ganks my lane.
They're forced to try and take this tower, but it's Yankos from behind!
This is the beginning of a new chapter for both of these teams.
Welcome back to the Analyst Desk after Rogue's 7th consecutive victory. We are joined by Trimby to talk a little bit about that win. Trimby will also be sticking around with Cadril and I to break down the Fnatic versus G2 picks and bans. Trimby, before we talk about this particular victory, how does it feel that you have now set the longest winning record in Rogue's history? You've also set their best opening to a season ever, and you're so far 7-0 in 2022.
I guess it's because Rogue is playing pretty well during regular split, but yeah, we'll see how it goes in playoffs, right? And all of this. But honestly, I'm really happy about it. I think that we're performing pretty well. Everybody is stepping up when it's needed. And overall, we're just, I don't know, having quite a bit of fun as well. At least I'm having.
Trimby, it looks like the entire team's having fun. I absolutely love how genuine your smile is talking about the game. Let's bring up the team comps. Let's talk about some of the picks. Cadril, I'm going to come to you first a little bit. What did you make of the draft and the priorities?
Yeah, I mean, Rogue's comp clear win condition is it's bot lane. Jungle plays for bot, you have really good team fight. All you really need to do in your draft is make sure that the Blanc doesn't get ahead, cover mid. And I want to ask Trimby, how has comp been fitting into the new Rogue lineup? Because obviously when you came in last year into Rogue, Hans Sama kind of took you under his wing, but now you're taking comp under your wing.
It's not really like this, you know. I'm not this kind of guy to like try to micromanage everybody and this stuff. I try if I can, but I think he has a really good understanding of how to play out stuff, especially during laning phase. And for example, this game, obviously we're a bit scared that we might get ganked level 2, you know, like before on the second, third wave. So we had to put quite a lot of effort onto that. And it was not as aggressive as it should have been, but I think it was like good enough just because it felt like with Trash, right? And I think Selfmade is a really good ganker, I would say, especially early game when you're pushing the wave into enemy. So you just need to be very careful for him actually trying not to cheese you, because I don't know, I wouldn't call it cheese. He just puts a good gank, you know, and kills you. So if we would die there or like give them any advantages, it would be really hard to play out the game later on.
Yeah, I mean, makes sense. We saw it with G2 when they ganked bot, and I think Malrang was just such a pivotal part in your winning bot lane, right? You avoid the early gank, but Malrang just felt like he was absolutely everywhere on the map. Here, the 1v1 between Carzzy and Comp did happen. Malrang comes in just to make sure they're safe, but how's the communication structure from Malrang in the early game? Is it kind of you talking to him about where you want to go, or is it him making the plans and you're just trying to follow along?
I try to always ask Malrang what he wants to do, because obviously he has his own way of playing, right? And I don't want to disrupt it by any means. But we try to like move together as much as we can and just try to make as much time like when he's around our lane as possible, right? Because it's really nice when you have jungler around, because you can actually play the game a little bit more aggressive and in a nice way, for sure.
Yeah, it's a bit of a different, I would say, playstyle to last year. We'll take meta out of the equation, but from the outside perspective, it looked like Inspired was more of a play for jungle, let me kind of farm up a bit and I'll do some carrying, whereas Malrang seems to just be like, yeah, I can drop jungle till 4-5, I'll take a couple bans on the chin, and I'll give up my jungle just to get the lanes ahead. Is that kind of the style difference that you've seen this year?
I guess for now it's like this, but we also need to think about it in the sense that it's early season, right? So some ganks should never be happening, right? But they work and this stuff. So it's like, you know, sometimes it's just very flippy. I think. Did my camera die?
It did look like it. We can hear you. We can hear you clearly, and we really appreciate how honest you are talking about some ganks.
Very good point, to be honest.
Some ganks shouldn't happen. But you know what? Congratulations, because not only are you making those ganks work, the next replay is just going to be another game where Rogue managed to find some picks in the side lane, pick up Baron, and then just close the game out. How do you keep punishing opponents by finding picks in the late game?
This was actually pretty funny because I didn't know what's happening at all on the map because I was trying to stop Graves. I was legit trying. I was giving my best to try to stop Graves from TPing. So I don't know if you have a replay of that, but it's quite funny.
I remember you used your E in the bush down in the bottom lane, right?
Yeah, I was making his life an absolute nightmare, not gonna lie. I don't think he had a nice time over there because he was like legit trying to get out of me, right? And I'm just like an insect coming around him and permanently biting him if I can. So
no, it's good communication.
That's really fun.
It looks really good from the outside. Baron secured 2 quick kills, clean from there onwards. I mean, you have such a good siege comp. It seemed very, very kind of dominant from Rogue, I must say.
It really, really did. Trimby, I want to ask another follow-up on comp. The composition today was focused on comp. His Caitlyn was absolutely exceptional. Just as an aside, he did win the Kia Player of the Game with 56% of the votes. I mean, I know you talked a little bit about not micromanaging, but this duo lane is one that is really, really surprised. I think obviously all of Rogue has, but when you were coming into the season, did you know how strong the new players were going to perform? Did you have hopes, or is this even a surprise to yourself?
I mean, it's for sure a surprise to me, right? Because like you have to fill in the Hansama's shoes, right? And it's not easy at all. I'll be honest. And yeah, I think he's doing really great. Like he's actually been smurfing all over around, and I'm really happy that he's able to like perform the way he does for now.
And how much influence did you actually have in this off-season? Because Hansama goes away, Inspired comes away. I'm surely you're the support in the lineup, right? Did the team kind of reach out to you and say, hey, AD carry role, we're looking at these positions. Do you have any favorites or anything like this? Because Comp as a player last year, he played around 3 or 4 weeks, I think, in spring, and then Crown Shot took over, and that was about it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I was informed, right, what are the possible decisions and this stuff. I never really like pressured or on any particular like player or anything, because I'm not this kind of guy to like know or play with other AD carries than the one that I have in my team. So I didn't really have much information about him. The only thing I knew is that he's really good, right? He's really good in like mechanically wise, and that's pretty much it. So it was a little bit of a flip, right? Obviously. And
can I stop you? I'm actually going to stop you for a brief moment. I actually don't think it was a flip at all. I think Rogue have a proven track record of picking the right players and making the right roster moves. So yes, you are extremely humble and extremely nice, but I have a lot of faith in Rogue. We will carry on talking to Trimby. Hopefully we can get his camera back. Before we do, though, I do have to wrap up this game and move us on to the longest standing rivalry in LEC. G2 versus Fnatic are about to face off against one another. The two teams have a combined 15 out of 18 possible titles as long as the league has been around. Dagda is standing by to teach us a little bit more about the G2 lineup and their playstyle.
Yeah, I want to help us get into the mind of G2 ahead of this game, because I think G2 are really unique in the way that they play, and it's something that we see a lot in the LPL. 1, hedging your plays, and 2, fighting for summoner spells, thinking of them as mini objectives. So as we come into this Telestrator segment, I want to start looking at what the knowns are for G2, right? And if we bring up our replay here. So Kobe is in the mid lane here. This is the majority of the gold for Astralis. We're looking at this fight that's happened down the bot side. There's absolutely no way that Kobe's going to get across in time to be relevant in this fight. We look at the top side. Caps has got this push on the top side of the map. He also has the Rift Herald in his back pocket right now. So if he goes uncontested, he can do some major damage on that top half of the map. And now we're going to start looking at what the hedge is. There are 2 particular places that we could see White Knight. 1 is in this top side to contest the push coming through from the Syndra. Or 2, and what G2 don't know, is that he's actually made his way down here and is sitting right on this bush, just out of vision. What G2 are going to say is right. We have Flash on Broken Blade. You're going to have to trust me with that when he's about to burn it. And also Flash on the Seraphine and the Cleanse. In a situation where White Knight is actually going to take this fight on the bottom side of the map, we're hedging our play, knowing that this Syndra on the top side can get 2 towers and a ton of map pressure, which is perfect for a pick composition like we're seeing from G2 here. So as we play it out, we'll see that G2 actually take this fight. And even in this situation where we actually think that, oh, well, you know, it's Astralis favored, they manage to get away and they get that pick on the bottom side of the map thanks to Jankos being able to come in and join in from the top side. I'm going to pause once more, though. Look at the amount of resources Astralis have committed to the top side of the map. 1, 2, 3 members all sitting here just to try and pick off Caps. You're like, what are you doing, Caps? You're so overextended. But once more, they're hedging the play. With Astralis committing this many members up to the top side of the map, I want you to look at the bottom side. Broken Blade pushing in onto this bottom half of the map. You have Jankos, who's going to stick around in just a moment, which is actually a very big point. And the only person who can actually contest this is the Aurelia, or in a matter of time, Zanzara, who's going to come out of base. With the gold lead that G2 have on the top laner and on their jungler, they can take the 2v2. Now, they do mess up some of the mechanics. That's not the point I'm trying to make. Concepts is what we want to look at here. But what they do is they end up burning, actually, if we just go back just a smidge there, the TP on White Knight to get to this play. And this is the mini objective that G2 were trying to look at. Because the only way that this fight can go awry, where they don't try and trade fairly evenly, is if White Knight commits that TP. And because White Knight does, it gets punished just 3 minutes later. Baron spawns up on the map, and we're going to get this nice push in the bot side of the map coming through from Broken Blade. And this means that it has to be answered by White Knight on the bottom side. And as soon as White Knight shows on this bot lane, despite the fact that Astralis are getting this really nice pick onto Caps on your screen in the middle, they're still able to take the ensuing fight because they know that Broken Blade can come across as soon as he finishes pushing in this wave, and they end up winning out on the next fight. And this is something that G2 are exceptional at doing, playing to hedge their plays, playing for mini objectives on those summoner spells, and using that to crack open games, creating this chaos in which they thrive. And we'll have to see if they're going to be able to do it here against Fnatic, as G2 are going to have themselves a big old fight coming up ahead of them.
Historically, G2 have had the edge in this rivalry. But with Fnatic's undefeated start to the split, G2 come in as the underdogs. The former champions are starting their season strong, but the other former champions have something to say about it.
The reason that Fnatic G2 will be a relevant matchup always is just like, I guess, the historic achievements from both teams. I think it's just natural that the matches between those two teams carry so much weight.
Fnatic topple G2, and now your Spring!
G2, they take it! G2 are your champion! We'll join Man and Rogue at Worlds!
These organizations have been responsible for some of the greatest moments in European League history. And watching them face each other feels like you're watching a battle for the soul of the LEC.
Even if there's only Hylissang left from my time in Fnatic, I can still feel the rivalry going around with us. I will always have that with Fnatic. There will always be this feeling of proving that it was the right decision to move away, even if it's so many years ago at this point.
This is the beginning of a new chapter for both of these teams. It is a chance for these players to stamp their mark on a clash that has lasted years.
With Wunder coming to us now, I think the rivalry got another layer to it because finally Fnatic got a player from D2 and not the other way around.
It doesn't mean that new wounds cannot be formed by old allies.
When it comes to Wunder, I know him and I know how good he can be.
Oh my god, the footwork! Oh! Are they gonna get him? No! Wunder! You god amongst men!
But I also know that he's not always in his top pick.
I mean, if he plays all the mechanically hard champs, I might probably just laugh at him when he ganks my lane, but I think if he can go back to like Zac or Sejuani, I think he'll perform pretty well, yeah.
Yanko's forced to try and take this tower, but it's Yanko's from behind!
And new rivalries are born.
I'm really excited to actually face G2 because of my Spanish boy Flacket. I really want to beat him up.
It feels kind of weird to be suddenly a part of it because I've been watching those teams play against each other for years now, and now this year I'm gonna be part of those games, so it's definitely very exciting.
Such a big fan. Ooh, Bones Cheever comes out just in time. Aurelia now throwing out the ult. That's the lockdown. Target is incredibly squishy, but G2 have the damage.
As the flame chompers, there's Advienne flashing away, but the flash chase is there. Exhaust not enough to keep Advienne alive.
Broken Blade, he's doing a lot of damage.
Ignite is ticking. Jadax is trying to survive, but Broken Blade, oh, this man is prehistoric. He's like, nah. Wazork with a great flash kick will just deliver Certus to upset.
Both of these teams have a point to prove. Not just to themselves, but to the fans. Players old and new will have a chance to stamp their mark on the greatest rivalry in the LEC.
Welcome back to the Analyst Desk, where we will be covering picks and bans for Match of the Week, Fnatic versus G2. Myself, Kadril, and our guest, Trimby, as well. It's a little bit of a special echo. Trimby, dude, thank you so much for a fantastic interview. You are quickly becoming one of my favorite players in the LEC, but you're far too humble. Now, what we are going to do is talk a little bit about the draft. It is, of course, Fnatic taking on G2. This is a matchup, Kadril, we talked about a little earlier. Different players, different look, but ultimately the organizations are so long-standing that it is always going to be hyped to see who comes out on top.
Yeah, the cool thing about the old G2 and Fnatic rivalry was how much Perks always wanted to kill Reckless and make sure he got his KDA down and things like this. There was banter between the players, but now it's just banter between the organizations across social media, across the history. 15 titles out of 18. These are the two most winningest teams we have in Europe.
It absolutely is. And when you hear the new players stepping up to the plate to say that now my name will be part of that legacy, that dynasty,
oh God, Trevor, don't
organizations
do it. No, don't say kings.
That were kings.
Oh God,
I got them all out. I actually didn't plan to do that, so I actually apologize to all long-standing fans. All right, Kendall, I'm going to hand the mic over to you as we look ahead. Fnatic are on the blue side, G2 red. Where do you think we lead with our bans?
We're probably going into the power pick bans, right? And I just wanted to pitch a question to Trimby here, because we see so many overpowered champions, you know, Renekton, Twisted Fate, AD carry bans, we even see Thresh bans. On blue side, is it more of a target ban? Is that why blue side's kind of more favored, and that's why teams tend to pick blue side more than red?
Yeah, for sure. Right now you can easily target ban the champs that you don't want to play against or like deal with versus specific teams currently. So it's all about like how the red side actually can like counter it and ban the bans that enemy team wouldn't like from the blue side.
Yeah, and I think when you're just a team, you kind of discuss with yourselves loads of draft phases. You sit there for many hours, kind of breaking down what they all pick, what you all pick, all the different scenarios. One of them, for example, here could be, you know, if G2 leave open Renekton, Wunder might pick it, but they could also give it away and play Gragas into it, which we saw Wunder do against Vitality.
Take a look at the bans so far. Corki, Jay Senna, Twisted Fate, and Thresh closed out with Caitlyn. So targeted bans to some degree on the G2 towards Fnatic side, as well as that Caitlyn being removed from the pool. So still a lot of power picks up.
Yeah, and Trimby, just not to leak too many things, but as I say that Lee Sin locked in, I was going to say, what kind of options do you think both teams have here? I mean, load of AD carries up, Renekton open. Where would you kind of pivot towards?
Well, right now, yeah, they picked Lee Sin, which also is a really strong early jungler, right? Right now, there are like mid laners like Victor, right now that are available, I would say, from what I can see, and champs like Jinx, right? But it depends on versus who you play. Like, for example, Upset played yesterday Lucian Nami. Oh, so let's see if actually they'll play it right now, because it's not that bad into Jinx, as far as I would say, so we'll see. And the reason... Also, there's Victor up, so yeah.
Yeah, and I was just going to pose a question here on red side, mainly as a support main yourself. A lot of the times we see AD jungle on 1-2, mid jungle. Is that because support on 3, support on 5 is kind of where your team wants to go?
Yeah, and also sometimes you need to give up the support, I would say at least, in order to get a really nice matchup on mid lane.
Just as a super quick aside, the 3 champions that have been locked in thus far are all undefeated. Make that all 4. Every single one of these players from his undefeated. 2-0 for Resork's Lee Sin going up against 2-0. Yes, so I mean, let's see what happens. Hey, look, it's stats, right? There's the Aphelios lock-in, and now we'll find out whether or not Tagamas gets his support here.
Yeah, lots of options here for G2. You could pick the mid lane, just like Trimby was hitting. You go for something like the Victor. You could pick support here, maybe lock in one of your strong supports, something like Jinx, Lulu, ban away, denies the Aphelios, Lulu, things like this. Top lane could be another one, because that Gragas Trimby, could it be a flex with Aphelios, you think?
I don't think so. I think it's a bit too weak, unless enemy picks even weaker champ like Alistar, then yeah, I guess you can play it, but I don't think it's gonna happen. It's gonna probably be a top laner.
There is one thing I'll just throw out here, of course, Tagamas, Hylissang correction. Hylissang has got himself 2 zillion games played.
Oh yeah,
it is open. I think Law was telling me at least last week was the only player across the major regions that was playing that in the support role. It's just an interesting query. I don't think it's gonna match up with Aphelios very well.
Oh, no.
But it is one of those interesting picks from Hilly.
Yeah, now there's just loads of options. G2 here could ban away blind pick supports to counter support, ban away mid laners to make sure their Victor is safe, and G2 yet to pick a top laner. Trimby, when you're drafting for Rogue, is it more of a, in the draft meetings, you're kind of having impact and you're very knowledgeable about all lanes, or is it just like, ask me about bot lane, that's where I'll give you answers?
I think it's the other option. Obviously, I like to talk about draft, but I think sometimes I'm a bit too emotional about this. So, you know, I might not be able to see something that's really important, and I would just say some random stuff out. So I'd rather just think about it, right, and just say whenever I feel like it's necessary.
That's very interesting. As mid bans coming in, there's the Akali ban targeted at Broken Blade, who I believe he did play the Chem Tank Akali to success.
He did indeed, got himself a win, went unkilled in that game, Kedril. Look at you using me as a stats machine. I find it hard to believe that Trimby would get emotional in conversation. They're always so well put together. The last 2 bans, Orianna as well as that Nautilus. So I want to see what Humanoid is going to run into this Victor, as well as what's going to be paired with both of these AD carries.
Yeah, expecting top lane here for Broken Blade. Annie Hover, now we have seen one Annie top lane. It was Flandre, EDG, Predator. But I don't think we're going to see that against the Gragas this time around. Top laners, maybe something like the Graves is something they want to lead towards, some kind of push. top laner. Aatrox also very good into Gragas. I mean, Aatrox notoriously good into things like Sion and Orin and the old school tank meta. As now Hylissang will have to blind pick supports. What do you reckon here, Trimby?
I mean,
actually, it's interesting. I'm actually not sure what exactly he's gonna pick, because he can pivot into something like Leona, right? And then just give up a bit the lane, because they might go Braum versus it or something like this. But he can also go an Enchanter, right? Like Lulu, and I think it wouldn't be that bad. Ooh. Oh, actually, there's Rakan open, right? So he just picks Rakan.
Hylissang, Rakan. Hylissang, Rakan, we know how dangerous it is. He's gonna get locked in.
And also Humanoid was playing quite a bit of Azir, so maybe they'll pick Azir, yeah.
Wow, okay. Yeah. Azir, Rakan, last pick here for G2. What do you reckon, Trimby?
I think it might be either Lulu. I think either like something Ardentish or just a champ like Leona, because Leona is also not bad, and it would be a really nice follow-up with Aatrox, I would say, in order to do something versus Azir Aphelios. But I'm actually not sure. It's Targamas, so he plays a lot of and Zillion.
Zillion?
Yeah, Zillion is really good, actually, but I'm not sure if the laning phase is gonna be that easy for them, since Aphelios is a bit stronger in laning phase, I would say, first level, so I'm curious if Healy will be able to actually punish the Zillion pick.
Taking a quick look, I believe this is Targamas' first ever professional game on Zillion. For Broken Blade and Caps, it's the 7th unique pick in 7 games
Look at you with the stats.
Played. Kadriel, when we zoom out and look at the two team compositions, how do you think the teams want to play?
Very similar, I feel like. I mean, the only difference really you have here is Fnatic have a lot more hard engage with Rakan and Gragas. The only problem is you have, as Trimby said, maybe top lane's going to be losing for Fnatic. I think the Aatrox will out lifesteal a lot of the Gragas damage and get the push, as he does into tanks. And maybe bot lane will be a kind of focal point for G2 here.
Trimby, very last talk. As soon as this graphic disappears, I've got to cut you off. How do you think is going to win this game when you see the comps?
I think it's gonna be a lot about Jinx, Zillion, Victor working together and trying to outrange the Azir Aphelios. So I'm curious how they're gonna be able to execute the Zillion pick.
Who do you think will win, my friend? You need to give me a name.
I think it will be G2.
You think it's going to be G2? Well, let's find out if Fnatic goes 0-2. Trimby, it has been an absolute pleasure talking to you this week. Congratulations. Thank you for joining us for Picks and Bans. It is time to jump into our match of the week, Fnatic versus G2.
Thank you.
And on to Summoner's Rift we dive for the final game of week 3. Vedi, we are over a third of the way. Oh, hello everyone. Over a third of the way through the LEC. And what a way to round it out.
Time flies when you're having fun. Am I right, Medic?
Exactly.
So let's have some fun, shall we?
Let's do it.
It's Fnatic versus G2. And guys, I know I can see you all, but we have to, okay? Bring up the graphic. Listen, these teams have played together a lot, okay? A lot. The head-to-head record is 30 wins to Fnatic, 40 wins to G2. So some quick maths, that's 70 games. That's a lot of games. But we wanted to focus a little more on their most recent performance, which was last year in 2021. During the regular season, Fnatic actually had the upper hand over G2 3-1. And then, of course, in the playoffs, they actually beat them 3-2 in that epic best-of-5 to determine who would end up going to Worlds. Obviously, we did also include the LEC titles in there just to add a bit of history behind how storied these two organizations are. But of course, very different rosters, very different positions in the league right now, but still, two organizations that you always want to watch when they compete.
Graphically, it looks better if we have 3 numbers as well, so having that third number on the bottom. Marcus always says to me, we need a third number, so we find one to put on there. Hylissang and Upset, they're in a good position to harass here. Flackhead down to about half HP as Hylissang continues just to get the damage down. Exhaust used there onto Hylissang. His use walking away. He will take a chunk in response, but you trade this damage like AD carry against support. You always will trade your health as a support for the AD carry's life total.
Upset will, of course, have a little bit of sustain thanks to the gun that he's currently wielding. So, oh, don't hit me with those names. They're just the red gun and the green gun, okay?
Sure.
But yeah, overall, winning trade for Fnatic in the bot side of the map. Let's have a look at the junglers, because these are very important in the early game. Jankos decided to do a full clear starting up towards the top side. That ward will spot him up, so Fnatic will have some information, meanwhile Razork actually mirroring him. Now, the advantage that Fnatic has in this early game is you'll notice they actually have the early push up towards the top side. They do also have push in the mid lane as well, and they're getting the push in the bot thanks to that early trade that happened earlier. So all across the board, Fnatic have pushing lanes, and this could make it harder for Jankos to secure that early crab. Now, that ward just there in the river should actually give Jankos some insight so that if he does see the Lee Sin, he should be able to pivot his pathing, move up towards the top side and secure himself a Scuttle Crab at the very least, or he may very well just choose to concede the Scuttle Crab in favor of just getting an earlier base off and playing it safe for the time being.
Let's see what he decides to do as Razork is making his way towards this bottom side Scuttle Crab. Will be spotted on this ward as he rounds the bend into the river. And will actually be able to secure it himself. Now G2 know that this is happening, but with the push in the bottom lane, the push in the mid lane, it's very easy for Razork to secure it. And we did actually see Yamato giving a few sage words to Razork before this game has started. He was on the screen just before the players got into the game. Yamato leant down, talked directly to Razork, perhaps talking about early pathing.
Oh, so you don't know what the sage words were?
No. But I was gonna extrapolate a little bit. I'm not gonna say what Yamato said, obviously, because I don't know. But we have seen Razork beating himself up a little bit in post games on the videos after Fnatic have won some games, and yesterday he did it a little bit as well. So I wonder if Yamato's just reminding him that he's young, he's performing well, and that he can have a strong early game for this Fnatic lineup. It's obviously a lot of weight put onto you as we see trades both in the mid and the bottom lane as a Fnatic jungler. And Razork has slowly risen to the occasion, although hasn't had the explosive start to the split like someone like Malrang.
I think it's very common for many pro players to be self-critical. I mean, like, we're very familiar with it ourselves, right? Like, it's just the nature of the craft, especially in competition. You're always striving to be better and improve yourself, and Razork's still relatively a young player. He has been playing for a while now, of course. It's kind of... It's crazy to think how long he's actually been playing, but the fact that... he spent the vast majority of his career on Misfits. This is, of course, his new team on Fnatic. A really big opportunity for him as we do get a bit of a recap as to how that Jinx ended up losing her flash in the 2 versus 2. Hylian upset, doing Hylian upset things. But overall, I think that he's had a great performance on Fnatic. He's been a large part of where all of their wins have been coming from, and we'll see how well he does against Jankos in this early game. Now, to catch you back up on the action a little bit, you did see Jankos look for a play in the mid lane. Mainly it was to alleviate some of the pressure, but also to force this teleport out from Humanoid. You'll notice that Caps is actually running Ghost plus Flash, which does mean that when Humanoid is constantly pushing, poking you underneath your tower, it can be difficult to find a window for you to actually base where you won't lose too much farm. So having that jungle assistance come through can help alleviate that, force Humanoid to go back to base, and actually force him to use that TP, which is really important. Meanwhile, on the bot side of the map, Zilean in the early game really doesn't do a lot, which means that Upset and Hylissang are going to keep forcing these trades, knowing that they should be stronger in the early laning phase, and they're doing a great job in the 2 versus 2 as well. So overall, the laners looking very promising for Fnatic across the boards, and that has resulted in an ever so slight early game lead.
And no real surprises that Humanoid's looking relatively good in the early game. He has been our best laning mid laner, at least, if not our best mid laner so far in 2022 in the LEC. You can see first across the board, apart from CSD, as he slides and glides his way onto Caps. Now, Razork Sonic Wave the minion there, perhaps not the target he was looking for. Caps with the Ghost will be able to run this one up across the river. Knowing that Broken Blade has the lane pushed in as well, Caps should be able to escape this.
Well, Razork is committing to it. No, he's decided to clear out the minion instead. Humanoid will be securing a plate alongside Hylissang, so...
Don't know if you guys can hear that on stream, but currently we hear Trevor backstage sighing quite deeply.
I hear a lot of things. I would appreciate it if my colleagues could stop talking.
Yeah, can you just be quiet for a moment, guys? Backstage, it's a bit difficult to concentrate.
Thank you very much, friends.
Appreciate
so, back to the game. As you can see right now, Razork looking to secure the Scuttle Crab. Jankos and Targamas looking to contest.
Targamas with the double bomb. There's the stun. Caps still has flash. Doesn't have flash, already burned it. Of course, Razork going to flash over the Hillsang. Jankos with the Q3. He gets the knock out, but Razork smites the dragon. Will die in the end. Jankos might actually die just to the dragon itself. One more auto would be enough. Hillsang takes it with an assist from our helpful Wyvern in the river. Heal onto Hillsang, into the flash, into the Flame Chompers, just short. Hillsang will escape.
Overall, really good play from G2. I like the fact that they tried to contest that early crab, the fact that they did have numbers advantage given that Humanoid had just gone back to base and he did not have TP available to him. So G2 knowing that they could actually get a favorable trade, Targamas going to sidestep away from that one. Unfortunately for Jankos, the Dragon was not on his side and actually offered a lot of damage in favor of allowing Fnatic to be able to trade the kill back. And again, if you just have a quick look at the minimap, you'll notice Azir is back in base. There's no real way for him to join an assist here, and I think that he assumed that with his prio and bot, he should be able to contest this, but Targamas is already here and ready to fight. That means that he ends up losing out on the trades, he ends up losing his life, and that dragon really did pay off dividends for Fnatic there. So Hillsang ends up losing his flash, but able to trade it back. So overall, 1-for-1. Fnatic for now still hold on to the gold lead.
Actually, really smart play from Hillsang as well. Queuing the dragon means that he gets the heal off it because it counts as an epic monster. He was then able to heal up Razork, and it drew the aggro of the dragon, meaning that Jankos was knocked back in the pit. Nice little bit of Rakan mechanics for him. Running Predator on the Rakan as well, something we don't too commonly see, but definitely implies that he wants to be out and around on the map, so no real surprise that it's Hillsang bringing that technology to the fore.
Keeping my eyes on Razork right now. He is sitting in fog.
And Caps is going to be met by him. Caps, no way to escape that one. Jankos here. Hillsang coming in with the Predator as well. Broken Blade's worked his way down from the top side, but Wonder is on the flank. And Wonder may be looking for vengeance versus his former team. Jankos with the Crescent Guard. Wonder! Flash! Body slam! Jankos down! Wonder kills him. First time we've said that in a darn long time.
Beautiful execution from the mid-jungle duo of Fnatic. The wall goes up. Razork then kicks Caps over the wall and then travels straight through it, preventing Jankos from being able to follow up. The rest of Fnatic then come in for the collapse, and Fnatic find themselves with 3 kills to 1. Beautiful early game from Fnatic.
Huge start. 1.3k ahead as well. Fnatic coming out swinging, and I think a lot of people looking at how the teams have been playing throughout spring expected this sort of performance from Fnatic. You know, until yesterday, Fnatic were undefeated. They've only lost to Rogue. And although G2 have had a promising start to spring, it hasn't been as strong as Fnatic's.
Let's have a look at this play from Humanoid right now. The slide and glide, very easily done. Caps has no summoners, then the kick over the wall, just beautiful. Now Fnatic know they have the numbers advantage. They have sight on Broken Blade. Wonder coming in for the collapse. G2 tries to go for the fight. The 2-man knocker from Hillsang into the flash E from Wonder. Just overall, very well executed from the Fnatic squad. G2 now find themselves in a slight deficit in the early game.
And something Fnatic have done so well is shutting down Caps in this lane. Caps, unleashed on the map, has been a menace for G2 through the first 3 weeks. You can see his lane percentage, the lowest of any mid laner. He is out of this lane all the time he can be. But of course on Victor, a lot harder to roam around the map. And because Razork is so consistently teaming up with Humanoid to get Caps caught out, to get his flash, to get his ghost, it makes it so difficult for G2 to play around Caps and Jankos as their strongest members.
Yeah, it's when you think about the fact that Victor has really been uncontested in the mid lane, it was only a matter of time before Azir eventually came back. You know, when Corki's in the meta, Azir is soon to follow, and it's Humanoid that ends up bringing it out. And just look at the pressure that Humanoid is able to put down. He is diving under the tower. Jankos is right there, but he does not care. That's going to force the ghost out from Caps. The ultimate misses as well. Humanoid is in Caps' head right now.
And Caps going to have to back away. No teleport on him either. This is going to be another play over to Humanoid. Razork actually may even invest the Herald itself to cut down this tower. Already a 700 gold lead for Humanoid. That's only going to grow as Fnatic push in with this Rift Herald. Now, it won't kill off the entire tower. Fnatic were forced away from getting the little bit of extra chip damage before the Herald charged in. But Humanoid now a 900 gold advantage for him. And we haven't even talked about the other lanes, but Wonder's holding his own in the top lane. Upset has a 400 gold lead in the bottom side of the map as well on this Aphelios. 12, 15 CS ahead, depending on what the wave states are. Fnatic in every lane at the moment are in the advantage.
And I just have to come back to this Humanoid point, because obviously he's found himself a winning matchup, right? The Azir into Victor, he's leveraging his range very well. He's playing trades extremely well. But the fact that he has a 30 CS lead over Caps not that long ago, if you had said that to anyone, you would have thought, okay, what world are you living in? But the growth that Humanoid made last year into becoming the best mid laner of the LEC, many were surprised that he left Mad Lions. Back-to-back champions, you'd be like, why would you try? But to join an organization like Fnatic, to be alongside players such as these, especially many storied calibered ones like you have an MSI champion, you have multiple LEC titles in the form of Hylissang and Wonder, and then upstarts and Razork and Upset. Like, it just... I think many looked at this Fnatic roster and saw it as like winning the offseason. Now, of course, there's the big contentious point of Rogue.
The Rogue-sized elephant in the room.
But still, Fnatic definitely are looking like a strong contender. And the biggest question really was, how close could G2 come to being their former selves? We know that it's a rebuilding phase for them. We know that they are taking a big gamble in terms of replacing many of their well-established players, and we know that it's also going to be a growing process. The fact that they're currently 4-2, we've seen weaknesses, but let's see how far they can go. Of course, still a lot left in this game. This early game is not looking the best, but they do still have scaling and range at their advantage or at their disposal as the game progresses. So still worth keeping an eye on. G2 still not down and out just yet, just at a slight deficit.
Of course, even if G2 do lose this game, they'll end this week at 4-3, which would tie them, with Mad Lions, with Misfits. They'd be ahead of XL, BDS, Vitality. They'd be in a relatively good spot overall. Tied third is nothing to be sniffed at, especially, as you say, Vetti, because it is a rebuilding period for the lineup. Fnatic, though, could isolate themselves up in second place, 6-1, only one win behind Rogue. And coming into the latter portion of the season, that'll be a very strong start for them. We do still have 2/3. I realize I'm talking like, LEC's going to end next week, but, seven games is a lot. 7 games is almost half of the entirety of the regular season.
Bit of trading coming down in the bot lane 2 vs 2. Ultimate from Upset. Not going to proc it, though. Just, it's about sending a message there. Upset was saying, do not fight me. I have gravity on my side.
I've got the power of God and gravity on my side.
I mean, he does. It's in a gun. He literally just throws gravity at you.
The moon's at his side as well, so...
He's got all sorts of crazy technology.
It's a 2-level advantage for Humanoid. Now going to be reduced to 1 because Targamas will level up his mid laner, but Humanoid having a field day, as you said, in the mid lane. Vetti, 2,000 gold, the lead.
I like what Razork is doing a lot of, which is that it's not... I mean, they have ganked Humanoids, to be fair, but he's also just playing around him to say, no, you're not allowed to punish my mid laner. I will be protecting him, and he's just offering that extra bit of value to make sure that Humanoid can play as aggressively as he wants. 5.7k is the gold amount on the mid laner for Fnatic. That is 1.2 over his lane opposition. 30 CS is the difference, which is pretty incredible, but showcasing how well you can gain advantages in this matchup. With the Leandries already finished, Humanoid is looking very, very strong. Upset doing the same with his Gale Force, and have a look at that, the Gore Drinker also done for Razork. So these core itemizations starting to be completed now all across the boards, as we are setting up for the Drake. They're spawning in about 1 minute and 20 seconds. So what have we got? TPs across the board. All summoner spells are up for everyone. So if we are going to see a fight, I think right now G2 will probably avoid it.
I think Caps won't be able to, because Hylissang's here with the quickness. Caps does have the flash to try and get away, doesn't use it, charmed up, but the Chrono Shift will bring him back, and Caps walks right into the midst of the fight, kills off Humanoid. Razork now on the wrong side of dodge, he's exhausted, knocked up double, but Caps baited and outsmarted. Caps was waiting with Targamas by his side.
A very quick collapse from the side of G2 immediately equalizes the kill score. Very well executed from G2, and you can see that Fnatic was trying their best to wait out Targamas' ultimate. Caps was basically just, he was doing a full-on Leroy Jenkins right there. He was like, come on, kill me, kill me, kill me. I want this ultimate to proc, but they refused, they waited, and then Razork, thinking that he waited long enough, flashed in for the commitment, and it still didn't dissipate. You can't help but feel the frustration as Razork thought that he could trade 1-for-1, but ends up not being able to get anything off the back of it. And this initial engage looks promising. Caps throws down the gravity well to buy time, and then he gets his ultimate here. And this is where you can see Fnatic just waiting. They're like, we don't want to proc it yet, we're just going to wait. Razork is holding on. Humanoid does in the backline, and then the ultimate just comes through as Razork makes the commitment. Because he cost his flash, there's no way for him to get out of this situation. And G2 find themselves 2 kills, both going on to Caps.
5 seconds is a long time in a team fight, and that's how long that Chrono Shift will stick on you. and giving you that resurrection passive. Because of it now, G2 able to get back within about 1,200 gold. They will lose their second dragon of the game though. Fnatic able to secure that for themselves. And you saw Upset trying to just push in the bottom lane to keep Flakked and Targamas underneath their tower. Does that. They were both back, and this is actually going to be another tower for Fnatic as well. So good little bit of tempo play from him. Good little bit of positional play on the map for them here as they take a tower, take a dragon, just off the G2 reset timers.
If we could have a quick look top lane, observers, have a look at how this tower's... Yeah, I figured as much. Broken Blade has been putting a lot of pressure onto Wonder. We haven't really paid much attention to the top lane. They have been involving themselves, of course, in a lot of the little skirmishes that have been happening around mid lane, both using their teleports whenever there was an opportunity. But by and large, in the 1v1, it's gone as expected. Broken Blade primarily pushing Wonder underneath that tower, and I imagine that G2 will look to secure that tower, as Humanoid is actually looking for a play in the top lane.
Broken Blade has the ult, will pop it for the extra movement speed. Wonder not able to land the body slam, does get the knockback though, and Broken Blade with a good flash away from the Emperor's Divide. Can try and turn this one. There's no grievous wounds sitting on Humanoid, although Broken Blade forced back underneath the tower. Able to retreat and does manage to survive.
I expected Humanoid to actually go a little further than that with his EQ. I wonder if the wall got in his way ever so slightly. But regardless, they still get the flash out from Broken Blade. He will get away with his life, and this will allow Razork to pick up the Rift Herald and utilize it as a means of, well, they could take the top tower if they wanted to, but it seems they're not going to spend it for now, which means that G2, of course, making that cross-map play on the bot side of the map. So good awareness from G2. They don't lose their top laner. They are able to get a little bit of gold into their back pocket. And overall, still G2 in a decent spot. They found themselves with a struggling early game. A lot of their laners obviously falling behind in terms of the laning matchups. But still, the gold, not too bad. I think that G2's not too worried about their current position for now.
Yeah, back within 1,000 gold or so. Should be pretty happy with that situation. They do have to worry a little bit about the Drakes with 3 minutes on the possible Cloud Soul point. Hylissang, though, yep, he gets the Blast Cone, is able to escape over the wall. For a second there, was a little bit dicey for him, but the Bird of Prey did not turn into that today, as Rakan is able to dodge away from the fight. Humanoid now, I was going to say relegated to a side lane, but not really relegated. He's been promoted to being his own captain in a side lane, can just push out the waves. He gets that up towards the tower, then comes back and rejoins his team. But G2's vision control over this bot side is second to none. A slew of wards just totally controlling any possibility of a Fnatic rotation towards where Caps now stands.
Basically, they leveraged the fact that when they did secure that bot tower they had a window where they could get all that deep vision in, and I mean, it's just a good bit of deep vision. It's not really going to mean a huge amount for the time being because Fnatic is going into G2's jungle.
Jankos dives back onto Humanoid. Crescent Guard will keep him safe for now. TP used by Wonder. Maybe a little bit over-eager there from him, as isn't able to get anything out of that TP, and because of that, gives Caps a little bit more time just to continue pushing in this bot side.
Humanoid now making his way up towards the top lane. Will look to secure that tower. G2 just trying to mitigate the aggression coming out from Fnatic right now. They know that they still have a strong late game composition. They know that they will continue to scale. So the priority should just be that. For now, Fnatic though don't want to slow down.
Broken Blade kick back, should be able to get underneath the tower, has the World Ender, the ultimate, but doesn't have flash, remember. Targamas here with the Chrono Shift, Rift Host going to charge in. Remember, Caps, no TP on the Victor, so he isn't able to instantaneously respond to any fight like this, but he can find a flank. Has the Ghost as an option. Humanoid will spot out Caps. Damage coming down. Caps flashes away from the grand entrance. TP coming in now as Broken Blade looks to join the fray. G2 not there in time. Flakked getting time warp, trying to get into the fight. Let's do the time warp against this Targamas as he continues to speed up Flakked. Get excited in the heel. There's the speed for Broken Blade to chase on Hylissang. Razork has to flash the wall. G2 find 2.
And G2 can now make their way towards a 20-minute Baron. A huge punish comes out from the side of G2. But let's see if Fnatic can contest. Razork still alive, has the smite, but no flash.
Upset's going to try and switch guns as quickly as he can. You can see Calibum on this blue buff. Get rid of that Calibum. Get yourself a better gun, Infernum. That's what he was looking for, and because of that, G2 back away. The Moonlight Vigil Infernum in that combination, in that choke point, could have been the difference maker for Fnatic.
Great awareness there, Medic. Upset ultimately trying to maximize his damage output. Still had the ulti available, and that could have been a huge game changer. But let's have a look back and see how G2 end up turning this one around, so the focus comes down onto Broken Blade. He just tanks that one up. He does not care. 2 ultimates get used on top of him, trying to get that kill. He then resets, knows that he has the TP, and as Fnatic get themselves the tower, they're actually taking a lot of chip damage. Humanoid on half HP, Wonder losing a lot of HP as well. The Caps comes over the wall and realizes, oh, here's a flank position for us, and here's a TP opportunity. Of course, initially this looks dangerous, but look at all the healing that Broken Blade is going to get. The rocket from Flacket to be able to secure the kill, and ultimately, Fnatic is just broken apart. They're separated at this point in time, with which G2 is immediately able to capitalize on. Great play from G2 to swing the game back into their favor. Of course, the gold gap's still at a slight deficit, but they'll secure another tower, and they show Fnatic that their team fighting is the real deal, and they need to respect it.
G2, though, sacrificing this 3rd dragon of the game for that top tier 1 does mean that Fnatic will be on soul point. And as much as, you know, we talk about Cloud Soul, and you see it on Twitter, and you see it on Reddit, an undervalued soul, not as impactful perhaps as obviously as the other souls. Cloud Soul is still a large benefit to your team. It does still increase your chances of winning the game. It's not something you want to give up too lightly. G2 deciding that the extra damage on the top lane, and because of their position after the resets, that they couldn't challenge for that one. We'll see if they decide to challenge in 5 minutes' time.
So we reach a bit of a lull state. Both teams right now, there's no real objectives to play for, so it ends up just being a battle of wave clearing, battling for vision, looking for potential picks. Because of course, with the Baron up and available, a single misstep could result in a very quick pivot to securing that objective. You look at both sides. Azir, Aphelios, very fast at taking down a Baron. You contrast that to a Jinx Victor, still very fast. Not quite as fast, but still a very fast Baron, which basically means that if you misstep, if you find yourself in a 4v5, both teams are immediately going to rush to that Baron because of the amount of threat and pressure they can generate. That's why it's really important that G2 don't lose full control around this objective. They cannot afford to allow Fnatic to be in full control of the Baron because there's a risk that they could sneak it. So they have to make sure that even though for now they're playing more defensively, they're at the very least keeping some information at their disposal. Fnatic, though, continuing to maintain pressure. They have bot wave slowly pushing in their favor. Humanoid's going to go catch the top wave. And they do control the river as G2 hold onto their side of the jungle for now. And they will slowly move their way back into the river as they recognize, okay, Fnatic, they're going to go catch their waves. This is our opportunity to go. And as we've talked about a lot today, Medic, it's that swing of the pendulum, the back and the forth. Both teams kind of ebb and flow in terms of like, oh, we need to go catch our waves, okay, then we'll use this opportunity to go get vision, and that slow back and forth. So now G2, they push in that wave, they've now secured some vision. Now I expect them to look for a reset, and the dance begins once again.
Fnatic, though, didn't get a full reset off there. We're just catching waves, so they don't have the control wards in their arsenal to totally regain control of this topside river. You can see Hylissang sits on 2, but with no Vigilant Wardstone, he won't be able to place both of those. Humanoid putting the Sun Disc down in the mid lane will gain control over that wave state, and Wonder's going to be able to push this one out as well. Does have the TP. Razork on this side of the map as well, though, implies pretty strongly that Fnatic aren't eyeing up a Baron anytime soon. Don't really want to start that one without your jungler, and I wouldn't be surprised if Fnatic say, well, 2 minutes from now, we can play for a soul. G2 can either fight us there, or they can look to fight us around a Baron. So we can just wait this one out. We can just continue this back and forth of the wave states and allow G2 a couple of items, but not to get too strong.
Just the constant back and forth. Dragon now 2 minutes, as you rightly said. It's just ebb and flow, ebb and flow. This is usually that state in the game where both teams are just hyper cautious. They know one mistake can swing the entire game. They both recognize the scaling elements. You don't want to be that one to make the mistake. You don't want to be that person to give the enemy, well, the enemy that core item that can suddenly put them in a point of no return. But for now, both teams just kind of eyeing each other up. The wave states are great for Fnatic right now. You'll see that top wave already pushed all the way down to that tier 2. Bot slowly being pushed in favor of Fnatic as well. Wonder now going to start grouping up Humanoid on his way as well. This is going to be a really important window for Fnatic. They have numbers advantage in mids. They can use this to now move into the top side of G2's jungle, and they can make it much harder for G2 to approach the Baron. Broken Blade, he did catch the next wave.
Yep.
And now he's going to backtrack and get the wave, which means that he's slightly delayed in terms of actually being able to push that wave out. That pressure is slowly starting to be generated. Fnatic now using their 5-man. They're going to send Wonder back to bots. All right, yeah, so now the game plan is okay. So we've controlled Baron for now. Let's make G2 sweat. They don't have insight. Okay, now they've got a little bit of vision. Now they're moving back into the Baron. And now this is where G2 have a choice. They can either try and contest the Drake, or they can force Fnatic to come and fight them at the Baron in exchange for losing that dragon.
And often what you'll see is G2 will just tentatively force a Baron, or a team will tentatively force a Baron in this sort of situation to get the TPs out. And in fact, by pushing through the mid lane, they get the TP immediately into the root, into the stun, into the death! That TP sucked, Humanoid! He thought he was safe, but he was not. G2 ready to pounce, and they are willing to keep on fighting. Hylissang and Razork forced down towards the bottom side. 2 quick towers to G2 in the mid lane. And everything, all the machinations, all the plans, all the blueprints for Fnatic have been torn up, ripped to shreds by that play from G2.
And often in games of League, it is these little moments that can really decide and swing the game. This is massive for G2 because now they have full control over the Drake. There is no risky fight that they have to take. And Humanoid, he thinks that that TP is safe. He thinks that, well, what are they going to do? But remember that TP puts you behind the turret, which means that G2 know exactly where it's going. So the gravity well goes down, the flame chompers go down, he just gets perma CC'd, and all of this long-range damage comes out of nowhere, with which he has absolutely no answer for. Beautiful pick from G2, will completely equalize the gold, will secure them the dragon, and now they can just continue to stall. Look at this, 3 items that finished for Flackhead. Caps has grabbed himself the stopwatch. The levels, Flackhead has a level advantage in terms of the, oh, okay, it's now equalized, but levels across the board are very even. And G2 are putting up a much stronger fight. This early game looked disastrous for G2. Fnatic was winning in mid, winning in bot. They were getting all these Drakes. They had so much control, but these small windows, G2 have been able to find and punish Fnatic and have been able to reclaim control over the game. It makes this Baron fight all the more tense as G2 goes toe-to-toe with their rivals. And it's just so great to see as a fan that even though the rosters change, even though things are very different compared to what they have been in the past, you still get a good game with G2 and Fnatic. You know we're in for some tense team fights. The game is even. The team fighting's going to be crazy. The Baron is being set up by G2 right now. Let's see what happens.
As much as things change, they seem to stay the same here in the LEC. Fnatic versus G2, a guaranteed banger. And now 29 minutes in, 200 gold the difference between these two teams. G2 setting up in the river, they have control. Fnatic slightly on the back foot. Game even between the two of them, but Broken Blade steps forward. Wonder could look for an engage here. The barrel back, Broken Blade used his dash to go forward, couldn't find the engage. Hylissang tries to get onto the backline, but immediately has to pop the stopwatch. What can Humanoid do? Hylissang's burst, but Humanoid needs to get in there before he gets destroyed. A double for Jankos. G2 on the offensive. Razork on the defensive, kicks them away, but they're having none of that today. They continue to chase, to chase, to chase. Wonder forced away. Caps flashing forward against his former team. Caps trying to clean up, can't quite get the damage down, but G2 still find 2 kills.
Wow, G2 find another massive team fight, and now they can make their way straight towards the Baron. I think they did overcommit just a little for those kills, but you know what? They got a lot of summoner spells out. They got the flash from both Razork and Upset, and that should make securing this Baron so much easier. Wow. I thought Broken Blade was in some serious danger at the start of that fight, but Aatrox has this habit of just living when he shouldn't. He ends up walking away scot-free. They end up turning the fight in their favor, and they end up securing a Baron. So let's have a look. Humanoid and Wonder are the two you need to keep your eyes on. Broken Blade oversteps ever so slightly. The damage then comes through, but this stopwatch buys so much time. Hilly then commits his ultimate, isn't able to find anyone, throws it on. Broken Blade backs off, and now Hilly finds himself in a very awkward position where he just can't get any assistance. Humanoid does no damage to Jankos. He's now in the awkward position. He gets blown up, and like the rest of Fnatic really couldn't get involved in the fight. It felt like this weird standoff between like the two front lines where they were just waiting for that one moment of overcommitment. It was Hilly that overstepped slightly too much, and G2 used that as an opportunity to get the resets onto Jinx, and then the chase down began.
Now Baron buff for 2 minutes, 3,000 gold ahead, and as much as Humanoid had a very strong early game, as much as resources were invested into him, as much as he has a 70 CS lead, He's 0-4-2 on this Azir, and although the soldiers do a lot of damage, he hasn't had the impact in these teamfights that he would have been looking for. Hasn't had the impact that we saw in the early game that we've seen across the rest of Spring. Fnatic now well and truly on the back foot, retreating behind their towers as G2 push in with the Baron buff.
They're playing through a single lane right now. It is just 5v5. The poke continues to come out, leveraging that range from Caps and Flackhead. Level 17 is Flackhead right now. He was able to pull off the save for G2 yesterday on the Senna, and now he's one of the highest levels in the game. 344 CS, 3.5 items done. Broken Blade just going to go back to base, has the TP available. G2 just going to stay bot for now. Fnatic going to use this small window to claim some control over their half of the jungle so that they can still look to contest the Drake that is spawning soon. And G2 just going to push this wave and then take all of that vision away from Fnatic. I like this. They'll be able to steal away the red buff as well. And now with Broken Blade on his way back to the fight, G2 perfectly set up to secure themselves another Drake.
It looks like Fnatic do not want to take this fight. Don't have Summoners on upset, don't have a flash for Razork, means that G2 should be able to secure this one pretty easily. And of course, as the game goes on, Targamas becomes even more impactful, because when you're looking for a single pick to turn a team fight around, that Chrono Shift can do so much work, especially since the pick tools from Fnatic aren't the easiest to isolate someone from the enemy team. Like, Dragon's Rage can do it, but you can click R as Zillion on someone that's getting kicked away from you, and they will still come back to life, even if they're in the entirety of the enemy team. The last couple of fights definitely gone G2's favor. Baron expiring in 20 seconds time, but they have fought back very well from a bit of a poor early game by their standards at least. And Fnatic now are trying to find something to get themselves back on stable footing.
Certainly are. G2's Baron will be running out now. And so they're just going to use this opportunity to push in these waves and continue to expand their control over the map. And the big thing I actually want to highlight, which is one of the differences that we've seen, is look at how G2 are using their advantage to get vision everywhere. This was when they were setting up and pushing through bots. Now through the top side of the map, they're doing the exact same thing in the top half of the jungle, and it's just full control for G2. Every time Fnatic earlier on was trying to get this deep vision in G2's half of the map, they were always met by a 5-stack of G2 forcing them away from their half of the map, but Fnatic just can't do that. They don't have any access into their own half of the jungle, and G2 are just choking them out. So now you're forced to walk into this fog of war, and of course you do have Wonder, who can be used as a tool to face check into these areas of darkness, but it provides G2 so much time to go back to base, reset, restock on that vision, spend that money, and there's the Infinity Edge now done for Flackhead. G2 in a very powerful position right now. And it comes back to our story from earlier on. You know, Fnatic, with the off-season changes, we talked about how they're the expected favorites coming into this matchup. G2, they're going through this rebuilding process. Many teams in Spring will often use the split as an opportunity to test new young players to help grow them. And then really in summer is where their expectations are really start to be created, you know, where they set this idea of, well, this is the roster that we need to get us to the World Championship. But G2, I think that they've grown at a surprisingly fast pace. They've taken a pretty straightforward comp. They have the Victor Jinx core that we've seen so many times. They've taken a more scaling approach. We've seen them play reserved, patiently, and even at a deficit, they haven't tried to overforce plays. They've actually only successfully punished Fnatic. So already this G2 roster looking very promising very early on in the splits, and sets us up nicely for what will happen in the future. Now, of course, they still have a game to close.
100%.
Ending this game against Fnatic is not going to be easy.
And it also doesn't make them perfect if they do it.
It does not make them perfect.
As you said, promising potential, all those words describing G2 so far, but we have seen falters from them, just as we've seen falters from Fnatic this weekend. Losing to Rogue yesterday now, after being well into the advantage early on in this game, falling by the wayside as the game has gone on. 40 seconds on the Baron for G2 if they want to take it. And again, Vedi, that vision control you talked about, just a slew, littered wards all across this blue side jungle. No vision for Fnatic at all on the top side of the map as far as I can see on that mini-map. What do you do? You know, Gragas face checks, Wonder face checks against The team he was part of last year.
What you do is you gain control over mid, because the easiest way to get to Baron is through the mid lane. It's the fastest route, it's also one of the safest routes, and by utilizing this as a tower, they also can guarantee that control. So now, with this prio, they can move into the river, they can sweep out that vision control that G2 have, and while they might not clear out the flanking wards that they need to be careful of, they will just start the Baron. Okay, Fnatic, they're throwing the gauntlet.
Fnatic on the Baron, Broken Blade on the flank. Jankos can get in there. It's almost gone. Explosive Cast already taken out, but Jankos dives in. Razzle Glow kicks Jankos back into his team. Want to try to flash away. Barrel already used. Fnatic now full on retreat. Can you get out with the Baron? Can you get out with your lives? That's the question. As the Broken Blade, the Darkin Blade slides in. Razzle and Humanoid forced up to the top side. Blackhead gets the Chrono Shift. He doesn't need the life, but he does need the assist from Targamas. As much as Upset can get a single shut down. Blackhead gets 3 and G2 take the fight.
And the carries from G2 come up clutch. Flakked and Caps wipe Fnatic off the map, and they will look to take down Fnatic in the first bout of the split. G2 versus Fnatic. It is G2 that will come out on top.
What a performance by G2 after being behind for so long. They fought and they fought and they fought and they caught out Fnatic in the final moments. G2 with an impressive win over Fnatic. And a mediocre celebration, but we give them credit for trying.
Yeah,
They're no Mad Lions, but they'll get there, they'll get there.
Oh, I respect it. Look at the excitement on their faces. A big win for G2. 5-2 right now after week 3. I think that considering how many shaky games they've had, like, obviously the doubt starts to creep in with G2, but now they're sitting towards the top of the standings.
Tied with Fnatic,
Tied with Fnatic, right behind Rogue. Yes, we talk about this being a growing process for G2 with these young players, but they're growing damn fast. What a great roster to watch, and what a great game. Fnatic and G2 showing both strengths and weaknesses, and a very intense back and forth.
Yeah, it was a great game to watch, and if you want to keep being involved, your key player of the game at LEC on Twitter. Broken Blade, Targamas, and Caps with a capital P. Still not sure why he decided to do that for his name change, I'll be honest, but great to see Caps once again have a strong performance, especially against Humanoid, who had, up until today, been one of our best mid laners of the split. I mean, he still has been one of our best mid laners of the split, just struggled today to really have an impact in
I mean, he got punished a lot. Yeah, his laning phase was very strong, and I'm sure he's going to be frustrated with some of the deaths that happened, but it's just a matter of now seeing how Fnatic bounce back in the next week.
You want to do that handoff?
No.
Okay, cool. Lou, I can't do it, apparently. Law will soon be joined by Cajal and Jankos in PGL. But first, Quickshot is standing by with Broken Blade to talk about G2 beating their longtime rival, Fnatic.
Broken Blade, what a fantastic game. Congratulations on the win. Before I jump into it, what does it mean to you to be wearing a G2 jersey and to pick up the first win against Fnatic, with both rosters looking new this year?
It definitely feels amazing, especially after our early game. I think our early game was kind of rough to this game, but we managed to pull through and show a very strong performance later on in the mid and late game. Very, very happy with the team's progress, especially against the team like Fnatic, right? Means a lot. Also, playing against Wonder is always nice. Also, beating him is always nice. So that feels good.
Broken Blade,
so I'm very happy.
Why am I even here? You're interviewing yourself fantastically. Dude, okay, what went wrong in the early game that allowed Fnatic to pick up such a big advantage?
I think Caps actually died mid or something. I don't actually remember, or something like that happened around mid. And he lost a lot of CS, so we had to scale. But I had a really good matchup, the Aatrox against Gragas, right? So I could generate a lot of pressure, help my team a bit, even though it's not really actively helping them, but the pressure that I generated in laning phase was just, I think, enough to help my teammates scale. And with, I think everyone played exceptionally this game, in late or mid game at least, mid and late. I think Targamas had a really solid Zillion performance. Flakked, just everyone just played really great.
Vivi, I'm getting so excited listening to you. Like, you're getting me hyped up. You used the word pressure, And I have a replay that I want you to watch through. When we pull this replay up, we're going to watch it, and it's going to pause at one particular moment, right? As this comes up onto your screen, I would love for you to tell me what went through your mind the moment the replay pauses and you've used that stopwatch.
Well, like here, I was already very confident in the game that we're winning, and Jankos made a really good call to buy stopwatches before the fight. So thankfully, because of Jankos, I had a stopwatch in this fight. I think I still played this fight a bit bad because we did have Zilean ulti here.
I appreciate you saying that. BB, I'm going to ask the production team to push play, and I want to know how much were you clenching when you ran away and obviously got to turn it back?
Well, it was really, like, I was actually kind of afraid of their damage there. Like, I actually didn't think I was gonna die, even close. But I think Azir dealt a lot of damage to me this game. So I was a bit scared, but my team had me, and we just won the fight.
I mean, from my side, watching, backstage, getting very excited. The moment you won that fight, I kind of had this feeling that G2 were going to be able to arrest control. It looked like a pretty clean closeout. What was communication like amongst the rest of your players when you knew and you felt like you were going to take down Fnatic?
Well, Caps was actually always reassuring that we're just going to win the game because we already outscaled them and there's like no need to rush things. So we didn't really, like, that's why there was not a lot of fighting. So we always took like guaranteed fights, right, that we're always going to win. And then Fnatic ended up flipping Nash because they all also realized, hey, we're getting outscaled. And then we just won the game, right? I think very good comms from just everyone this game. Staying calm and knowing that the game is won basically just because of our draft in late game, right?
Yeah.
So.
Well, listen, BB, congratulations on the win. You're now sitting near the top of the table, 5-2. You're actually tied with Fnatic as they went 0-2. At the beginning of the spring season, there was a lot of expectations on the new players, the rookies coming in, the changing of the guard. And G2 sitting at 5-2, I think is something that surprises a lot of fans. It surprised myself as well. How do you feel about where you stand right now, considering you've already accrued 5 wins?
I think it's justified. I think G2 as a whole, we gave so much effort just before even the split started, trying out people, knowing actually who's the best to play with, and I think we have actually found the best people to be with in this team, right? So I'm very, very happy. Like I'm grateful that everyone who is on the team, right? Also, not only the players but also staff. I think everything really aligned well, and I'm really looking forward for what we can still bring to the whole league. I think we're just gonna get better from this point because I believe in not only our players' skills but also their personalities. I think we all have the same goal and it's looking good. So
BB, I'm so excited to see who makes it into playoffs and then what playoffs look like. I just want to let you know that you won the Kia Player of the Game vote. The fans at home decided your Aatrox performance was pivotal. I think that replay had something to do with it. I'm going to give you the opportunity to say something to both your fans as well as the G2 fans and maybe the Fnatic fans, considering you just picked up the first win of the year against them.
Well, obviously, really thankful for the MVP. My Aatrox kind of hits different versus Wonder. Always winning. But yeah, I think actually I didn't really deserve the MVP, even though I think I had a solid performance. I think Caps really stepped up and Placket as well. Actually, the whole team. I think the whole team should have.
Too humble. You were too humble. You were too humble. Just be like, I was badass. Broken Blade, congratulations on the win, dude. You've absolutely lifted my spirits this interview. Have a great day off tomorrow. We'll see you next week. Broken Blade, we're going to say goodbye to you. Don't go anywhere, though, because after the ad break, Law, Kadril, and Jankos will take over for the post-game lobby.
to the LEC post-game lobby. I'm Laure and I am joined by Kedrol and Jankos from the victorious G2 after taking down Fnatic in our match of the week. Jankos, thank you so much for joining us. This match of the week was everything I was expecting it to be. Drama, upsets, because I feel like today Fnatic was maybe the favorite to win. Would you agree on that?
I guess so. I mean, they did have more wins than us, right? And I think that their victories were maybe more convincing in the past, and that is why I believe that they were the favorites. I agree.
Did it feel better to win against Fnatic now that you're against Wunder after he's left you? Was there any kind of like banter in the all chat? Because I know you guys at G2 love the banter in all chat during game.
I mean, honestly, I was quite surprised because Wunder did not say anything in the lobby, which normally he does. But yeah, no, there was no banter whatsoever. But of course, it feels so much better winning against Fnatic, and it feels so much worse losing to Vitality before, since Perix is there, right? And I'm definitely looking forward to a rematch against Excel, so I can smash Mickey.
Oh, poor Mickey.
Right. I mean, yeah, you have a lot of enemies this year in the LEC with the some of the G2 squad from last year parting ways and joining other teams. Does it give you extra motivation to beat these teams, Jankos?
Definitely. I mean, I think that I care way more about wins against my previous teammates than I care about other teams. But at this current state, I think any win is good. We lost already 2 games, right, to Vitality and to Mad Lions. So I think we just want to prove ourselves, and you know, we treat every game as a very important game so that our regular season can look somewhat good, and then hopefully we can keep being better and better for playoffs.
Something you just said there, prove ourselves, is an interesting take, because I think that G2 for the last 2 or 3 years has been a team where everyone, fans, analysts, was just like, well, they're G2, they're probably going to win. They're G2, yeah, they're going to win the split once again. Do you have a kind of different mentality coming into this year where you know the analysts aren't so much favoring, or fans are kind of giving G2 more time to grow?
Well, I never actually cared. So I think my mentality doesn't change, because no matter if we are the favorites or if we are not, I don't give a lot of care about it. So that is why I think it doesn't change for me. But of course, I think being the underdogs, there's less pressure on you. And maybe for the new players like Targa, Flacket, maybe it is better. But I also hope that, I mean, I think their mentality is really good. And so far, they have been playing amazingly well. And they adapted very, very well. And I think they play good stage games too. So I'm super happy with the team so far. And I think from here and onwards, we can get only better.
Yeah, and it looks like everything is clicking. One question that I have, though, are you guys done with COVID and everything? Because I heard that everyone was sick, so I'm just making sure that everyone is healthy now and ready for the rest of the split.
Yeah, I think so. Okay. I mean, our analyst is still caged or quarantined because he still had a positive result. I actually had positive result for like 14 days straight. It was crazy, but I got my negative yesterday, so I'm also free now. Very happy. I think we are done dealing with COVID. We also started practicing like all together lately, so I think it feels much, much better. It actually feels like you're a team and not everyone separate in the rooms, and you have to scream from your room and you cannot really see anyone, and the reviews are worse. So I do think that you have to be together as a team to actually play well, and this week showcased that we can get better if we play together, and hopefully again that COVID is done for our team, at least for now. We can, you know, play better and better.
Yeah, do you think that COVID kind of put a dent in your practice environment? Or like, of course, it was very difficult because all of you had to separate and things like this, but did you feel like coming into this weekend, you were one step behind on the new patch?
I mean, to be honest, I feel like we were... I wouldn't blame our losses on the fact that we had COVID, and I wouldn't say that we deserve to make another excuse. That being said, I do feel like our practice is better now, and this week of practice, we probably lost the most games out of any week we have been together as a team, but that also makes us way stronger, right? In the end, you can kind of learn a lot more from losses than you do from wins. At least I believe so. So then again, I think it's okay now, and we will do well.
I want to know more about the team itself, because as you said, this is a new G2 team in the making with some new players, some rookies also. And I know that usually scrim results may differ from what we see on stage, in the sense that sometimes players play more fearless on scrims than what we see on stage. Do you think that's also something that applies to G2 right now? Or do you have the same results that you guys have during scrimmings, maybe?
I mean, it's hard to say for us. I feel like so overall teams play more aggressive, but not really aggressive. It's more like no one really cares if they lose, right? Because in the end, the win or lose is meaningless in Scrim. It's more about trying to improve. So people take more fights, and naturally there's more outplays, and naturally because of that, the games are way more bloody than what we see on stage normally. That being said, I think for our team, it's actually quite similar. The mistakes that we did in Scrims were the mistakes that punished us in the 2 losses we had, and even some of our early games, or especially against Fnatic, I think yesterday early game was really good. We just started like running it down in mid-late game, but I think the early game against Fnatic today we also got punished because of scrims. So I think our games are similar, but sometimes we don't get as punished in scrims, and then maybe we don't get away with it as much on stage, and then we lose, or we tend to have like weaker games, or it's more difficult to win. But overall, I think our scrims are quite similar actually. Nice. So I'm pretty happy with that.
Yeah, I remember Elioya said in the interview yesterday, he was saying like, well, I think our team's okay on stage, but I wish we inted a bit more on stage because then we can at least get the jitters out for the first few weeks and play a little bit better later on.
Yeah, and let's check on the Mad Lions actually, because you mentioned them. I want to take a look at the standings right now because Rogue still remains undefeated after this week. They have an important matchup. They were facing off against Vitality earlier today, and I don't even know if I want to say it comes as a surprise schedule. The team has been so stable, and Malrang brings so much to the team.
He definitely does bring a lot to the team, and you guys face up against Rogue next weekend, Jankos. Is there anything that's going, like a plan or anything going in? Are you guys going to be the one to stop them from the perfect split, you reckon?
I mean, I think that Malrang overall has like a very team playstyle, and I think the Rogue, the way they drafted at least, right, is like heavily for team fights and heavily for being together as a team and good scaling. I mean, overall, I actually think that the biggest strength Rogue has is their drafts. I think that every single game they have a really good draft, and that helps them to win games a lot. That being said, they also play very, very well. Of course, Malrang is playing very well. I also think the other players are playing well. So it is a tough opponent. Vitality did stomp us last time. They did not manage to beat Rogue. I think maybe our draft against Rogue will have to be quite creative to win, but at the same time, I'm very confident that if we play scaling, we can actually win, and if we play early game, we can actually win. So yeah, we will see. It's gonna be a banger.
Yeah, you just gotta stick to something. A quick question on draft. I actually wanted to pick your mind here a bit about jungle. To me, from the outside perspective, it just looks like jungle is kind of blind pick Lee Sin or Sinzao on 1-2. Maybe pick Jarvan on 3 if they have some immobile carries, and maybe an AP jungler if you get Renekton. That looks like it's about it. There's not much diversity. What do you think?
I mean, I would say that this kind of diversity, right? Well, we have the strongest champions. Maybe in 2 weeks, it's going to change. I believe the newest patch next week will kind of kill Goddrinker or make it way weaker. So then maybe we'll see, I know, maybe even more tanks, more chem tank users like Malrang showcased today, the Volibear with chem tank, and he was, very good on it. So I do think you can be creative, and I do think you can play a little bit off meta. You can also play Poppy maybe into Jarvan. You can play Trund into Zinzao. You can maybe ban out the junglers and try to go for a counter pick. So there are ways you can make it work. But I think the easiest right now is what you mentioned. You leave all the junglers up and then maybe you trade them. Maybe don't. Depends on the team. So as much as we don't see a lot of variety in the jungle throughout the season, I think so far in LEC at least, I also don't think it's a bad thing. And well, Riot didn't really change the game as much, especially removing the Chem Drake now, right? So I feel like they actually want to change the game next week, and yeah, well, we'll see if they do or not.
That's gonna be fun.
And about that Chem Drake being removed, good or no? What's your take on this? I know that usually players don't really like this map and this dragon in particular, so your take on it?
Well, my take is that I don't care again. And that is because I play the game and I like to win. And what brings me happiness is to win. And without winning, I'm not happy and I don't really have that much happiness. So I adapt. I adapt to whatever is good and whatever is bad. So if the Drake is there, I'm going to play the game with the Drake. If the Drake is not there, I'm not going to play the game with the Drake. Right. I do think it was quite annoying. And I do think that like maybe, words not working there and like the whole Rengar thing at the beginning and the whole zombie thing, which was unplayable against. So definitely... they can make it maybe more interesting when they bring it back. And for now, since the player base hated it, it's fine.
Win is good, lose is bad.
One last question I have about jungle, Jankos. We were mentioning the pool of champions that can be played. I see that players still put a lot of emphasis on Viego and J4, especially even though these champions have not found success so far in the LEC. Do you have maybe an answer on that as to why these champions don't find success?
I think it's because I mean, at least I believe that Viego needs a really good setup to make it work. I don't think you can just... Well, he's always fine in the early game, right? He's clear very fast and he can skirmish, but if you don't get a reset, you are kind of useless. So when enemy team has like Zinzao or Jarvan or Lee and whatever, these champs naturally will do more unless Viego gets a reset. So you need a comp to play around Viego, you need a comp that gets you a reset. If he gets a reset, he can actually go crazy. For Jarvan, I think, well, normally people play it just because Zin and Lee Sin is banned, but I think Jarvan has like a niche pick where you play it into no dashes like I did yesterday, right? If I catch multiple people with my ultimate, they can't move and they will most likely die. So I feel like either we are boosted at using the champions or we just don't create good opportunities for the champions. You can choose one.
I will not comment on that. We'll see about that. And we'll also see if the meta can evolve in the jungle, because when we look at the MVPs we have in the LEC right now, and especially the key player of the game leaderboard, I don't see many junglers. I mean, by the end, but mostly mid lane support.
You have to, but
yeah, two, but not the ones who win the most gate roll.
Yeah, I mean, Faker said in an interview, mid lane is the most broken role right now. So, I mean, yeah, VTO is just kind of showing that to us all here. Hylissang him clutching the wins. Broken Blade getting his third today, I believe, on the Aatrox. Seems to be slotting in really well into G2.
A few
Actually, I don't know how
Blade,
this
maybe?
guy is yeah, I don't know how, but it's fine, you know. Like, it's okay, you know. Like, it's fine. He can have 3 MVPs. It's okay. Like, you know what? It's fine. It doesn't matter.
The ultimate I'm triggered. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, it's
you switched top laner this year, actually. It had been years since you were playing with a Wander. Tell me about Broken Blade and the relationship that you have, the synergy that you have, because we know that it's super important in the game. Synergy, top, jungle. How much is it different compared to Wander in terms of communication? He also brings the crazy picks. We saw that the Corki the first week, the action. But yeah, how is it been working with BB?
I think he's very easy to work with, actually, because he's quite loud about his opinion on the state of the top lane. So that helps me a lot, right? Because if I understand how he thinks, I can kind of adapt my playstyle to him if needed. So I actually have a lot of fun working with Broken Blade. I also think he's a very funny guy and he likes to talk, and I also like to talk, so then when both of us talk, like we just talk a lot of talk. But yeah, I think me and Bibi have been working well so far, and I think he's very fun to work with, and I also think he's a very positive and fun person, and I think he brings the mood up in the room, just in case, let's say, maybe I don't have the best day, or maybe Kaz doesn't, or Flak or Targa, he can bring the mood up, and then we can do the same when he's not having the best day. So overall, I think he's a good team. He's a good teammate and he's a good player.
I want to iterate on what you just said, because I mean, obviously you guys are getting along, but we know that for so long G2 was known as the friends team, the teams and players who really get along, which is what brought you guys so far, I think, especially in 2019. Do you see a similar vibe with, or are you trying to recreate a similar vibe with the players this year?
I mean, when we were building the roster, we did go for players that hopefully match well together and have kind of similar vibe. I think we succeeded in that, actually. I think everyone in the team is very open-minded when it comes to playing champions, but also quite open to take criticism. But also, we don't have that much like cockiness. We don't have these, oh, maybe I played so long, so I don't listen to Targa, and you know he has to listen to me. Like, everyone is very open when it comes to having different opinions and trying to make them all work together. And of course, we need to find a way that is the best way of playing League of Legends to win. And maybe only one of us has like the correct idea, but we are willing to work with every idea just to like make it work. So maybe we are trying to recreate it, or maybe we just believe that this is the right thing to do, and this is how you not only have fun from winning, but you also have fun from practice, and you also have fun from just playing the game.
Sounds productive. Actually, quick question on your mentality when it comes to winning and where it comes to like the heights of winning. Are you the kind of person who's like looking at Worlds as I must go to Worlds and I will win Worlds? Or are you the kind of person where it's like, well, next week we play Rogue, let's focus on Rogue first?
Well, in 2021, I really wanted to go to Worlds. But we didn't.
Cries while smiling.
Right.
And this year, I feel like it's more about week per week. I don't actually think that much about like Worlds or MSI, because last year we were bad, and we didn't even place top 3, right? So I feel like, this year is all about just week per week, game per game, and wherever we can go to Worlds, to MSI, or however we will play by the end of the summer or spring split, I think that's completely up to us, and we just focus on the games, or I just focus on the games.
Well, let's see then what happens week per week, and focus on week 4. Your schedule especially, you'll be facing off against Mad Lions in day 1. It feels like the team is struggling a bit, but I mean, like you, they changed some key players. They didn't find success today against Misfits, actually. It was a pretty crushing victory.
So it'll be BDS, I believe, that G2 plays against on day 1, and then on day 2 they'll get Rogue. So day 1 almost like a warm-up-ish, but day 2 still the undefeated Rogue. Rogue playing up against XL, which, I mean, they're expected to win. So I think, Jankos, you're the last line of defense for the LEC to stop them getting a first half of the split win.
Definitely, right? I mean, I'm looking forward to BDS just because I can play against my ex-coaching staff. Yeah, actually, just ex-coaching staff, Grabs and Duffman. I feel like the advantage we have is, of course, the drafting department. I think like the draft will be very straightforward, and I think we are going to win on that. And I do think that even if I'm boosted and old, I will still be able to win a game just because of how bad drafts are from Grabs. When it comes to Rogue, though, well, their drafts are really good, right? So not only we have to have pick of our game, but also we need a good draft. So Dylan, hopefully you're listening. Hopefully you can deliver a good draft on both Friday and Saturday.
So you're telling me day 1, it's basically won by itself just because of who you're against, and day 2, you're the ones who are going to actually have to step up.
Kind of, yeah. I mean, that's what I believe in. I mean, I don't want to be too cocky, right? Of course, BDS, lately at least, Chinkrov has had very good games. He was solo killing junglers or invading a lot and, creating pressure and doing all these things. Actually, I didn't watch their games, so I don't know, but I heard. I heard he was doing that. So I'm going to rewatch the games, definitely, and I'll try to learn to get to know him and know the team better so that, we can perform on Friday. Because in the end, again, every win is of equal importance. So it doesn't actually matter if we win against Rogue or BDS. We just have to win. So, Friday game, like all seriousness, super important.
We know you take game after game, but quick words on the matchup you will have against Malrang, especially bringing in the Damwon Kia magic, if I may say, to this Rogue lineup.
Yeah, I mean, he has been playing very well. He enables a lot of laners. He is quite creative when it comes to ganking, and he likes to sacrifice himself for the team. He actually reminds me a little bit of myself when I was younger. but I think that, I mean, again, he has been playing well so far, but everything that he does and Rogue do is not dark magic. It's not like black magic, You can actually see it and you can understand it, and it's something that other teams can do too, maybe not to such a high degree, because again, Rogue have very good drafts for the playstyle they have. So they are a beatable team, but so far they have been the best team in LEC, clearly, because, well, they did win against everyone. So hopefully we can snatch the victory.
Is a quick question before we go. Is there one team you think is overrated right now, or is not at the place in the standings where they belong? Like, what do you expect from some teams?
I mean, I do think Vitality actually is quite good, and it's not because we got stomped. It's just because I feel like the week 1 Vitality was like running down a lot. But right now, I feel like both in scrims and on stage, they actually play much better, and they have better drafts, which is very important. Drafts, by the way, very important. Just note it down. And they have great players, right? And they play better and better as a team. So I'm sure that by the end of the split, they will be up there. For other teams, I feel like it's somewhat deserved. Maybe Rogue surprised me for how good they play. I didn't expect them to do so well after losing Hansama and Inspired. I felt like both these players were the star players of the team. But it seems like with the addition of Malrang and Comp, they found their success, and they are way more of a team than they were actually in the previous years, I feel like. And they don't need to shine as well individually, but they kind of play very well together. So they are definitely strong team, and a lot of respect.
Yeah, one of the contenders for sure. We'll see. It's still early in the season, but for now, Jankos, thank you so much for joining us for PGL. Don't disconnect right away. We just want to take a selfie because
PGL selfie.
Trevor straight up refuses to take the selfie, so I have to do it.
Cool.
Yeah, we'll let you get in position.
We got his face in there. Nice.
Yeah, he's quite big actually. I need to reposition.
That's what they all say about the Jankos.
Bro!
That's what I heard.
Oh my god. Okay, well that's all for us here at the LEC for this week, Jankos. Thank you so much. But over in the LCS, the second lock-in semifinal is about to start, and you will have Evil Geniuses facing Cloud9. Inspired. You don't want to miss it. Thanks to everyone for tuning in. We'll see you next Friday in the LEC. Bye-bye then.
Bye-bye.
Welcome back to Berlin, Germany, home of the LEC, to week 3, day 2 of the 2022 spring season. Just time to get it off for the opening match of the day. Team BDS versus SK Gaming with Goldborg and Dracos.
You don't know this about me, Goldberg, but I love bottom teams versus bottom teams. I live for the teams at the bottom because they got a lot to fight for and they'll do weird stuff, and I love it. Big damage coming in. That's the Realmore coming into the backside as well. Gilly's going forward. Brian's going to go into the midst of the fight. They're going to take down Treats. There just aren't a lot of heroic playmaking champions on the side of SK. There's no flash forward Cassio ult. There's no crazy J4 engages. It's true.
Gilius doesn't have ultimate.
Gilius.
Goodbye.
Okay, that was really bad. BDS up to 3 and 4. SK down to 2 and 6. A clean win from the side of BDS.
For the second match of the day, as XL Esports hope for the Mickey X effect to kick in versus Lostralis.
XL are focused on this objective. Zanzara looking to come over the wall. Can they knock him out? It goes in. Zanzara stole it! How many times are Barons gonna get stolen this weekend? Dayward in the middle of the entire team. Zanzara in the middle of the entire team. XL, they might win the fight, but they've lost the Baron. XL eviscerating Astralis, moving up to 3 and 4.
Misfits versus Mad is the game that we're going to be jumping into. Armor kicked back. Armor stunned up. Armor's still alive, though, underneath the tower. It will now die. Super Mega Death Rocket finds its mark, and here it takes the kill. 1-for-1 trade so far as VTO continues to rampage forward. Another Shuriken lands, and VTO. Rogue, the only undefeated team left in the LEC versus Vitality. Jump in, gets onto Larson, but the final spark from Trimby's going to do a lot. GA popped on Selfmade. Maran keeping Labrov, Perks, and Kazi all at bay. Another kill to Comp as he goes unstoppable. Call of the Forge God will land onto Kazi. He's down as well. Rogue, with this win, solidify themselves as the best team in the LEC.
Match of the week, Fnatic versus G2.
Broken Blade steps forward. Wonder could look for an engage here. The barrel back. Broken Blade used his dash to go forward. Couldn't find the engage. Hillersang tries to get onto the backline, but immediately has to pop the stopwatch. What can Humanoid do? Hillersang's burst, but Humanoid needs to get in there before he gets destroyed.
Look at the excitement on their faces. A big win for G2. What a great game. Fnatic and G2 showing both strengths and weaknesses and a very intense back and forth.
Told you not to worry, but maybe that's a lie. Honey, what's your hurry? Won't you stay inside? Remember not to get too close to stars. They're never gonna give you love like ours. Where did you go? I should know, but it's cold and I don't wanna be lonely. So show me the way home. I can't lose another life. The world's a little blurry, or maybe it's my eyes. if it's just a lie. Try not to upset you and let you rescue me the day I met you. I just wanted